What's up? What is up? What is up? What is up? So, most people have an interviewer to conduct their interviews for, like they shoot interviews. Talk about your life. So, my name's Eddie Gallagher, also known as E2S from Drug Usage Comes Easy, or Doc Holmes, or Dick Dagger, or Grunge Wizard, or OG Wizard, Eddie Balboa, Van on the Boys, Eddie Ballin' Beats. You, David, I could claim it. Young, black, and famous, with money hanging out the anus. When you need a set, who you gonna get? Better gangsters? Not so fast. It's a Mace, I think. I don't know. Well, I was born in Dorchester. I don't remember anything from it. I had two older sisters. Um, I did visit the street and took a selfie under the street sign of the street I was born on. But I have no memory of it. I think my first memories are like of later living at Woonsocket. And we had a small house, but it was only my two older sisters, me, my little sister, my little brother. And then my mother had like another little brother. And during that pregnancy, like right before she got pregnant, I don't know. But we moved. We moved during that, yeah. So we moved in there that summer by, it's really weird too. So we moved in that new house in the summer, right? By December, she's having a kid, Joey, my second little brother. So we moved to a bigger house, but it's in just as bad of a neighborhood, if not worse. Like it's like a house that's in between two project developments. You know what I'm saying? So you have a bunch of Puerto Ricans, illegals, and then you have a whole bunch of blacks and other shit. And it's just, yeah, it's like, and all they see is like in the behind the same kind of thing, probably Laotians or something. And so we just have a fucking house in the middle of all that, like just one little cute fucking dollhouse that all these like 5-story fucking, like at least 3-story project developments, like just see in the middle of it. There's one house full of white children. All three, like, they just see a bunch of little girls running around. They want to rape and, all that kinds of crazy shit. And I don't remember exactly when my parents, like, split at that point, because I don't even remember how everything was set up at first. You know what I'm saying? I remember I had, like, my own bedroom. And it was, like, a real bedroom. And, like, yeah, it's just, I don't know. I don't know. It's like everyone gets a bedroom, but like my mother and my dad didn't really have bedrooms to a degree at first, and then it was just weird, But then ended up me upstairs with my little brother sharing a bedroom, but it was very odd. It was very reminiscent of years later in Sandwich when I had my own bedroom. I was sharing half a bedroom with a stepbrother. Like they made it into 2 bedrooms, like with doors and everything, and when I like went to take a shower or something, and he like went in my side of the room, like because he didn't like me, like knocked over my lamp so it burned the rug, and eventually I had to move downstairs with my little brother in a tiny little room. It's like wow, and when Woonsocket it was at least like a like a 2-person size bedroom, The room we shared in Woonsocket was like a walk-in closet, more or less. You know what I'm saying? It didn't have like a closet. It wasn't like a bedroom really. And I don't know what it was. Maybe it was like a small bedroom. I don't know, but it wasn't like a real bedroom. Didn't have a closet. Didn't have any of that. It just kind of looked like a corner room in the house or something. And but we shared, just enough room for a bunk and two bureaus on the side and like a TV in front of the bunk or something, kind of shit. Really small. Maybe it did have a closet now that I think of it. I don't remember. You know, it was a really small bedroom, but yeah. So we're at that house, and you know, not long after she had Joey, like by that summer, my dad was definitely gone, like completely, and like living, back in Boston, and like right away we got taken over by a bunch of gangs. Like right when my mom started looking for drugs, and we just fell for a trap. Like like this black girl and her little this black girl. She had like a little brother too, but like she showed up to the house and asked for sugar, and like I don't know what it means, but it meant something other than sugar itself. And what happened was like really weird, you know, because she invited us to go to her house to like watch a movie or something, and it ended up being like to watch like a Blair Witch style movie that they were also somewhat filming. A very beautiful Asian woman just ran by, smiled at the sign that said Blair's Cove. That's why it's kind of interesting sitting here to see what people see when they walk by or run by, whatever they do. But, so excuse I am in the front seat of a bus as I tell you my story, is my point. Not to lose focus here. So yeah. So what happened was the girl invited us over, right? The black girl. She had a little brother. I was gonna be like his best friend. She was gonna be my sister's best friend or something. And we were gonna, be friends in the neighborhood, like they're from the project. So they invited us over to watch a movie. But like they drug us right away with popcorn and stuff, and like fucking do something where they like glue our eyes shut or something. I don't even know. But, I don't get drugged enough, and like like I wake up and like they'd already like 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 I'm there with my sisters, my three sisters, and my little brother's probably at the house, my two little brothers, and like my one of them's like handicapped, and it's fucking crazy. Like my memory of that. And that's really where like because the guy she ends up being with, Peter, who's my little sister's brother, like a black dude. I mean, not brother, our father, who's a black guy. Ends up fucking because like okay, so we are like drugged and kidnapped and like separated, right? And I'm still at this girl's house, and I'm able to get back to my mom's house and run into Peter. There's like dozens of crackheads. It's like late too, like it's just a big party, and they're just filming like a gangbang with my mom, and like I get stopped by this guy Peter, and I'm trying to figure out like what these people are doing, and he says they'll help, and like somehow like I don't like years later, because like he's always perceived to be like my mother's boyfriend, and like my youngest sister's baby daddy, but like in reality he's just like one of like dozens of like random crackhead gang members from around that city who are like over who like filming a movie and had a movie made about that house beforehand, which is what we were watching. And I woke up because they were like freaking out about something. And like, I don't know. So Peter got a gun, and Peter like scares everyone out of the house. Not scares them, but they end up leaving. I don't know. And then he goes and finds like my sisters and stuff. Like goes and gathers up like where everybody else is that has been like removed from the house. You know what I'm saying? So it's like it's the craziest thing because like my dad wasn't there, and it's just like maybe 50 families, and like 4 different gangs like surrounding this one little dollhouse with white people in it. So exactly what you think happened. And so, it was a strange time after that, because we were visiting my dad, and then once he started getting a divorce, is when it got really bad. And it's tricky to go into details about it, but just it's beyond bad, you know, that like last like year or something before eventually, you know, uh, moving to Massachusetts. Yeah, it was like really really bad. That fourth grade year. That yeah, that like that September to May, like whenever she died, was like really bad for me to the point where I don't remember it. As far as like new gang boyfriends and all that kinds of stuff, and the things that happened to me and stuff, bad police. It's just an endless series of like betrayals and bad things. When I had to put that together all in my head, like recently. So, okay. And like the way it ends is real crazy about my mom like dying. It's like because like again, it's like all that kinds of like Illuminati, like you know, I'm smarter than you. This is a simulation, and I know this, that, and the next thing, and kind of shit. That just like gets so tiring and stupid because it's like it's so hard to believe, and like what I think is, it's just really drugs and insane police and bad church people and lots and lots of gangs and black people who want to like rape white women. It's like the early '90s too. She must have died in '95, I want to guess, or '94. I'm not 100% sure. But so, we spent some time in Canada. Like I finished fourth grade in Canada. And that whole summer in Canada. Then by fifth grade I start school in Mass on the Cape and Islands, and it's bad because we live with like my uncle and my aunt, and like right away they're using us in a way, like they're using us for a variety of things to guilt trip people, like his family to like pay for the house, and then he's also like a sexual predator and like a war criminal for torturing children. So he's torturing like me and my little brother more or less, like in a variety of ways. Plus, like having like playing house with my sisters as his aunt and my dad, as my aunt and my dad like are working at nights and stuff. It's real evil. It's real evil. Yeah, and really bad. The times living with him, and that didn't last that long. That lasted all of fifth grade and the first couple months of sixth grade. And it's like again, I just remember the end was like very botchy too, like blotchy, as far as all that happening all at once. Because I was getting to the point where like I definitely didn't want to be around like Tom either, or like no, or I was just like, just fucking kill me, like like I wasn't gonna do good at school anymore or even try. I wasn't gonna let people pick on me. I was like fighting people back and stuff, and right before we moved, like in those first few months of sixth grade, like over to like maybe like October that year, we moved over to a step family situation. And at first, it seemed like it was going to be okay and normal, but then by the end, again, it gets blurry and you realize it was fucked up from the jump. It's like, damn. So it was pretty bad though. It was pretty bad, like the foster home situation, because you had like a stepbrother, and like at first he's okay, but within like a week, you know, within a week he has some kind of like jealousy of being that. I don't know. You know, he just had some kind of, he just, wanted beef with me. Like, wanted, like, I don't know. And eventually, like, his whole thing, like, led to what I believe, like, my little brother's murder, like, his anarchy of the situation. Like, he kept trying to be like, mama, mama, I'm the baby mama, kind of shit, He was a little bit like, if I was in sixth grade, he was 18, 19 then. So he was good, like 7 years older than me or something. And like, I don't know, yeah, you know. So that ruined it, but like, it's not ruined it because my sisters were like really bad people too. And then, it wasn't bad it was bad though. It really was bad because right away he just started, tormenting like me mentally at least, like wanting to fight me. I'm only in sixth grade. This guy's like 19, 5'5". He's like 6'2". So it's like, it's like a real big piece of shit too. Towards the end, it's like, like a pussy. And like, it just sucked, you know. It just really sucked, it just really, yeah, it was tough, you know. And you don't notice too, because you think it's just like a normal fucking thing, but all that lady wants is a little boy dick, my little boy dick, and I don't know it. I think I'm supposed to just like play with my action figures and play video games and, drink soda and shit. And like, but in reality, like it's supposed to be like they're perceiving it. And then like, once I started going to juvie and like my sisters like started having guys like come around and stuff, and again the older brother is finding it difficult to not be these guys. Like he wants to be the guy hanging out with my sisters and stuff, like doesn't want so he's, yeah, so it's like, and then when I get back from like a juvie, like all of a sudden, oh, just pretend like none of this has ever happened and just go back to normal. And it's no-win situations towards the end. By the time I'm 15, it's just all like sex and don't tell Eddies. It's like, and it boils down to like what I think like was my little brother's death. I remember, because it's just like just variety of people. And I could go and name names, but it'd take forever. Everybody that like you could imagine from the jump of that. So if I got home the day before Thanksgiving in '01, right? Like by the time that spring rolled around, like like the end of April maybe, like I was like back in juvie, but like it was like just like a horrible experience, like being back that time, because my sisters had been having tons of people who were like gangs and like I don't know, I guess the stepmother like was more of a fan of that kind of lifestyle too, like they want me there. And then in that effort, right, towards the end of that, like early '02, you know, there was like a mix up where like I'm there drugged, tranked, and like, no one's there and people are about to come there to kill me. And my little brother had woken me up somehow, got smelling salt, and was able to ask me if I knew anywhere I could hide physically. So I had him hide me downstairs in the basement in a spot. And he must have been killed like right afterwards. And then, yeah. And then I don't remember anything till I like wake up inside the fucking thing. And kind of like there's not a lot happening. Like I'm trying to think, like, there's not too much happening. Like I get up and I walk out of the front door, and my sister's up there with my sister Jessica. She's older, like not Melinda. Is getting out of someone's trunk, like just to get her clothes or something crazy. Like like the house has been like abandoned and taken over, more or less. Not taken over. It's been like abandoned at this point. Like my step family and stuff, like they're not staying there because of whatever happened. In between that whole mix. Because I think I was like pretty much kidnapped and all that stuff and drugged, and like I was at like this kid's house who I thought was a friend but wasn't a friend, and I hadn't really been going to his place. Like like I already figured that out weeks before. But so I end up there, and like, towards the end of like a whole series of fucked up shit, where like he gets like ran in onto because he's trying to do it to impress a girl, and like they end up like her gang ends up running in to rob him anyways, and like they don't want to like murder me right there, and they don't want my body there, so they somehow bring my body back to my parents' house because they're mad because they call my dad and like try to get my dad to like since my dad's so cool with some of these guys now, he should be able to take my body out of there and have me die peacefully at home like Kristen, like when Kristen happened. But so he didn't, and so they were mad at him. So however they drugged me, stabbed me with a trank, so they did to him, and then drop my body off. So it's just my little brother there at the house, and these people are coming back because they're looking for them, and they're all freaking out. My little brother hides me in between them, and they come back, and I, assuming they killed him as he was fleeing, and since then, well, okay. So then I wake up, right, and like the house is kind of empty, and my sister's coming down. She realizes one of the first things she said was, she's like surprised to see me. She's like, oh, so that definitely means that Sean is like dead, because it must have said something like, oh, your brother's dead, your little brother's dead. We're both little brothers. So she probably, that's when she first, and that's like the first instance that someone had mentioned that to me. I'm like, yeah, yeah. So then, but she's being driven around by like this girl Jenna, who like creates a note because like she's trying to like she has something to do with like buying the house or some bullshit. She got a gun on her too. I have to sign something, and like she ends up leaving Jess there because I'm like, yeah, Jess can just stay with me now that like I'm here, and like my step family's not there. They're like hiding at a hotel or something. So they make like a fake note and like leave it on the stove, and that's like how because first fucking all that other shit happens because in between like I'm like first just waking up and I have to like go talk to this creepy girl whose mother's like selling the house down at fucking my old friend's house, like CJ is where she's a foster of now, but like he's like hiding under a bed getting ready to kill me like in between if we start having sex. It's like so fucking weird. But so, I think they mentioned my little brother again. It's all just like blowing off because I'm like waking up first time for being tranked, and I'm just trying to get back there and figure out what the fuck's going on. Like I just want to like go to juvie because this is like insane. I remember it's hard to do because I'm just drugged out. So, so yeah, I'm like tricked there, and the girl had like really caused all these problems. Like the girl caused all the problems, like and had the people run in and do all that stuff. And the person who kills my brother is like one of the people she's bringing with her everywhere and stuff. And the real scumbag. So like I'm going there trying to calm her down, and I don't even know because it's been weeks I haven't seen this girl. She's like playing an act, and we start kissing. And then CJ comes out because he's all mad because something, I might have like agreed with her that the story of his little sister slicing her own throat at age like 13 before that girl had moved in was kind of suspicious. So he was upset about that and planning to like murder me or something. He had a gun and all that shit. And that's when he started like asking me about like high school stuff afterwards because he was like happy that like I said something, not knowing he was there. I just naturally said something about like, maybe I just said that to be a dick or something. He's like, oh, okay. That's you. You're always a dick. Yeah, I won't shoot you. It's like, wow. Like fucking weirdo. But he's asking me all about like high school shit and all that Illuminati stupid prom king stuff. Which is a whole nother like fucking crazy thing. It's like that I already had done like when I was in high school, like when I started high school, after juvie the first time, like so it's like all being brought back over my head, and like all these people are convinced of the same thing. Like all those people who had just drugged me, and like, like all were convinced by this one girl that, like, she'll suck the whole room's cock, suck everyone in the room's cock, as long as they kill me. But the second you guys all get head from her real gang, like, people are gonna try to blackmail you for like statutory and all that kinds of shit, and like run you. It's fucking evil. But so yeah. But like all these people all of a sudden are convinced, right? Even my stepbrother, that they can just like go to Sandwich High School and they're like, I'm gonna be a prom king in your class. Well, I'm gonna go hand in hand in the morning. Like, this is like the next day. Like, this is still happening. It's the first day I wake up. It's like I literally get back to my house. I'm like, yeah, call all the people down from Davenport. Tell them come on over, Jessica. Yeah, and like they did, and came right over, and like a bunch of them, and it's like, I don't know how many. It's like so weird because they were hanging out there until Brandy came. It was just weird. I don't know. It was supposed to like party till the house burned down. Like, I don't even know. Like, I don't remember what their plan was or what. Like, I don't know. All I remember is like those are the people Jessica called. Like, I didn't call any of them, but Jessica called them. Like, call all your friends, Jess, and like she called them. It's like, okay, now I'm seeing how it went down. So, but then it's all the same night and shit. So like, but my stepbrother comes home, kicks everybody out, and like takes off again. And I end up seeing him that night, and like he kind of tells me all this shit, man, because he too thought he would be prom king. Like, he too had just been brainwashed or something that he was going to return to high school at the age of 20 something and be the prom king. Like, they're all losing their fucking minds, man. In my opinion, like, wow. I just remember just being like, wow, I haven't checked in with my probation in a while. Maybe I have a warrant, like, kind of call in. Like, yeah, okay, sure. But it was actually just like a dirty key worker saying, sure, like, there actually wasn't a warrant. He just wanted to, like, murder me, too. And, like, fucking, I don't know. Just the most evil shit that I can actually explain now. And it's like having to live with it because it's still, like, not that old a fucking memory to me now. It's only like a few months old. It's pretty new memory, man. It's hard to not think of. Is what I'm saying. So yeah. So where were we? All right. So yeah. So that night, like, he's back. He thinks he's gonna be a prom king. I'm trying to convince him he's brainwashed or something. Really made some bad moves. Like, whatever just happened. They're also trying to blame me or something. Like that, like, it's a lot. It's like, what I'm being told, right? Okay, by a variety of people, and like it's like not really registering, and I really don't believe it, right? It's okay. So that happened, and somehow, like, I don't know, Sean gets killed, and somehow they dump the body not far, dude, like by the rope swing or something crazy, like just the opening of the trail. Whoever they shot him, they just left his body. Like, I don't know. And just so many people have like said it to me too. So it's like, okay. So that happened. And then, right, then they like in a predicament where they have to like report him missing and like tell them what they think happened. They're like trying to blame me because they think I've already been killed too. And like, I don't even fucking know. So it's like just everybody like really like, and it's the same thing that happened to me like the year before that. Same like time too. Like right before the third term starts. Like, the end of the third term before the fourth starts. And it's like just same thing that happened the year before, just 1,000 things at once. And because that happened in spring, right? By the summer, because then I go to juvie. Right? Stay on the 5th for the first time, and actually go and live with my grandmother, my mother's mother. And I hadn't seen them either since she died. So I live with them for a good 2 months, and I have a job working at McDonald's, and like have nothing to do with school except like they're insane. They're fucking doing a whole nother thing, just very similar to that to me all of a sudden at the end too. Like, by the end of their school year, like in Sandwich, like again, like it's like a, and it's like mostly my sister too, my older sister Jess, like coming at me like that with like all these like psychos and like setting me up because she doesn't like want to be a taxi and doesn't want to, no, she doesn't want to be a taxi and she doesn't want to share money with me, off their big, $1 million sale of this house, which fucks them all over, like, because now they're gone. It's the summer. They live in a whole nother fucking state. It's only been 4 or 5 months, and they've like uprooted their whole lives to another state and just like playing like, we think Sean's in foster care now, right? And like, you know, with none of his kids, and I don't know. It just feels like, I don't know. And that's when I see my dad that summer too. Like, so after, like, I have to go live. I go back to Cape Cod after living with my fucking mother's family, like her mother and like a couple of her brother's kids. After that went like fuck self too, like crazy people, which I can go into detail, but it's like, why? It's like someday I'll have to go into detail, but it's like I'm just trying to work and go to high school, and like if I just remember correctly, they drug me too, and like they want like one of her kids to take my identity and go to school or some fucked up shit, dude. Like it makes no sense to me thinking back. And like I try to like date this girl at McDonald's or just get her number, normal shit. And like somehow they drug me and like make it a gag thing, like really fuck with the girl. It's just like a big mess where everybody starts fucking with each other. And like, I'm being drugged towards the end. It's just like weird. It's really weird. I'm gonna pause this though, because I gotta go take a leak. Alright, what's up? And we're back. After a 2-minute, 3-minute pause. So what I was saying about like living with my mother's mother, like, God, it's almost like 2 or 3 different lives, man. All in one, right? And I'm remembering like, but I mean, it makes more sense, like add on a lot of that, it makes a little more sense. And some things I've always remembered, I just didn't remember the other things, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, yeah, but it just doesn't make sense. It's like I'm remembering, I remember like the big issue, right? Being something about like my sisters, like my sister used to stay there, right? Like when my mother first died, my sister Kristen lived with them. And while she did, her laundry bag of panties went missing. And like suddenly they had this big bag of panties. And they like really wanted like me to say somehow I had brought my sister's panties into my grandmother's apartment where the 4 of us resided at the time. And it just made no sense to me. Because I'm coming out of juvie, like how would that happen? And that's like the biggest thing. I thought it was funny, but that was like the biggest thing I could remember as far as like why I'd want to be around like my cousins or something. But like now it's like I remember like all this fucked up shit, and it's like no fucking way. But it's like then again, it's like, well, that does make sense, and like, does make sense in a way. Kind of like like the Sean stuff. I never, but it's like that makes no sense the other way without the Sean stuff and like all the other stuff. Like none of that makes any fucking sense unless like like I explain it how I see it now. You know, kind of like living with the prices, like something. And like I don't know. It's really strange. Really strange situation because I didn't remember like before my mom died either. So like if I had, I would never like trust the prices. Saying nor have I ever since leaving there. And that was just based on the panty thing. Like never mind fucking all that other shit. It's like holy shit. You know, plus like when my mother died, like all that shit. Now that I remember, it's like, I just can't even believe like I was ever around my grandmother, like my mother's mother again, or her brothers. Like it's like blows my fucking mind that like I'd ever like, you know, or like I said, like my mind just might be broken and filling things in, but I don't know. I don't know what to say. So summer '02, right after I leave there, it's blurry for a while, man. It's real blurry, real evil, real dark, you know. And, you know, because it's like such a short span of time when you're a kid, dude. Like a fucking August to October could be completely different. Like I must have got there maybe after July 4th at some point. I like moved back there. So when I like met, it's like when I visited Sean, like, you know, he's acting all fucking, I'm not Sean, like type shit with late, you know, and saying all this stuff. Like basically that he like wasn't Sean and gone to the house and it was empty. And like one of my workers looking for me, seeing him, and he's like, "Oh, are you Sean? Like DSS is looking for you." So that's how he ended up in this situation where I'm coming to see my little brother, and here's he just thinking he's getting like a free ride at the moment to like hide out from wherever he's from. And it's like I'm still out of it too, you know, in that situation. So and it's more of that like Illuminati, I'm smarter, this simulation shit that like really, you know, I don't know. Somehow it just doesn't keep in my head when somebody's doing all that. Maybe because I've like had it done so much that like I don't believe it. It's like someone talking religion, like someone telling you to pray. Like, oh, I have all these problems in my life. Pray to Jesus. Pray to Jesus. Same thing. I have all these problems in my life, and it's like, yeah, because I know all about your life, and I keep pushing the wrong buttons and pulling the wrong strings, and oh, Illuminati. It's like, nah, that's not it. It's just an insane person who's adding on to something else. It's like it could be possible because, like I said, like there's no way some of that isn't like from another life, maybe, and it's intertwining in my memory somehow all of a sudden. But I don't know, you know, because then like you know, like with high school, when I was like in high school for that short amount of time, it was nothing but that at the end too. You know what I'm saying? Nothing but that kind of horse shit. And it's like, and it was only for one fucking term. And it's like, and the term was somewhat normal, but it wasn't normal, you know, because I'm thinking it's kind of normal till the last day of the term. Then I realized, like, holy shit, there's a bunch of like gang members here who are like the same gang. Like, you know, there's just tons of gang members, and like my older sister's trying to do a Prom King Timmy style return from a school and bringing a gang with her. And my sister Jessica's trying to prevent that because she thinks it's ruining her reputation with her gang and overall like school or something. And I don't know. And I'm just like, you know, a ninth grader, and I get caught up all in that because the real issue is like fucking that kid Blackledge. Like, you know, he had that. It's like, you know, some guy who like tried kidnapping me when I first moved to fucking Kettle Drum. Like after I left my uncle's house, like, you know, not long after, this guy tried kidnapping me after I met Blackledge, and he had set me up. But he did something in Christian's knee when Christian was like right before I met Christian. They're trying to do their own last minute, you know, big game uh, thing to his knee themselves. Injected it with some bad, like, fucking muscle glue or some shit. But he'd always tried to blame me. So by the time we're in ninth grade, he's in full on blaming me for whatever's wrong with his knee and trying to get me murdered. And that's how I get, like, you know, set up and stuff. And that's like the first time, like, you know, I'm confronted with like infantry esque shit. You know, like people mad about different things. Now we're in infantry, like I swear, it's like there's people like quoting lines and shit. It's like you're not throwing me lines. Like looking back, you're literally quoting lines you'd heard, and I don't know. It's like the creepiest shit. And like I said, like without this video, but like like it's only been a year and change that I put out Women's-Tree, and like that's 20 years after people are mentioning it to me as like a reason why they don't like me, but also liked whatever that was until they realized it was me. And yeah, but yeah, I've always said Can't Win With You would be would have been my first album. Like if you listen to it, it's all about high school and that kinds of shit. And like the one I just put out, Blair's Cove, would have been like the second one, like a year and a half later. A lot like what happened when I was up here and put out Time to Save Music. Then like a year and a half, two later, just said fuck it with everything that was made for fucking Hurting Fragile Minds Daily or something. The second like CD mixtape thing. But I feel like this would have been that, and Women's-Tree, if like whatever happened, that wasn't such a big deal. I don't know. And I think I would have done it then, like years before when I was like 14 or 15 and had this one out by 16. And that's a career, and somehow like I've done all this other shit, 20 plus years worth of music, like 2002, and it's 2022 now. 20 years of just music right until the point of making these. And now it's like, every like bit of like inspiration or joy or love I had for writing, recording, and all that is just gone. Because a lot of it's like you want to perform, but say you don't do that and like all you do is fucking write and record and upload the music or whatever and try to show it off online. It gets pretty, it's been a long 20 years, man. And that's all I did for a wide majority of that 20 years. Yeah, all I've done is really make music. I hardly lived a normal life. I can go back and just tell you even more fucked up stuff. What point are we at? Okay, so that summer. That summer's evil, man. Because that summer's the one when like I end up getting the $5,000 from Will, but that's after like I bust my eye or like wrestling him and shit. And it's like, and he's done so much fucked up shit. You think his mother would just give you $5,000 or something? And like somehow I'm still put out there to be the bad guy by the end of it. It's like I might steal the money, but everybody spent the money with me. You know what I'm saying? Everybody knew we were gonna steal it. It's like, and I'm the only one who gets in trouble. And I don't really get in trouble that much. Like I'm out by a month later. Like I'm out by the beginning of October. I'm at a foster home. It's like when Devin, presumably was killed, but in my head now, I don't think he was ever killed. That was fake. You know. And just got I don't know. I have no idea. So, but yeah, I mean, it was real quick. And you think nowadays it's like no span of time. 6 months is nothing. Like as an adult, when you're a kid though, like so much. How did all that happen in the span of fucking, a couple months? So, but the point is, like that summer, like something just wasn't right. It was all that same kind of shit. That same kind of, they're filming you, like other people are filming you. No matter where you go, you're getting filmed by somebody, and they're setting you up for the next thing, and it's just, And then like when I come back for Devin's funeral, I'm not even going there. I'm not even going on the island, fucking, and where he grew up. But I get stuck there because my older sister Jess, realizes where we are, and like she leaves me there with a whole bunch of his gang members, and I end up getting a ride back with O'Connor. But I get her dropped off in Sandwich. I'm not getting dropped off where I'm fucking staying in a foster home, which is nowhere near there. And, okay. So, I end up getting almost murdered and all that happens, I think. Could be fake, but, all I was doing was running away, man. And then, you got to go through Halloween after that. Right until, like, right before Thanksgiving, I was just like, really weird situation to where I'm living in my sister's car, but like the only people like I have to go to are like the same people who've been fucking me the whole time at that store, Wallace's. There's like a gang of like hippies who keep drugging people, and like it's not registering in my head. It's the only place that's like giving me free food and shit sometimes. The only place I have to go. So like, and I'm only fucking 16, and it's almost getting November. It's like nearing Thanksgiving. And the only thing they care about is like that I'm gonna ruin their Thanksgiving. You know what I'm saying? Or something, dude. Like my aunt and stuff. And like just nobody, Jessica, just nobody wants me around, dude. Like again, it's like, and all this has just happened, and it's like the creepiest shit, you know. Like after it's like seeing Tom and like getting more confirmation that this is not Sean, that this is someone pretending to be Sean for a period of time, and you know yeah, it's just creepy. And I'm still not buying it because like there's no way that fucking my little brother was murdered and nobody ever said anything or reported anything, and if they did, it was never fall. It was there's no way a 10-year-old's murder was that dirty that now November, and that was all the way back in April. It's still, and now there's just somebody in his place who were all just letting pretend to be him because they know what happened. So that's real evil. They're definitely not what I was really thinking. I'm thinking of being drugged every time I try to get a fucking sandwich at the deli, and like it's the only place to be. And then I'm going to fucking like Davenport's and getting like smoking like not weed, and then like ending up. It's just not. It's like it's only a few weeks too, but it's just evil. A little span of time. And then that last day in Brockton before being sent up here is super evil, dude. And I swear I seen Devin. Like, I swear I seen Devin. I swear I seen Devin in March fucking '03. Oh, no, yeah. By then it's '03, right? Because it's after Christmas. So, yeah. So I see Devin in March '03, I swear. Before I even ever come up here. And he's been hiding up here. And, like, then again, I see him in '05 when the guy pretending to be Sean tries to kill me on a webcam that's going live to the high school that he's trying to like convince that he's some star that's been left out in Vermont that needs to be brought back. My battery's running out on this, so we're gonna have to pause it though. But yeah, we'll leave it at that. The summer '05 where he's got a webcam going, like a kid pretending to be Sean, and like they just want it for I don't know why they want him to have the webcam, but he ends up like they end up like stabbing me with a trank and doing all this crazy shit on the webcam that like brings all those people up here as early as '05. And a moment I'm laughing, I'm like, dude, it's like, and I'm thinking like this is like when those people are supposed to like all of a sudden we're all in a room together here, but it's like it's not gonna happen now because it happened then, and like this is happening now because that happened then. So it's like it's trippy. It's trippy, but we will pick back up there when I am in a chair being stabbed relentlessly by that psychopath, and then by another lady like stabbing me in the chest, like a sped teacher who was mad that I wouldn't go to school that year, and she didn't get to like I don't know inspire songs, something creepy. Yeah, we will be back, and you'll think seconds, but I have to charge this for a good hour. So okay, so welcome back. Welcome back. What are we talking about? We're on summer '05, having coffee. Spent a few hours too. Took a nap. Ate a lot of food and all that kinds of shit. But yeah, so to explain what happened, right? Summer '05, like we're trying to just go through this real quick so that I have like points in the story that I can go back to. Okay. So summer '05, right? Like what happened was I didn't go to school that year. So and my dad went to war around like April, I want to say. So I would have had to repeat like an extra year of school. I just didn't want to. So instead, I worked like random jobs all winter and fall. And then, by spring was like, I didn't have a job and still dating that girl who was by then, it was like the same thing with her and my little brother Sean. They both were at different schools in the town, right? Like I started going to the school out in Lyndonville, learn because I didn't live in St. Johnsbury. I lived like in Sheffield, which was far away and closer to Lyndonville. So that's why I went to that school. And then I moved to St. Johnsbury and just took the bus there. So I had already started school there. They just weren't feeling the schools in town. They needed to. We both needed to right away because I didn't even go there till what was I, fucking 17 when I went there to school. Like they're freshmen. It's like, or and then going into their sophomore year, but both their freshman years, they just didn't want to. Didn't want to like go to their own school. They had to go to the one I went to. Is what I'm saying. Both of them. So they ended up getting close, I suppose, and how it led to all this. And, this is just some like homeless child. Like Bill was like, I don't know, man. When I met her too, like I met her when I was in high school. I was at high school and she was trying to enroll into the high school. And just never came to high school. And I was selling weed. And I had gotten jumped at a party that was at her place too early on. So I knew of her before I started dating her. She was always sketchy. But okay. So she's still there and my dad's gone now. My dad, we'll wave goodbye. And, I think it wasn't perfect. Like she's not really there. She's somewhat there. And it's like the end of their school year, right? The first school year. And then, but like when they're starting up the next school year, something, or the end of that school year. I'm not sure when all this happened. You know what I'm saying? I know it it stopped happening around October. Whenever I had to pick them up back after they got sent back, which I thought was just for like talking shit to people online or something. But yeah. So my dad's God. And I don't know when this day is, right, or what. They have like a dance too. It's only a school of like 8 to 12 people. But like, they're telling these like retarded like guys and like 2 girls or 3 girls that like they're gonna have like a dance. Which means you guys can come in after 7 and watch a movie someplace with us probably or something. Like I don't know. But so they wanna, like they just like wanna bring this girl and like, he's still messing with the people from Sandwich High School. My little brother or the guy pretending to be him. This guy's just like, under the assumption that he's not going to beat Sean after 18, I think. Or I don't know. But, he has his friend Mark who goes to the school and he's been coming to the house for a long time after school, just smoking weed with us, or we smoke weed with him, and they watch TV. I never really like put, like, okay, these guys aren't dumb enough to like fall. It's like, I don't know. Obviously, you'd fall for a bitch, but what happened is I don't even know. Like, I might not be getting along with her, or for one reason or another, didn't want anything to do with her. And like they stabbed her with a dart, dude. Right, but so it's just like, and then like, but at some point we get drugged too. You know what I'm saying? By like her, like she sets us up too, and I'm not even sure if he remembers this, but like I don't even know, like before all of it, and that's like why I think he starts like trying to reach out to like out of state gangs because like just one like my dad's been gone. It's like rough trying to figure out how to live. Like I have to like spend $125 with her every week, and he has his money, and it's just getting weird. It's getting really hard to figure out. And anything she does is just suspicious, as you can see why I would think so. So all of a sudden, her family, like, like 1 month, they must like spend some of their food stamps on chips and dips and nothing too special, but like a week's worth of food. They bring in the house, but I swear we get drugged right then and there. Because after that, I don't remember nothing until the day really that like the kid starts stabbing us with the dart. Like he has like a trank dart he got from somebody at Sandwich High School through the high school he's at. Learn because like the principal Kate Campbell's like a real evil, easy to manipulate person, I guess. Because I never really did manipulate her. I just never really slowed down to think how fucked up she, or like, or was sober enough to register it when she was addressing me. So, long story short, this guy's like insane, right? And he's been like, I don't know what age Mark was, all right? But I guess every day after school, he had to go to the library and like sit there and just hated it because like he had nowhere else to go but our place, like until 5, and like wants like to like murder me or like move in our place. Like they want to use this girl, right? Like willingly or unwillingly, as like a sex, like gang sex, like rag. And I'm just like not up for it. We're not really getting along. I don't think she really likes him like that. They're just in school with her. It's like I went to that school too. It was only an apartment building with like very small rooms and stuff, and you only around like 3, 4 different girls and like 7 different guys. So things get weird, but like it never got that bad. We never really, not that I didn't at least, like, we did a lot of crazy shit together, but never like what this was like. So he's got a dart, like a trank dart, like we don't really want to prick ourselves, so like he stabs it right in my back. I just remember it's like one of the last things I remember. And I remember they're like gonna hide me in my room and they're just gonna like rape this girl. It's like a whole bunch of like just crazy stuff, and it must have been like weeks long, man. Like they starving me and like hiding me in my closet while they do this. Like it's real evil what they did, And I think it results like I think they even like go to Cape Cod and they try to like do all that. They try to go be prom king or something, and the people they like really work them over, like to the point of putting the girl in a bodysuit and giving her a shot of the shit that makes you shit yourself and like having her shit herself. Like in my memory, this is some of it. Because I remember, because I was definitely like kidnapped by that librarian who was a sped teacher there that year that I never met, and someone's just stabbed me too. It's either her or like that retard girl they had pretending to be one of the popular girls for a while, but she was just her cousin or something, like fake Petro or some shit. I forget her name. But I swear it's the same girl who was screaming at that bar. And then I seen the bitch at fucking Dollar Tree a couple of years back again. It was weird. A real like midget almost. Like with no like body to it, just like all weird. I don't know. But yeah, so I'm like drugged and like and they're doing this for consecutively, like and then like I think the kid just like runs out of luck after shot. Like I don't even remember, man. I remember it's just really dark and evil, But I do remember them bringing me down to like Cape and shit after he gets taken down. Like they like his sister, who's a sped teacher and librarian in that town of St. J, like kidnaps me again in that condition tries to like trade me in to another gang to get him back when he's like she's thinking like DSS is like a gang when it's just like a foster family because of all the shit he was trying to do with gangs. Like she's like believing fake Sean shit. And while we're down there, like I don't even know, man, because like she's trying to turn like, and my sisters are realizing now too that it's not Sean like this, so they're mad. They're like, okay, lady, do you understand that this is actually Eddie? So here you are trying to get Sean, who's not Sean. We're kind of mad at Eddie because he's letting this guy pretend to be Sean. And here you are trying to rescue this guy, like like, I don't know what she's doing. She's trying to like be like a groupie to some gang with my ex-girlfriend now, and like, they get split up right away, and it must be bad because I don't remember anything past that meeting, like, and it's like those are just it's like kidnapping, and like you're trafficking a girl across lines for like drug sex, and it's like she might be willing too, but it's like this teacher wasn't willing. It's like she ends up like having to hang out with Melinda's gang that she's associated with in like the city part instead of like the white happy-go-lucky Sandwich High School gang. She's like an old lady. She's like in her 30s, probably late 20s. Same idea. She's been brainwashed that she could be like prom queen there or something. And I think too. So after that, like, because it's not registering, obviously. Like, I have to go to court and get them later on with my dad, and that makes no sense. And that's when I see fucking Sue Davern one last time and get more of the Devin shit. I'm pretty sure I see Devin at some point during all that. Like, I don't know, because like that's his whole thing. Like, he's trying to like say Devin's his best friend, but it's like, okay, but he wants Devin to come out of hiding to like help him be the popular boy at school. And he's like literally like holding me hostage on a webcam. So Devin does end up showing up with a bunch of other people who really don't care. They just, want to see him not guilty and what he's done. And and I think they take off with them. Like, I don't even know. Leave me and Mark there. Like, I don't know. I've never gotten like the chance to ask that ex-girlfriend or fake Sean or, in 2012, okay, in like 2011, before Sean attacked me, right, he had like gone to the library too, and like seen the kid Mark again because Mark was supposed to be dead. Seen the library lady and like, fuck you guys really did that to us, like But then like didn't really tell me, dude. And like they went and got vengeance on me somehow in town, And then they tried to like set me up, which they're trying to do again right now, with like an overdue library movie, and like trying to bring up all the stuff that kid, like, because the kid had me drugged and like was hiding me in the library in '05 too at some point, so that like Krista wouldn't see me and shit. And it was just like really creepy, dude. You know what I'm saying? Do I remember him like, him doing the property destruction and me just like being weekend at Bernie. He's trying to like get me arrested for anything. Like, he's trying to come up with an idea to get me arrested before they find out what he's been doing. And that's like the property damage that they brought up again in 2012. And the lady's trying to like do all that shit, man. Like, say like, like, yeah, this is really scary. Cause I don't remember how, like, and it's just more of a setup too. Like things that I'm trying to avoid this time, more setups by the same lady. That was 2012, so it's not that long ago. Because this was only 2021. This all started jumping off again on accident too. Because again, I forget. And a bunch of the same with 2012. I just wanted to study for the GED and kind of got into the library that way. And this way, I was just writing in the library, like because the two town cops threatened to shoot me, or like let it be known they could shoot me for nothing or something. It was really creepy and disturbing. So I started writing in the library then. Remembered when the lady said something about Mark, like if he was upstairs, like holy shit, you mean Mark like that? So that's all real, like, and it just kind of set in my mind, like holy shit. And yeah, so here we are today. Because after all that, when it's all real, it's like whoa, so that's not Sean. Because then I remember like the things the guy was doing and saying, like it was more of that. I'm not Sean. Ha! I'm killing you. Ha! I'll be the rapper or something. He's like fucking crazy, man. And like really evil, but like so much other shit. Because it never really made sense. It's like it's blurry, all that, and then there's like a little bit of stuff that I remember, like hanging out with Bill and stuff while he was gone and shit. Kind of just enjoying myself with a computer in an apartment alone. And she was dating like somebody in the army, like a kid that was my age in the army too. So right away, So like, you know, when he gets back, he's all upset because, you know, she's gone for good. It's like, no, she's definitely not. And it's like, I'm not the one that's upset. It's like, he's definitely the one that's upset. It's like, dude, I'm pretty sure that girl's gonna like hate you once it all like sinks in. I mean, later on in life, you might be able to like coast her with heroin or something, but you know, like those first couple of years, she's gonna like fucking hate you if any of that's like really what just happened. It's like, man, uh, so much more like. I mean, it was eventful though. It was always like trouble. It was always trouble to have her around. Like, to be honest with you, it was really weird, man. There was just so much weirdness. Those like that, like after my dad left for Iraq, you know, it was like, oh man, it's just really evil, really evil. Because then when he gets back, like the Bill stuff happens right away. When the fight happens, and I stop being friends with Bill, and I'm stuck with Major again. And I have to make the CDs just mainly with Major. But like in my head, it's like, yeah, I want to do a duo CD with Major, but like, you know, kind of the way Bill just did his, like, you know, like with, you know, a ton of different elements to it. And it just becomes something completely trash minus Bill. You know, so it's like, not that it wouldn't have a bunch of trash on it, it just had a bunch of trash and then a bunch of other trash. You know, it's like kind of what I've been practicing, like making mixtapes before those with Bill and then somewhat with Corey, somewhat by myself, somewhat with whoever's around. So it was like, you know, it got really lame really quick. And it just never recovered. And it's like, man, that is not my little brother. That's all I'll say, dude. And it just continued, like I said, like all those years. Like, every time. And then when I was dating Marissa, too, like something like that happened again. Because that's really blurry at the end, too. And again, the same, like, army guy, Gadapi, like, at the helm somehow, like, tinkering with it. Like, you know, like his son ends up with, you know, it's like bad army guys. Like, not a lot of them, just that guy's like a really, really bad. Another guy, too, who, like, claims to be a honey bear within the Illuminati. Like, and, like, expects that to be an okay thing. Like, I'm a honey bear, man. I do anything for honey. Like, in that, like, making a reference to, like, compassion or love, you know, in the form of honey. Like, you know, like, you know, it's like so creepy too, you know, and yeah, and like, but like right after that, like took off too, like not that long, like after, like, just because that guy mainly, man, like, a lot of the gotta be, you know, I don't think he's as powerful now, you know, minus all the war shit, like it's all slowed down, people watching what you're doing, you can't really do all that illegal kinds of shit, like I don't know. And it's like, man, you know, my life like never recovered really after that too. After the Gadapi stuff, like, because something happened where Sean did that again somehow or something, man. I don't even remember. You know, I just don't really remember. You know, because again, like you know, he's just obsessed with whatever he sees me with. You know what I'm saying? As far as girls, you know, like, man. I just think back to how like I never really did anything like that to anyone for pussy. Like I didn't get laid till I was 18 up here. It was natural. Not even drunk or anything. You know, probably a little stoned, but you know, like I don't like. You had to just be like a complete maniac to do all that. Like, you know, you either not Sean or you just a complete and utter fucking maniac that I'd really like to make sure never comes near me again. You know, it'd be really great. I'd love to give back these stupid fucking movies. Like I don't remember like picking and stuff. It's like a real creepy situation. The same day I seen the kid there, she's asking me if he's up there, as in like, is he letting you leave, kind of creepy shit, man, is how I felt when she said that. It's like really weird. Since I already know that's happening again with the same stupid fucking bitch who kidnapped me in '05. And yeah, I'm just glad to be like awake and like aware of some of this like ahead of time. Because 2012, I walked into that blind. Bitch was gonna like murder me or something, so they could like make some kind of fake insurance claims. So all you're doing is somehow setting me up with, just like in '05, you're just trying to give me like an item that you can like claim an insurance and have me arrested for, and a bunch of other shit you're just gonna try. It's like, oh man, it's like real obvious too. Like they're not the smartest of people. I can just tell. It's remembering Mark. And another thing about that kid Mark, right? The guy who plowed all this out with his backhoe, his last name was Phelps. Like, is that his dad? It just reminded me of like an older version of him. He kind of walks like a praying mantis and shit. A little taller, but he walks with his like, twiddling his fucking fingers in the metal, like hunched over and shit. It's like creepy. It's really easy to recognize him, even though he came in that day in the library with like a hood and like a mask on and shit, and like shades. So, but it was real easy to like recognize him. Yeah, just really evil, man. Really evil, and like it's like so surprising I'm alive after some of that, and all the shit that happened afterwards. Like, it's unbelievable. The shit that like I remembered that didn't make sense because I couldn't remember like beforehand. And it's like no one ever mentioned anything. No one ever said anything. Like, it's just like, and if they did, they said it like real cutely. Like, I know something you don't know. And people wonder why I'm such a fucking, like, I was such like a dickhead or came off like a dickhead because of that. Like, it's like no one said nothing. You guys are still gonna let me like hang around this psychopath. It's like no one's gonna say nothing. It's just fucking crazy to even think. It's like, obviously I was probably being an asshole because I was probably obviously like really pissed off that none of it made sense. The second he gets back, they start fighting with Bill. It's not me first. Like, I don't know. It's like, he had robbed Bill and those guys like right away when he first got here, like with Tim. So it's like he obviously isn't like getting what he wants with those guys. Like, he's not being their secret BFFs after me. So he wants to get rid of Bill, and that's how that like jumps off, I think. And the same with Bill. Doesn't want to like tell me that he was robbed by Sean and this kid he was trying to do shit against me with, that kid Tim. It's like, it's so much of that kind of shit. People are like, man, you're just an asshole. It's like, no. I'm just like real uncomfortable 95% of the fucking time because people are doing that cute shit. Like, oh, never mind. Like, yeah, your brother. It's like, can't you be a normal person? Like, tell someone that serious? Like, why is it? I don't know. Like, they don't like him that much because they think he's either a retard or just like a huge, like, or is what he was saying. And they don't like me because I'm an asshole because, like, you're not coming to me in like a frantic mood but wearing me. Like, you're just setting me up. You're just setting me up for the next Shane Tate show to run in and fucking try to murder us. So, you can say I'm an asshole, but it's like I just don't see that I was being an asshole. I think I had a lot of assholes around me. You know what I'm saying? There's no way to react to that. Mostly after all that, and then you're thrown into the situation where all of a sudden we're like partying and doing what like he wanted to do with one girl. Like, yeah, we're partying and there's like half a dozen girls around and you're happy, and Major's here, he's happy. He's not gonna start snitching and blaming me for random shit that his uncle does and like killing cats, saying it's me in his trailer park. Like, his Corey's here, we're letting him hang out, even though he's just a fucking retard. Not a retard, but like a fucking. I'd say he's like, because he's not special needs. It's like evil in special needs. I think that's what they mean by like retard, though. Like, I don't mean like you're really special needs. I mean like you're like an evil special needs. You're like someone who like kills somebody's cats and then blames somebody just by name value because you don't think that like the people will know. Like you give a name and everything just to get the heat off of you. But so he said he's not doing that to us. So then Bill's gone. He's like not a good friend either, you know. But yeah, you know, yep. It's just all shady, man. It's just all really, really shady. So what I think is like it happened at that end of that school year or something. So I don't know. I remember something with Bill, and I don't know. It's really weird. Yeah, because that's how they are at the end of those school years too. And like I remember when the one to sign in or something. So it might very well have been like a June '05. You know what I'm saying? And yeah. Just but none of these people came forward to like tell me this on like an honest level too. What the fuck just happened? None of them did. They just like let them move back in and like pretend like it didn't happen. It was real evil and pretend like the kid Mark's dead. It was just exceptionally evil of a situation to have been in, like and still be in to a degree, like years and years later. And I still have not gone away fully. After '07, I thought I was away. I had a job, I had a girlfriend, a place to stay, but I was just renting part of Kate Campbell's house. It was doomed from the start, but not really. I don't know. I didn't think I'd ever have to like move back in with my dad and that kid. I'll tell you that much. Back then in '07, like, and something like that happened again, dude. You know, with the same thing. Like, I think my brother did it again. At first, they kept trying to like snitch, like my dad and my little brother, like to get me thrown in jail, just so he could have the new girlfriend, Marissa, or something crazy, dude. Like, just I don't know, man. You know, And I think towards the end, something like that might have happened again, dude. Like, I don't know. He's a creepy kid too. When you meet him, man, you still meet the guy as like a creepy guy. And I don't remember my brother being like that now. Like I remember my little brother was like a road dog. Like he didn't mimic and like make fun of it. Like he added to whatever I was doing. This guy just kind of like rips it off. Like not rips it off, but like if I like something, you like something. It's like, but nah, maybe not. But just saying, my little brother was a little bit cooler. If I did like the Billy Gunn like flex or something, he'd do the road dog, this shit in a picture. That is the little brother I had in mind, and like the little brother I thought I was forgiving time in and time again for crazy shit. Or not forgiving, but just not. I mean, 2012 was like unforgivable, regardless who you are, and it just has been since. But like now, it's just 100 times worse because it's not even you added on to all that other shit. It's not even my real little brother. It's some fucking creep named Stan Sears and related to a Mike Sears, and I don't even know. I don't know if any of that's true or what, dude. It's like that's a real creative fucking mental breakdown. Because you know what Sean would be doing? Like real Sean, like my real little brother that day that I seen him when this guy's throwing all that shit about not being Sean at me and I'm just not believing it. Now I think about it, it's like my little brother be crying. My little brother be everything but what this guy was doing. I think. You know? Now this guy didn't want us to get us out of there and wasn't like whining and shit. But like it's definitely not how my little brother would react now. It's like, man, plus like, none of that shit gets brought up and it's like, yeah, I don't know. He would show that much and like it get that creative all of a sudden in 6 months or whatever it was. In between seeing him it in between seeing him at the end of '01 and then summer '02, he didn't get creative and turn to an actor all of a sudden. So it's okay. That definitely wasn't Sean. That's definitely the same guy who's still here. So yeah, Sean was murdered, and that guy's pretty much been able to pretend to be Sean because of me. So it's like, wow. If so, he did have a big head just like Sean. Just looked like he got a little tall and grew up. I don't know. Again, I was like kind of drugged out, and then I didn't see this guy again until like Sheffield, which was a good like six to 8 months later. So it's like by then, it's like I have no way of like fucking knowing, you know, unless like I like, take the time and like question the dude, which I think is why like they wanted us to move out of Sheffield so quick. Like after he came up to visit, like I mean they know that Sean's dead, like my stepmother and all those people, and they had us move out of the 3 houses that they had up there. We had like one of the houses to live in. And we had to move out of there like right after Sean came to visit. Or fake Sean in '04. Might have even been '03. Yeah, it was '03. He came to visit. Like right away, they wanted us to fuck out of there. Like, and I don't know. I think he spooked him somehow. So I don't know. You know. I just really thought it was because like they didn't want my little brother Sean like around their daughter Jamie or something. Because I don't know. Zero. But this guy was just as like aggressive. Like I don't know what the fuck happened that day because I wasn't paying attention. And I just remember they were like really mad at like us for having pot, and this guy for like telling people that were smoking pot, like her family that's all living there too. Like they went to leave, but it's like just looking back, it's because of that. It's because of that. Wow. I don't know how that worked out either. I don't remember how he got up there and back. It's like, I don't know. I just want it all to stop. you know, I don't know how I can make it all stop, but I really want it to stop, dude. I really want this guy to stop pretending to be him, I want even if it is Sean, right? And he's just a mental case. Even if it was my little brother, he's just a fucking complete nutcase. I want it to like be a permanent thing that he's like not allowed around me. He's like, I don't know, he shouldn't be selling pot to my dad if you're not Sean. In the same way too, they've done the same thing to my dad at some point. Like Tom was trying to do, my uncle was trying to say the same thing about my dad. I don't know. I don't know. It's not even my dad. It's just some dude named Steve who looked like my dad or something. It's like, I don't know. Tom's one of the guys too, like really laid in the Sean being dead shit to me. So, just a lot of those times, like, man, I just find it real hard to believe that nobody has reported that. And they're just in Vermont, like, happy and free. I don't understand. I still don't. Now I kind of do. In that sense of, like, McBride was, like, the main cop, and just half those people are his fucking narcs. And, like, it's like everybody is my narc but Eddie. All you guys got to do is snitch on Eddie. He's like McBride's way of law enforcement. And, it's like entrapment because you're like setting shit up too. It's just crazy just to think about. And it's like a lot of how I felt the entrapment too, like towards the end of like a lot of that shit early on, like 04, 05, 06, 07. A lot of it just felt like entrapment. Like mostly after what happened with that, it's like nothing. I could not be responsible for a fucking thing, man. It's like I don't know how long it takes to recover from something like that without being confused or completely like unbeknowing of shit. I know now that it's probably been a while since like anyone's done anything that to me. That's why I don't know. It's like now that it's registered and gone through so much, I'll never forget half of it. So I feel a little better. But yeah, a lot of that's true, man. And I haven't even started talking about music, or I have a little bit. It's like last thing I want to talk about is making music, man. It's like, yep, I made all that music. Yep, pretty much all by myself. Yep, used tons of Anno beats. Yep, I kind of make my own beats now too. Filmed all that myself, cut it all myself. Had a problem. And people pretend to be me online several times. Mostly trolls from battle forums and stuff. Like, what do you want me to do? I'm like, I can't stop that any more than the next person. Or like creepy guys like a Feldman, shit like that. Or like a little brother, People want to talk to people pretending to be me, too. But then on top of it, you have like rap battle trolls, like pretending to be me, like rap name wise and shit. So that always sucked. But, and then, early on, like, the music was just, I don't know. I don't think the music was timingly. It was deep and shit. And it'd be really cool to make that kind of music now, to be like singing and shit. But it's like my mind's not working like that. Like I don't write music. I don't write music that I know that I can't perform correctly anymore. Back then I'd write it even if I couldn't fucking do it, but I try to do it. And now it's like I write it where I know I can do it, where it's like, it's like a wrestler doing like a extra flip on a 450. Like you can hit it a bunch of times, but I'd much rather hit a safe 450 or just maybe a somersault, And yeah, so the music's different, but not too different. The biggest difference is like the production on it. Obviously, like the guy that did our CDs, Derek Campbell, the same guy from the open mic incident a couple of years back, where they like screamed me out the door after I was like, and it's like same open mic place I've been, 3 times before that since 03. This was just a 2017. I'd like to do it one more time, please, before I have to get like fucking like molars pulled out and like don't know if fucking my little sister who's working there is gonna like murder me. Like I don't know. I just wanted to perform one more last time, and Derek Campbell at this point, like, and this guy's a psychopath, man. Just another one of those guys who are like really demented and trying to like get sex with young girls, like, to the fullest, like whatever I can do to pull that off. It's okay. He's just another guy like that who's ready to do shit like that. Like turn a whole room against somebody and have them like scream, "Get out!" Like it's like, man, it's a piece. But so all the way back in 05, man, he's doing our CDs, does Bill's stuff, does ours, and just does a real shitty job, dude. And almost purposely does a shitty job too. And yeah, that's all I can say. It's like pointless. It's like absolutely pointless to. I still show some of it off, but it's like you did like the worst job. Plus, you didn't like have any knowledge of how to record rap music in the beginning. And I mean, in the first place, like so much of rap music. There's no such thing as like bare vocal rap music, like one take rap music. Everything needs like coaching and like someone who's done it a few times, like themselves, or listens to rap at the least, to get the idea. Like I don't know. It wasn't fun, and I'm not sure who originally paid him outside of us giving him $10 an hour. I'm not sure. I'm not sure the agreement that he did with Bill that was like mine or something, and he had to do it again. But he did a real shitty job, and then like fucked with our lives like behind our backs too. He was upset about some drug deal gone bad or something. Really didn't like involve us in a bad way, but I don't know. He's a real scumbag, Derek Campbell. As far as that, and that kind of dampened the situation. Having to be tied in with that guy and knowing how bad of a person he is. A lot of people don't buy his shit in person. But he could work himself in there, and it just seemed like that's what he did. I cut him on arts. just didn't work his way in deep enough. Because it's like, if you know Derek as a person, he's just a horrible, horrible person, and like a really shitty like artist too. Like his music's pretty bad. I guess you could say that about me too, but it's like his is exceptionally bad for something that could just be simple and decent. At least I think. I haven't heard much of him, but further on, I don't know. I think he just really like. He also wanted to like steal some of our lyrics. Like he's a real creepy dude, you know, real creepy, creepy fucking dude. Really ruined the whole beginning and making of all that. But then again, it's like I don't know. You know, I have no idea. I don't know. You know, I just don't like him because of that Catamount Arts thing. I really didn't have much to say beforehand, because I still appreciated it. But I don't know. I didn't really see the whole picture until looking back. Like, okay, that guy was like tinkering with our lives too. And again, not saying everything he knew, but just continuing a relationship for his benefits of keeping an enemy closer. You know. And yeah, I don't know. The music we made, like not around him, was better, just by far, like easily better. And I don't know how, but it just came out better. That all those years I've spent since '08, like making music by myself. You know, it takes a long time. Like, you know, like now I know how to do it, like for myself and stuff. And you know, like I said, I still, it's like it's just nothing that excites me though. I've done it all. I've written songs to famous girls and dish famous rappers, and heard back from, like, I've had conversations with porn stars and famous rappers, and battled tons of people on forums. Like, done just about everything I could on the internet without being successful. You know, as far as I've made films, I've made videos, I've made mixtapes, I put out albums, I've interacted with porn stars and models and rappers and wrestlers for over a decade, and just, you know, just got nowhere. You know, without some kind of fan base helping you online, it doesn't make any sense. Like, and it's not hard to figure out. Like when you have zero fan bases, zero people who will, you know, take the time to share your music like nonstop. Like it just doesn't work like that. You have to be real popular when your shit comes out on the internet. It's, you know, I don't know. People dug my shit for like 2 weeks around here, man. Once we stopped doing shows, it's like people don't like your shit, or like it's just not the same thing. Like doing shows, like a big part of it. And I felt like, you know, we were being unfairly blamed for a bunch of shit. So it's not our fault that people react strangely, but you know, probably be dead if we kept doing shows. So, you know, so I'd say that. And then by the time we got a chance to do shows again, like just an open mic, it's like I just fucking hated Major. You know, until, you know, then I wanted to start working with Major again in like 2013. Like, okay, I can see us doing it now that we're older and stuff. And I'm not gonna like let you get away with so much shit. And he just wasn't up for it because of that. You know, it's like, man, you're not gonna get away with all that shady little fag shit now. Like, we're gonna have to do this and do it decent. He just didn't want to. He had all this other shit on his mind. It's like, and that was almost 9 years ago, man. If we had put like 2-3 years into it, it could have been profitable, or something that worked out in the long run. You know. And but you know, like I was saying about on the internet, man, it's like fucking pointless. After a point, if you don't have 100 high school friends to fucking pass it around and make that 1,000 somehow, and then make that fucking 10,000, and all of a sudden, like, you got a fan base, you know. Enough that it builds. It's not hard to figure out how it works, you know. And you know, it's just impossible at the moment, you know. hip hop isn't really, you know, as popular as it was either. I mean, it's still popular. It's just not as popular like the brand I do, where it's like half based on talent and like talent by luck, not talent by practice. And although I did practice a lot when I was a kid, it's talent just by writing. You know, it's like what you're saying is real talent. But you also have to combination that with talent vocally. Combinate that. I mean, like put that together with vocal talents to I honestly think now it's like great, but it's like 10 years too fucking late. It's not gonna be like a song. It's like, and the songs today still are like fucking 5 out of 10 are like fucking like forever hits in my point of view. So it just boggles my mind, and it's rough to like I don't know. It's rough to give a shit right now as far as telling you the joys of making all that music for 12 years, like by myself. And then before that, the 5 years before that, when we were doing it a different way with Campbell and shit as a duo, it's hard to find, any good stories and shit. I can tell you, I hate Major. I truly do. I don't wish him harm or anything. Like, he's in that brand of rapping and brought that brand of rapping to our shit. It's like maybe you got dissed like pretty hard by me, but it's like, you're a rapper, I'm a rapper. We've dissed people together. But I just don't like him. We're beyond that now musically, but I just honestly don't like him. I don't think I ever will, just because of things I remember and all that kinds of shit. Ugh. It's, same kind of thing. You do something faggy, right? Or stupid to a friend. You know what I'm saying? Like you hang out with an ex-girlfriend or an enemy. You don't want them to know. So you like just, I don't even know, man. I don't really know what his beef was, dude. To begin with. It was a lot like fake Sean's, though, If I was dating, like the 2 times I was dating someone, like, oh, you're in love with her now, right? Like before, they were passing around a party. Now it's like now she's like safe and acting normal and not drunk every time you see her. Like now you love her, right? It's okay, dude. It's like you don't love her, dude. You just like want to be me or something, or I don't know, like just real creepy. Just like him. It's like, so I don't like Major, no. In the least fucking bit, dude. And it's like, no matter what, there wouldn't be a good, like, meet up. Like, we're not gonna bag out like a hit together. And, like, he wrote some of his own shit, but I don't think he wrote it. He had somebody else, like, writing it. Like, whatever he presented as shit he wrote. I think his sister or something was writing it for him. And, like, I had to write shit for him. It's just like, I just don't, it wasn't as fun as like with Bill. Bill was very different. I did help Bill write, but he'd be writing it down, and like, mostly writing it his own. He just kind of giving them different words to use, I guess. And if you liked it, he used it, like rhyming words, like when you're bending it, because the style that he's using, the style that I'm using is based on. It's not really based on the words, like, a lot of them are based on the words, but it's also based on like an accent or, a little bit extra there, an accent or like a, changing of the voice to make half the words fucking rhyme or go together in hooks. And, he was a little more 50-50 with Bill, and him too was just, taking sheets of rhymes from people at some point. And I don't know, like his 2 CDs, I swear, were like just a version of something. I don't know, because he had the first one, which was like, just a bunch of the songs that like him and his friends were writing, and me, and he just kind of made it something minus me. So everything I'd made with him, he like replaced me either with his own shit, lyrics somebody gave him, or let somebody else finish it with him. And all the other shit he had, which he had plenty of, but it was probably like 5 or 6 that were like ones that we did together. And you know, but it had like a lot of stupid songs on it, saying stupid shit, mentioning people, and then diss songs. It's like, and it's like what I like too. It's like, I don't know. If I wasn't so fucking mad, like, I probably would have liked it and listened to it, but I didn't. His second CD was, a lot of the same shit, but it did have me on it. And like, I don't know. And like, those are the different kinds of songs you'd hear from him. And I'm sure they just wanted to steal those too. But it's like, I don't know. Really weird, man. Really, really weird. I'll tell you how like all that went. I would have preferred they just like not kept my shit on his shit, but I think they did. And at least I've put it online since. Like, I'm still proud of the songs I made with Bill. We made so many songs together, really cool ones those years, and the 5 that we did for his second CD weren't that cool compared to the fucking like dozens that we'd done that year in school together. And it's a bummer. And like the 5 or so that he left me off of his first CD, mainly because like they got robbed. Yeah. Mainly because like we're not talking for like a variety of fucking reasons. Because they tried to set me up with Tim, and they end up getting robbed. And Sean's in the car with Tim, and yeah, they want to make like some kind of like drug deal, like robbery, look like me. To this cop Harris in fucking Lindenville, and it just doesn't work, dude. And like, so we're not talking. You know what I'm saying? Plus, they're still trying to like pull this chick back, like to their side, like to like have like a thing to diss me about. And they do. They bring it up like a lot, dude. Like talking about running trains on her and shit, and their music. It's like it's just really bad. Like how it all goes. Because either way, Bill and those guys are going to turn on me. The only difference is like Tim fucked them over, made them kind of look stupid, and made Sean look stupid. And like Chris Cross, he did something where like it kind of helped, because either way I was getting fucked. Like, that's the only way I'm not going to get fucked somehow by that combination of people. Even though eventually I will, and eventually it comes back to haunt him. And like I don't even know. He just does not understand, like through his eyes, that like it's like I'm not just dating some girl who's like, like I'm not just dating some girl who'll be dating you. I'm dating some girl who's like a Rag and Bill's gang dude. Like when I met her was like homeless, and like when I actually originally met her, she was trying to go to the high school, and then I met her at that party. No, actually I met her at the party first. Like I was being set up by like Bill and those guys to get jumped basically. And they invited me to a bar party, and like fucking, I got real sick. But like that was the night that they're like running a train on the bitch, and like her trailer had been like abandoned, dude. You know what I'm saying? Not abandoned, but like her mom had like fled, like because like her brother started letting people come over and like party and stuff, and then it turns into like a whole gang of people, and then 1 or 2 bad decisions later, she doesn't want that kind of like lifestyle with her 2 kids. So she takes off and like leaves the kids there. So they've been like partying for weeks. Just inviting people over to rob or have gag activity happen to. And the next time I see her, she's trying to get into the school, and then she's like homeless in town, and I'm selling weed. So like her and her brother are buying weed from me, and I really don't like either one. And then the next thing I know, she's just there every day at my apartment. And like, I'm not really sure. But then her like, and then after she calms down, right, and moves back in with her mom, and isn't doing the whole like I'm an adult now thing, and her life gets normal a little bit, dude, for a while, right until whatever happens with Sean, and then her life goes crazy. You know, it's just how it is. Kind of like my life, it calmed down too. Like, so all of a sudden, I'm not just some like crazy dude trying to survive, crazy 17-year-old trying to survive in a new town. Like I have like a best friend, and it's like her, and she's just hanging out. And instantly, like Sean tries to move up, and I had a lot of friends that like it wasn't like with Joy too. It was just a bunch of people from school that used to like come and hang out, and then suddenly she's just there every day, and but not like staying over. No, they're just there after school, and they're still going back to where she's like living. Like I don't know, somehow, some way, she ends up moving, stop being a runaway or whatever the fuck she's doing. Moves back in with her mother. Like the part of the deal is they can't party or something like so openly, but they end up, after like minus me, the only reason she's like behaving around her mother is because of me too. I'm trying to keep everything normal as I do in life, and the second I'm gone, they probably like they're probably partying at her mother's apartment like every day again. Like they're probably like, just being assholes again. And her mother doesn't last long. Well, only lasts like 2 years after that and then dies. But I know she appreciated like how it was, after I was gone. Yeah, she probably probably co-signed it at first, and then like this chick within by 2010, she's like you know she's like like the highest extreme of drug addict too. You know, the quick story is the guy she got from the army, right? He never goes to the army. He gets kicked out for being a junkie because he gets like 40K every 4 years because his dad got a bad blood transfusion from the town hospital and got AIDS. So like every 4 years for a certain amount of time, he's getting like 40K. So the first time they get it, probably around 2008 or 09, that's all she's waiting for too. She's just like that. And like, so they, get strung out beyond belief for like 6 months. And then I see her after that, and she's like really rough too. And like, I only see her like one other time, like in 2013. She wanted to like borrow $40. And she showed up and I just looked like shit. And it's like after she like got in jail for like cooking meth or something. And like, I don't know. Just one bad thing after the next with that bitch. So I don't think I ever see her again, at least that I remember after 2013. So it's almost been 9 years that I've seen her in person. And, I don't know. I wouldn't want to see her in person, you know? Just because at one point she was okay with it. You know what I'm saying? And it just got like, it just, like first she's okay with it for one reason or another. She agrees I'm being too strict. She should be able to give these guys some of her honey, but I don't think she even thinks this. I think this is just like part of the crazy Kate ladies thing, or I don't even know. So I don't even know, and like I just don't know when it happened too. So it's even worse. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't have the exact like dates. Like was this at the end of your school year there, or before the school year started? Like I just don't see. I honestly just don't see how it makes sense. It just doesn't to me. And it's like horrible to have in my head like all the time, man. And that's probably gonna be like a 2 hour shoot interview altogether. Me just going over and over how I can't believe some of the shit I remember nowadays, and how bad like I don't give a fuck about the music. you know. So I mean that's only like '05, but yeah. I mean I like heard from her online, same idea. She'd like get a hold of me until like I used to still wish her a happy birthday every year and say hi once in a while because I always felt bad. Like, and I don't know why. Like, I think back and it's like, besides all that, like I can't. Like, part of the thing, right, was after they kidnapped me, right? And like returned, and like, you know, kind of like stole a lot, like the librarian, sped teacher's purse. And she had to like bring me back alive. She could get her purse back like after she's brought me back alive after kidnapping me. And like one of the first things I remember being brought back too was like, you know, telling the bitch to shut off some Dixie Chicks, and she's like flipping out, like just how bad she wants to murder me and how she can't, and like she's in the car with the lady, and she's surprised to be there and alive, and like has no idea, and like the lady's like, yeah, but he's alive, but you can't like keep going there, like whatever you're doing, just stop going back to like back to like, you know, acting like he has to give you half his life, like stop whatever's going on, like obviously you're a piece of shit. You think he's dead until this moment. And you're just glad that you're alive. And you're not like hyper either that I'm alive. Like you're like thinking over it yet how it's going to be like when we get back to St. Johnsbury. Well, you just aren't cool with him no more. Stop talking to him. His sisters are something. My sisters never explained to me either what happened. So it just makes more sense because I don't remember outside of that, like what like how that breakup happened, other than like she wanted to like sleep with Bill friends again, you know, all that, and then somehow that army dude just showed up at a party, and it's like '05, so anybody who's like fresh out of boot camp or going to the army or in the army is like a hero by default, maybe. So they have to like, so they get totally played, but not by me, you know, for what they just like turned on me for. Now they have to like, now we have to all get together, me, Bill, and these guys, and like write songs and shit. And it's like, I think it's definitely after because Sean's gone by then. And yeah, like I see her a couple more times, I think, but then it's like completely over and like little explanation, you know. It's a lot like the Marissa thing. It's like, are you like the most heartless person in the world, or is someone like, would you like literally get like tricked into fucking me over now? Now you can't even go back on it, and you're mad at me because like more or less I'm alive, and like, you know, you just have to like accept that, you know, because now you can't like, I don't know, I have no idea. It's like, or you're just like a heartless person, like I don't know, like just the way those breakups happen, you know, just like it's over. And I don't know, maybe not. Maybe I'm just looking at it like you know, maybe I'm just looking at it like you know, the one who got broken up with, right? Is how I always thought too, until like, you know, these like memories of resurfaced. It's like, man, you know, maybe that gives you the shimmy. How I ended up here, you know, all the you know, pretty little fucking scar wounds on my chest. But no, how I ended up here, it's like, I don't know. There's just some shit too that people used to like talk about how they, you know, about how when they're trying to spoil the ending of some simulation, it's like this is kind of like what they were talking about. And I've been up here before to work, and really sketchy shit. Like I was only up here for a day, but somebody got like 3 dudes got murdered up there, and like I'd only worked one day on the tree farm, and like, you know, a bunch of other people that were like also working just like one day, but like never went back to work, like also seeing that kind of shit. And I don't know. I got tranked up there. It's creepy, and I'm not far from there right now. I'm literally like, I am literally on the same fucking street as that fucking tree farm. All right, what's up? It's been a few minutes. But like I was saying, back in '08, I was like questioned about something that happened here in '04, which I vaguely remember because I had been tranked too. It was like a setup not far from here, like, you know, to meet up with a van to work for the month of December in a Christmas tree farm, which is assigned for right at the end of this street, like 100 yards away, not even. And but then you get tricked, like, you know, you show up, the van's got like, you know, 2, you know, 50-gallon jugs of cocoa and coffee, but they're all like spiked, and they're mostly trying to round up like illegals and fucking bail jumpers from other states. It's just like bounty hunters that would be up here running everyone's name when they got here. because a lot of people probably thought they were getting money out of the table, but it's really just the checks. And a lot of the guys, are up there planning to have other people work for them or have other people cash the checks for them type shit. But yeah, I mean, we can getting all that story another time. But yeah, it's pretty intense, if you're up there with 30 drugged criminals, all looking for Christmas work and realizing that half of these guys know the deal and half of these guys don't. Some of the guys have been hiding up there for a year. It's so they can be in charge or something, come December 1st. And I don't know. Definitely been here and blindfolded here before. To the point of this road, coming up this road, someone took my blindfold off and pointed out on the right side coming up, there's a barbed wire section of the woods just cut out of nowhere. Looks like this shack's little thing, but instead it's just a fucking barbed wire line that had cows in it back then. It doesn't anymore, but it's what really reminds me. Oh wow, that was a fucked up experience. Yeah, it's right there though. I'm just here, trying to work on a property, family owned, so it'd be sold or something. Kind of just trying to get my head together, not be as I don't know. I want to be able to be well spoken when people when I have to talk to people like this about this shit. So that's the point of this video, this shoot interview. I'll recycle from different points in time now that I've told 3 hours worth of the story, whatever a listener would get from all that. I can now, pick out little points in time and spend an hour talking about DUC or spend an hour about what happened in 2012 or 05 and not just rush through the story. Because I could probably tell you my life story in 3 minutes and it's all I knew until recently when born in Boston, lived in Woonsocket, family, my parents got divorced, my mother overdosed in the 90s. It was a big deal, heroin was huge in the cities in the 90s. We stayed a little time in Canada, then we moved to Cape Cod to live with my aunt and uncle for a little time, for a year. Then my dad was remarried, we lived with a stepfamily for 3-4 years. And then I was in juvie for a little while, between the ages of 14 and 16, and 14, 17, and then sent up here at age 17 to live with my newly located father and stepmother, still married at that point. They got divorced. Me and my dad moved into an apartment together in town, still in high school. I dated a girl, or hung around a girl for a year and a half. Sean moved up here a few months into that. All that stuff happened in 05. We made some music. I dated another girl until 07. A whole bunch of bad legal stuff happened. Same kind of story as 05. And then, and then I tried to relocate a couple times until about 2010, where I gave up and just was at my dad's house pretty much, making music for 11 years. 12 years now, because I'm still kind of making music. So. But as you can see, if I were to sit there and jump into little tiny things and details of all that, I could talk about, some shit that I don't really remember for an hour of shit, just trying to pan it together. But so that's the fast version. But if you watch this whole video, you've probably watched close to 2 hours now of me just talking randomly about my life and things that's going on in my head now, as far as post trying to tell you a life story and then realizing how horrifying it really is. Things you never do and things that are about to happen and all that kind of crazy, scary shit where people do that Illuminati thing, whether it's a trick or some people really just cheating within a simulation that we're all in. I don't know. I don't really believe that. I just look at the earth like it's like oh, like a chemical reaction, right? And a real special one. If we were just a rock in the sky, and somehow these chemicals, just because we're in the right area compared to all these other spaces, and the sun hits us just correctly, that you know, that we were able to create life from moss, more or less, like water, moss, and then all of a sudden, just life from years on, just grew from that. Even though you see a tree, all it grows is a tree, but I don't know. I don't know what to say. That's what I believe. Though I believe in science. Whether that's technology or the miracle of science. Natural science, how things evolve and are created through chance and all that kinds of shit. Through chance and combinations of chemicals and gases and all the things that keep the earth in the air. And keep the air on the earth and the water like stable and all that kinds of shit. I just think it's like a miracle of science. But some people think it's a miracle of technology too, and that it's simulation, or that there's a God. I'm gonna have to say that I'm gonna have to say that we are the lucky planet of life. And it's like science miracles. And a lot of these people are just like trying to fuck with people's heads for one reason or another. And no one's really done. I'm trying. Like the last time someone, I don't know, did the Illuminati shit to me was like after the dentist thing, and that was like 2018, 2017. After the bar thing, there was like a Japanese guy who was like stalking me and like really obsessed with becoming to be me and knew too much about me. From asking for a cigarette on the streets and knowing way too much. And then I seen the guy again at the bus station in 2018, like after the dentist thing. Completely different situations. One time it's in town on Main Street, and then like the third time I seen him was recently at the library too. So on Main Street was a lot above the library. Just trying to figure out like why his version wasn't popping off. Like why wasn't he like why wasn't he some like magical star? Like, cause he's trying to like he's here from somewhere and he's trying to like live out what I was doing. What I was like doing like last September. Like I'm writing there and and sitting there to see if like the police act normal or if like it's true that they're just the really guilty people too and like get really freaked out when they see someone they've done all that to. How they were reacting, but which drove me into the library to have to write there instead. But so the last time I seen that guy was the last time I'm in the library. He was just like sitting like at a table, like like I'm in one table writing, looking this way. He's at a table this way, staring at me very angrily. Even goes as far as to smash his hand down to see if I look at him. But I think I just get up and leave. Like I don't remember. So that's 3 different times I seen the guy, and like it was all about that too. Like he's just some story that like I had like kind of like created off of like at first, last year when I was like talking about like, oh, there's like kind of like I talk about this. I'm like, this is some kind of like story where it's supposed to be like 2 brothers post some other shit doing something like this together while one brother like becomes a normal guy, like let's go and making music and all that shit. Like, then I proceed to go work at a tree farm or something nearby here after we figure it all out together. All the things that happen to us. Like it's like a brother story. If my dad wanted to do it, that'd be fine too, but he really doesn't like me or see me as like a person that he can talk to normally. It has to be in a labor situation, any interaction between us. Or like a situation where I need something and like I have to not say anything while we go get the shit, like supplies, as he fucks with me. Like, it's one or the other. It's not anything good, like, as far as help me figure out what happened. Never happened. None of that happened. I didn't even have a second wife. It's like, oh man, this is like horrifying in so many different ways. And then, yeah, it's evil, man. It's really dark and really evil. Forget what I was saying though. Oh, but the fucking Chinese guy or Japan guy, the thing, yeah. It's talking about this place too. When we were at the South Station, it's just somebody who's like, I always think it's people fuck with me when they say they want to like pretend to be me or like use my music and like pretend to be them. This is like all those years later. Like I'm like in my 20s, like late 20s in fucking 2018 or something. Like, and it's still the same kind of jokes or something. But yeah, I had like said, okay, the librarian story is very simple. You know, I write a mixtape there and it becomes about her, like, you know, just speaking hypothetically about like, you know, being beautiful in a library and whatever uh, poetically you can say around that story. And then somehow, like, you know, it just slowly, like one of those like romance stories without even a kiss. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just supposed to be like that till like, you know, Christmas or something. Like, that's all I was saying. I think, and he's like mentioning like, why isn't it working for me? It's like, because I think I'm just like saying, hopefully, like it'll never really work if all you did was get that far. You know, as far as you just almost got set up for something, for like a book, or did get set up, or did something, got the same idea, like got a book, and then got stabbed, like tranked. And you don't want to go back there to bring the book back tranked, and they're trying to pretend like they're innocent, and you know, you're just freaked out. I remember that. Those are like the last like Illuminati ass things like people trying to throw at me, like confuse me though. Is what I'm trying to like say. And it involved that fucking like library thing too. Like I swear, man, until she mentioned that kid Mark the last time I was in the library, and I thought I had just seen him like recently up there, and I just thought I was like tripping. And like she said, it kept, like, you know, it was just it was very very recalling, like, oh, okay, I see, like, you know, very scary, very scary. Like remembering all that at once, like wow, and then remember like the Chinese guy thing, and like because I couldn't even figure out why this Chinese guy is staring at me all angry, like missing an eye and shit or something. It's like, I don't even know. It's really creepy, really really creepy. You know, but yeah, so you know, there's different things we can go back to, and we can continue these videos. I'm just gonna put this up as shoot interview part one. And if anyone watches it and people want me to delve in deeper to some of these different things going on or that went on or that I'm trying to figure out around making music, it's like I'm just trying to put out something different for this new channel for Good Coffee Club. You know what I'm saying? This is just something I've never done. And mainly, a lot of the reason I've never done it, dude, is because of the head injuries that like I've only now had enough time in between serious head injuries that I can do this, believe it or not, or being drugged, tranked, you know, like, you know, that adds confusion to your brain, you know, it's horrible, you know, or just anything, you know. Like, the point is, like, this is like, you know, like, I probably would have done shit like this before, but it's like I'm only just now able to do half of this as far as talking to a camera and not, you know, twitching and having head injury side effects and shit, man. And I'm sure I still am to a degree, but not half as bad. You know? And, yeah. Hope you guys enjoyed some of that. There's no way you can enjoy this. It's like a fucking horror story, like I was saying. And I don't know. But if there's interest, I will continue doing like a series of shoots and delving into little things and other things that like I think happened or didn't happen or should have happened or could still happen or why the fuck I'm fucking near this fucking place. Like in a million fucking years, like how could I possibly be 20 yards away from the fucking tree farm in 2022? I shit you not, man. Oh wait, I was definitely like, just what do you know? Were you one of the guys who seen something and didn't see something? It's like, I don't think I seen anything personally. I just remember everybody freaking out, like at some point, because I was trained. So, but I remember people freaking out, like, but I didn't see anything. But I remember them saying what they were freaking out about, like the gunshots, and then them dragging the bodies over to like a bear cave, even though it's December, so it's tough to say they'd eat the body right then and there, but I don't know. It's like how here, I don't know. It's Little things we'll keep talking about on this old school bus. The old school bus shoot interviews with Eddie. Yeah. All right. Yeah, I don't really know what to say. About how evil all that is, and hopefully we can talk more about music and other shit. Try to not breaking any laws while I'm telling these stories. Which I think really is just me not personally handing this to somebody. That's pretty much like I can just do this. I can do this. I just can't I don't know. Can't be like, hey, Davenport, I'm going to tell a story about how fucked up a person you were. You know what I'm saying? But I can tell the story and just do it openly. Like I'm getting a little better at the rules, I guess. But we'll see. We'll see. It's like, I don't know. I think it's crazy too. Yeah. So none of it makes sense unless it's, I guess, fucked up, as I suddenly recall. So yeah, I'm gonna have my coffee, put together this 2 hours of video into one, and put it online. Like I said, if people dig it, I'll delve into different topics that I've already gone over or some that I left out. All right? Take care, y'all. Oh, what is up? Back for part 2 of the shoot interview. For those of you who listened to part 1, you get the gist of the story. Today we're going to focus on me and Major's relationship and Bill's relationship and how all that took place starting in 2003. So, March 2003, I move up here, right? Staying with my step family, who my dad has recently moved back in with. There's 3 houses, and he lives in one of the houses in one of the apartments, and I'm going to stay there. I'm going to stay there with him as he stays in that apartment. It's pretty nice. It's got a sauna, but it's like real old, like an 80s. Like an 80s, an 80s style, like wooden. Even before that, maybe even 70s. So it was fancy at one point, but this is 2003. Kind of run down. Kind of. Some of the shit don't work. Some of it's being fixed up like the other apartments upstairs and stuff. But whatever. So I was staying there with my dad, and among many things, I get a PlayStation. I play SmackDown. I want to say Shut Your Mouth. Oh no, SmackDown Here Comes the Pain. The one with Lesnar in it. The one with Lesnar and like Hogan. And it's the year that Hogan faces Rock at Mania. Right? I'm not sure. It's definitely the year Booker T faces Triple H at Mania. And like Goldberg versus Lesnar and that kind of stuff. So I have the game, watching Mania, fresh out of juvie, just enjoying myself, and it was becoming an issue of getting weed. I remember, of all things, like marijuana was the issue, trying to keep a supply of weed going because I played video games. And my dad somewhat lived in the apartment with me, and somewhat still interacted with the step family, like doing upholstery for her and stuff, like being like the assistant, like the laborer in the situation. But it was really strange. It actually ended by just one day. It was like I was supposed to remove some fabric from a chair, and then it just looked like somebody else went down there after I was done and like tore out all the stuff that wasn't supposed to be removed from me. I don't think I actually did that bad of a job, but so I end up needing to get weed pretty bad, like a month in, and end up at that school by my dad's suggestion to try to assign into the school out in Lindenville Learn. So when I got there, it must have been almost May. It wasn't a long end of the year, so I did just so I did go there for a couple months at the end of that year, and mainly just to get weed. And there wasn't a bad group of people, and wasn't anything bad going on either that I like noticed, at least. And the situation, it wasn't long. It was only like maybe 3 weeks of school that I was actually there for. And we eventually moved by the end of that year. Like right at the end of that year, we also moved away from the Steph family and into the town where he works near for the post office. So we are there in a one bedroom. I'm sleeping in like the kitchen. At first on a lawn chair for the first week or so, sleeping in like the kitchen dining room area because it's only one bedroom. And it's a cool apartment. It's got it's like a shitty apartment, but it has its own own vibe. It had its own vibe to it. It was like an old parole apartment where they put like people fresh out of jail or people on house arrest, and it was like had new owners. So we were one of the first people renting from the guy that newly owned the building, and it was run down, but run down very uniquely. And put together very uniquely. It had like a cool fire escape, and I don't know. It wasn't a bad situation there, and yeah. But so I met Major originally, and I'm not sure who I met. Yeah, okay. So I meet Bill later, like around the same time. I meet Major and Bill, but I meet Major at the school. He's one of the first people I meet, and we get along. We start a group right away. Within like the first day, we decided we are gonna be rappers together. We hadn't like picked a name or anything, but that first day, we just throwing around bands that we liked and rappers we liked, and decided we'd be a duo, like right then and there on the spot. First day we met at school, but it took a couple weeks at least to come up with the name and all that kinds of shit. Well, maybe a couple months, maybe till the next year, school year. I don't think we came with the name until the next school year. But okay, so I met Major, that early spring, in school, and we started a group. And then I met Bill at like a drug and alcohol class that was set up like part of my juvenile probation up here was to go to like a diversion alcohol class for teens. Nothing compared to what I had just been through for 3 years for juvenile probation and parole being committed. So it was very easy, but within that, once a week alcohol class for 3 months maybe when I first got here. I didn't have any, supervision as a juvenile. It was pretty cool. It's pretty good times at age 17. So I meet Bill that first day, and he's got every like Bill, who later became Rob You Quick, and he's in the AB thing, and he's already kind of mentally in a gang called AB, standing for like the Absolute Bandits for Absolute Vodka. And okay, so I meet him. He's a good 16, and he's just, he's never met his dad. He's an alcoholic. wants to be a rapper, big fan of Eminem. I get all that right away. Right then and there, again, we agree that, maybe we'll do something musically together, like down the road. And this is like just meeting a guy. He doesn't go to the high school yet. I'm just randomly meeting Bill this way too. And instantly we decide that, in the future, I'm a rapper. I'm doing something up here, and that's what you want to do. So I never see Bill again until that summer when I first meet like that girl and a brother and Bill and all his pals, like a variety of them. And like what had happened shortly before that, before like school was over, was they kept getting like robbed for weed. Like weed nowadays is so easy to get your hands on, but at some point, believe it or not, weed was like so hard to like get sometimes, and like so easy to get robbed, like in the same way, because you want weed so bad, so you give you money to someone up front, and it just like every time, you lose your money, or you get a shitty bag, you have to buy the shitty bag. It's all just weed was a dangerous situation to try to like smoke weed and do all that. Like mostly if you're living someplace else, and you're not just going to a nice place in Canada where they'll sell you an ounce or two of the kindest bud for like $100, and this is back in '03. So once you can't do that anymore, and you have to go to the street and like buy your ace and that kinds of shit, it just sucks right away at first. So I had gotten robbed by one of Bill's like pals, and I'd probably been talking shit. So I'm getting set up basically to come to the trailer park, which I later have a lot of things happen at, and that's where like Major lives. And so I go up there to party with some people or something, and I remember it was my last check from McDonald's. Like, I was 17, and my last check from McDonald's, I was like, oh yeah, I'll pitch in for some booze or whatever. And something happens where like, like Bill had a thing where he liked to pour Visine in people's drinks and like watch them vomit and shit themselves. Like, I think something, I didn't shit myself, but like a combination of like, I got really sick is the point. And like, seen Bill again, and like we start wrestling. I smashed my head really hard. I can't remember if his buddy David hit me with something at first behind my head, then I smashed my head, or if I just smashed my head pushing me and Bill like pushing each other. Like, what's up, man? Like, but like Bill, I later realized like a real violent psychopath. So it's like very possible he was doing that on purpose. And like I hurt myself really hard and got really sick on the back of my head, and it was rough. So yeah, and that was like the first like party I'd ever been to too, like just in general. And it was sketchy, It was sketchy. Like I said, a bunch of dudes, one chick, and it was all really sketchy shit. I'll give you that. You don't realize like how fucking crazy that trailer park is either, and all the people that like live there and shit. So that happened, and then school starts, and Bill still isn't going to school. Bill starts to school maybe in like October, I want to say. I want to say Bill starts school. Like, he doesn't start the school on the first day in September, but so we start school that year. It's still '03. So September '03. And then me and Major, that's where we come up with DUC like pretty quick, and it's like in that span of time to that like month or two, like September, October '03, because Major gets kicked out of school like real quickly that school year, more or less replaced by Bill. But we come up with DUC and all that stuff, and then it's like then Corey's not going to school no more. And now we got kind of just seeing Corey like after school once in a while and that kinds of shit. It's like wow. For a while too, the story was a little blurry to me. Now I kind of see it a little better because it's like man, I'm trying to think why I didn't talk to Major for a while too, leading up to that. I think it's just like I think I was just like living life. To be honest with you, but we practiced after school a lot too. Those when we were all at school together. It was a good time, man. Being that young, Like me, Bill, his buddy David, Major. There were a couple of days where it was like the four of us, and it was actually really enjoyable. But then it was always a different combination of that. And a lot of it was just me and Bill. After Major got kicked out of school, there was a lot more me and Bill time. And, because he had asked me when we were at the fucking alcohol class that spring, like, or early summer, like, about the school, like, asked me if there's any girls there. For some reason he didn't want to go to the school he was at, like, Concord or something. I don't know. He had a lot of trouble too. Like right before he had started the school, like him, like I said, he was a maniac. So he was at a party where a dog was like beaten to death, like sexually, like murdered. It was like really bad thing that was in the paper. And he had just gotten in trouble for it when I met him, and just had like a death wish of just being arrested and like being like like whatever crime was available to do, he wanted to do it. And it slowly like became more and more into that idea, like as we got to know each other a little bit more through that year. And a lot of like him getting to know me wasn't even like from me, you know what I'm saying? Like unbeknownst to me, there were like people from my old high school like still involved somewhat, because Joe was gone really quick too, because he wasn't even there when they took the pictures. It was a picture of me and Bill they sent the old high school I went to, like to prove it was like me, or just I don't know why they wanted like a picture of me. But so after that, they had people in the school a lot, and I think like one of the guys had to have been in Bill's ear, because at the end of that school year, Bill ends up trying to like set me up for some drug thing they were doing, and then the kid like robs them for the drugs. Like I wasn't there, but through secondhand stories, that's what I picked up from that. But during the year, it was like we worked on a lot of music together. We did a lot of things like Major. Just like it would have never worked in a school because it was only a small school. It's still like 10 to 12 people there, maybe 15 at the most, on like an everyone's here at the moment type situation. And it was only in like a old like dentist office in an apartment, so like the apartment above like an office, and like it's turned into like a smaller school. And the teachers were shady. It wasn't the same teachers that they had the first year. The first year they had like an eccentric teacher named Felicia, and like a gay teacher named Scott, and then Keith was there. Maybe another teacher, and they were all like part-time teachers, I think. And then that next year they like for some reason had two full-time teachers, and like maybe something else, but not. And they're just two males, Keith and some guy, Brian. Yeah, you get used to, yeah, you get used to how people are with each other up here, and it's like I wouldn't respect those guys any more than I did then. I'd actually respect them less than I did then. Like if I knew what I know now, like I wouldn't, but maybe not. Maybe I don't know. I do a lot of things different that school year, but point is, like Major was gone. I don't think he could have done it anyways. He was just such an asshole in the school. You know what I mean? Like he's one of those kids that has to be, even though I'm like that too, like he's like just worse at being like the center of attention. Like, he's pretty bad. And Bill's not like that at all. And like when Bill's there, I'm really not like that either. Like after Major's done with school. But like that guy Keith like hates me for like going back and forth with Major in classes, like fucking with Keith and fucking with each other, and just nonstop fucking with each other. And so Major's gone, but that guy Keith like hates me. And like I'm probably a little different around Bill. We're really kind of, it's in a weird way that whole school year. It's odd with me and Bill because we're learning how to rap, or not learning how to rap. We're just writing and like getting that in, and I don't learn anything else except how to fill pages of rhymes, more or less, like in there at least. Like we're not rapping out loud at all. We're not working with beats. We're not doing anything. We're not talking music. We're mostly just writing lyrics between each other that whole year. And then after school, like trying to record songs, like just trying to get better, and like working towards what would come the next year. And or that year, I wanted to perform at the end of the year, and But like I said, like I wasn't really letting Bill know a lot about me, but like everything that he did learn about me was like secondhand through those people, so it wasn't too correct. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if he knew that or sensed that or what. In that sense, like, well, man, they're gonna be playing you too. What would make you think that like they'd respect you or do you any better or different? So yeah, but we make a lot of great music, and I can't really think of like a lot of good times at that school, like because it's all just like awkward, you know. It's like real and painfully awkward shit. You know what I'm saying? It's awkward and like painfully awkward. It's not the office awkward and cute and funny. It's like painfully awkward. Okay, and you know, it's like, and Bill was an alright kid. You know, when he wasn't like trying to fuck me over or trying to like, haha, I know something that I shouldn't know, hee type shit about you. Like, okay, it's like that makes me feel different or act different towards you, but it might just be like really bad information. You know, when he wasn't like that, he was an alright guy. You know, I think from what I remember, you know. You know, I remember like D12, like towards the end of that school year, like D12 was really big too. So like, how come we don't even talk? Like a lot of those songs were like really like 40. Like it was a real party. Like we just wanted to fucking get drunk and fight each other. You know, kind of spirit. You don't want to fight each other, but you just want to like party. But that's how it always would end. You know, like a fight or something. And like, but yeah. So okay. So me and Major, like we still stay kind of tight, right? Kind of tight until yeah. Me and Major is still tight, and we're still doing it. But I don't think Major like Bill could see that there was something a little like a chance to do other shit. Like okay, Eddie's performing. There might be a chance to like actually like record music on anything besides a tape deck. I don't think so. Right until like fucking the net, like I probably I don't see Major for a while because like a lot. It's like and I'm not saying it was like a surprise, but I just kept my word to Major. I think in a way, but he wasn't holding it down, is what I'm trying to say. In between, like to a degree, but like not really. Like like we really shouldn't. Like I shouldn't have wanted to do the DUC thing with him like right away. Like I should have like skipped it and just like made some new thing up with Bill to like adapt to the situation, which would have been a better idea. Or just said it was going to be my own thing, or I don't know. But instantly, we're gonna do the DUC thing that we wanted to do. Like I don't know, I don't know. I had made plenty of solo music, and I could have done like a real solo album, but like, and just cut them totally out and just done stuff with Bill. I don't know, just anything but keeping my word to Major. That like if anything besides the tape deck, like we'll do our thing first, which is basically like ICP and like Necro put into one. You know, add on some like boy band shit. Like I don't know, we it was its own thing. Then it just slowly became like whatever I wanted it to be. Cause like he's his participation writing was like never there unless like he brought stuff, and I'm assuming ghostwriting like I'd be ghostwriting to someone else probably giving you some shit too, which a lot of that I assume, but he wasn't putting in as much. Mostly like when it was like the most important, you know? And like a lot of the mistakes were like him giving me all his beat CDs, which like, Bill had stolen. And it was I made a lot of mistakes along the way, like too, but it's like, you know, um so I'm just trying to think like how do I describe like it's like because it's like then we start trying to be friends, right? Like after all that shit happens in 05 with the librarian, my little brother, he's not there. Me, Bill, and Corey are trying to be friends because we know this is coming up, and you know no one's planning on what happened after Sean got back or fake Sean got back with the Bill and Corey and big brawl and war and shit. No one's thinking that's gonna happen. When Sean's gone, me, Corey, and Bill's at the time girlfriend Crystal like all go and like jump off a fucking a bridge, and we're trying to have, like swimming bridge, like, like at least 80 feet up, like scary, at least 50. I don't even know, but I jumped first. It's pretty cool because Bill brings us to it. It's only like the side of the road, and like, you know, he's trying to do like a would you jump in after me, like, follow me off a bridge, and I jumped off first before he could get all the shit out, and but I'm saying like like we were trying to bond, like at least the three of us, like knowing that like after Bill's thing was done, which was pretty much already done, we'd be we somehow have to like fix figure out between the three of us like what we're gonna do next. And it just the second fake Sean got back, like it imploded, and it was like a fight during just another drinking night. And yeah, because there's so much tension there. Like, Bill's been robbed by these guys, and Bill tried to play me. Bill don't like Major, and it's like there's a lot of tension. And okay, so post Bill fight, Major, fucking, he was just interested in fucking chicks, and try to sell weed. And I give it granted, man. That first time you sell weed, it's like such a great feeling, and like you're in like the worst kind of situation to be trying to enjoy it. But it's like, I just think back to when I was selling weed in like '04, and that like that's what I was doing. Like, those for a little bit, like selling like just ace of weed, like middleman weed for a bowl pack or $10. It was like great that first time you do it. So it's like I just remember that's all he was like gave a shit about. And he's not really, he's not writing, and not like, I don't know, we're getting in a lot of trouble for no reason. And just felt like I said like something really bad had just happened. And all these people are around me pretending like something really bad didn't happen, and they're just letting other bad things happen. And it's like fucking horrible, dude. It's just a horrible experience making that first CD. And like knowing that a lot of like the good shit I'd written, like he threw my fake Sean, like it thrown out the window, like during the whole like when I'm out of it thing. Like he like threw my notebook out the window at some point, But it's like I just remember that like in a weird like back and forth conversation where I said, just write some new shit. It won't be that shit. That shit was real good shit, because that was like the Hold You Down, the original track, probably like the lyrics on all that, and a lot of shit was in there that didn't get like that wasn't able to be salvaged. So like me Major's album just ended up being like a weird mixture of like what I had left and what I'd like written in those last like 3 weeks before the Bill fight, and like what fucking I could come up with right there on the spot or find in like an older notebooks. It just sucked. It just sucked, and like there was some good ones, and I don't even have them. I don't have like the intro, because that's funny when I'm ripping off Road Dogg and shit, just doing the DUC thing. And there's some on the second one, like the song DUC on the second track on the second album I haven't heard forever, and I just remember I had a real irritating hook that would have been cool. Like there were a lot of cool things on the second one that like were way cooler than the first one, because he had like a little bit of extra time, or took too much time on it as a whole. But it's like a lot of good shit. But like Major as a person by the end of that second album, I just didn't like. I didn't trust him. I didn't like him, and it was becoming like real hard to like put it off like that. Like one thing in particular towards the end when we do the My Mind, it's a Necro remix, and it's like head split, so it's like the Necro song, and it's like he's got something to it, and all I gotta do is add a verse. And within his thing, he wants to pass it off to me after like calling like my brother in debt. It's like, man, can you call me anything but your brother? It's like, just in case, like, I just have this weird feeling that I'm not gonna like you not long from now. I didn't say all that, but I did ask him like, can you say anything else, like nigga or fucking my juggalo, my homie, like anything besides my brother? And then like, it's all right, fine, because like, I just don't want people thinking like I was like at that point, at least thinking that. But then again, it was probably like a year-old song, so it was, I see your point. You keep it how it's written, but it's like today, I don't think I like vibe off that. I don't feel that way towards you. What's when we were doing that? It was a real sketchy situation. You know, just more. It's like it's just really weird. You know, really weird how people react. Like like you have something they want, right, and then they ruin what you have, and then they have something slightly close to that, but like have no like guilt or shame or like it's just oh yeah, I wish I'd waited till my life plateaued and got a little more normal. And it's like shit, fuck you. I just don't like Major like at all for a million fucking reasons, dude. And it's like I have tattoos that say DUC on them, standing for drug usage comes easy. I remember when we came at first, it stood for drug underworld critical environment, and like I said, we had just come up with it in school, and that's really how it went, and then change the drug usage comes easy because it's like it's just referring to the writing, like romanticizing drugs or that lifestyle that revolves around like a white guy, in a dangerous situation, like not controlled by drugs, but maestroed by drugs, maestroed by the drug dealer and the people using drugs, you know what I'm saying? Like just drugs in general, maestro our white lives somehow, one way or another, whether it's in the hood or if it's in the middle of the fucking woods. Like our white lives are fucking, impacted by drug use is what it really was talking about. For drug usage comes easy. It's not saying like, oh yeah, we just do drugs, bitches. It's really saying like, our music's insight into that kind of life, like that we can speak of easy, like drug use, wherever it's from. I've seen it many places. He's seen a lot of it up here. Yeah. But I have that tattooed on me. It's like we have matching tattoos. It's hilarious. We have two matching tattoos. Like like the RIP to Bill and like a razor blade with the DUC lettering in it. Like we actually have matching tattoos. Not just one. I was a huge fan of the New Age Outlaws. And yeah, when I heard the story of like Billy and Jesse having fucking matching tats, I had to copy it too. Yeah, of course. Just like the intro, it's like just another thing with the New Age Outlaws. I was generally like a big fan of wrestling. Obviously like had the bandanas tied up like Sabu, but just with bandanas, not turbans. So you really didn't have no idea what the fuck I was doing. It looked really cool, and fucking had the had the John Cena thing, but instead just like like a Cuban link, a small little silver one, and like a fucking hand scale hanging from it that I used to weigh my weed with when I was selling it. There's ways to like fuck those up so they're half a gram over and shady shit. I just remember being a kid and having to like prove people that it was like a legit one, so you have to put a nickel on the fucking hand scale and shit. I had to prove that it wasn't off when you're selling weed and shit. It's funny. And then you don't want the scale too, because then your weed's not weighing. So it's like I got a scale on my neck. It's fucking awesome. I used to have songs about it, like about the scale on my neck and all that shit. Like I was a completely different rapper, like before all that happened, like in 05 with the Trank and stuff. Like whatever happened, like I was a completely different fucking rapper, man. Like I was really fast and the singing was a little bit different. It was a little more like, it was closer to like a necro than anything at its best. But then it got real poetic at times. Like towards the end, it's like the sound that I ended up creating with DUCE was so like post trauma. Like, like I got head trauma. I got tranked and like I was just out for a couple weeks only a couple months ago. Like I've been like beaten like down, man, with the Bill shit. emotionally torn. It's like, and what you get for DUC's first CD, Time to Save Music, is just like a fucking handful of like bullshit, and it's got a couple good tracks on it, but it's like nothing like I was 4 months before that, is all I'm gonna say. Like, as a solo artist, still working on the tape deck, fucking working at like a Save a Lot grocery store, and I'm like trying to get fucking I'm trying to find like a different studio in town just on my own money too. And a lot of the guys don't even have any idea. They're just like, a lot of the people in town, like way back then in 03, 04, were really just like keyboard guys. Like, they're just trying to teach people how to play keyboard or the recorder, you know? And like, so, meeting Derek Campbell wasn't even natural. It was like Bill had already got set up with him through Keith, who didn't like me. And that's like, that's just a setup within and of itself. Like, Keith had spent the money that like my old high school had given for like a musical project. So he had his friend Derek do it on the low. And then they do Bill's, but then they have to do mine. So it's, yeah, a lot of people upset having to get to that point. A lot of people look stupid. A lot of hurt feelings, when it's like, they don't even want Bill CDs or ABs, like, they paid for mine, and, it's been long overdue at that point, like a year and change. That's why, like, to me, it didn't seem like that, was still intertwined within the school, but it was. I was like, oh, wow, okay. Now looking back and realizing that, it's like, okay, I see. Like me, I'm just thinking I've been out of school for a year and change now. Like, I'm definitely not, you know, anything to this Derek guy except the next fucking wigger who wants to pay you $10 an hour to put a beat in a fucking old IBM and fucking run Acid Pro and set up your mic and let me spit over it, and you're just gonna save it. Like, that's all I thought. Like, just, I didn't think there was any like seriousness to it. Like, it was actually something somebody else besides us wanted, you know, or had already paid for, you know, which made it all tricky and unfun. But that's what I'd say, that I was a completely different rapper before we made those DUC CDs. A completely different rapper, and the beats had changed. That's true, but like something, like my voice was bad. My fucking like head was bad. I was only like 120 pounds, and I'm not even doing drugs. I'm just not like eating like the trank thing. So you're not eating because you're out cold for so long, but it's really unhealthy. Like, it's just that it even got made by Christmas. If that all happened with Bill, say in September '05, like the fight, or October '05, by Christmas we were already done the first CD. And I don't have a copy of like what the first CD sounds like, and it's probably hilarious in a way, and it's probably heartbreaking in another, and it's probably anger causing in some. Like, I'd love to hear it, but it's like I don't have it. I have versions of it online, but I don't have the actual one or two CDs. Somebody stole them, but like, it's a lot of the reason why I don't like Major. But somebody stole like the art, because I had, like, after Bill died, Derek Campbell gave me like a DVD disc of like everything, all Bill shit, all my shit, all the fucking pictures he took, like everything. It was awesome. And I didn't, at first I shared a little bit of it, but then I didn't want to share any more of it. I don't know why. But then I held it for a little bit, and eventually, when all that bad shit happened in 2012, like between the library, between what happened to my little brother and the police and all that stuff, and another head injury, somebody had stolen the disc, or maybe it just disappeared, right? So I haven't had like any of that shit for all that time. You know what I'm saying? And I wouldn't have any of it if like I had made a couple compilation mixtapes of it, of my shit, like the Bill shit, way long time ago, and just like somehow it like magically was the only thing still online, out of all that mess. But I have some of it, so it did happen. But yeah, you know. But yeah, Bill did end up dying in 2010, and it was I don't know, you know. I can't hear his music, so I do remember how much he would talk about dying young and all that kinds of shit, brag about driving fast. Yeehaw. That's not really what it was like, but you know what I mean. Like, if I could hear it, I don't know if I'd listen to it. Because I don't listen to the shit that I have is with me on it, but I might listen to some of his solo shit. Some would be interesting. I'd at least share it, openly. I wouldn't, just keep it quiet. I'd share it before the end of the round. I'd share all that shit if I had it now, definitely. At one point, I just didn't like Major, A lot of it was Major, but it wasn't Major. It was just the whole package of DUC. I wasn't the biggest fan of, say, come 2011. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know why. I have no idea why, whatever. It wasn't even that I wasn't a fan of it. I just didn't want to bring that attention to us right away. Like, I wanted to do it quietly. And, just by the time I didn't care about, like, repackaging it, I didn't have the archive anymore, is the point. By the time it was time to really throw it back out there as what it is, I didn't have it. And it was like, wow, because I was kind of going to do it. And I just kept, I don't know, I just didn't want that attention, you know, for one reason or another. It was like too soon, too much had just happened. And too much was about to happen, And like, yeah. People just get real jealous, like mostly by then, it's like, what's the end result? Bill's dead. It's like, yeah, but I have like 4 mixtapes and some pictures to show. Like, do I think Bill will be alive? It's like, I think the music like delayed his like young death, to be honest with you. If you want to know the truth, like, making the music was like, he behaved a lot, like to get that opportunity. He was behaving. Like, I wasn't with him the first CD, but he was behaving, to get those opportunities when he was around Keith, like yeah, he was like staying out of trouble, not drinking, that kind of shit. So I think the music prolonged his life, to be honest with you. And because yeah, before that he had like a death wish. He was like fucking nuts. He's mad at like everybody, mad at his mom because she never introduced me to his dad. All this kinds of crazy shit. He's mad at me for every reason in the book. It just never made sense. Mad at his girl, mad at his other friends, mad at the guys he was trying to represent for in jail. And I think a lot of people have that same problem, so did I. As far as like showing any love to like people who are criminals. Like, no matter what, they're probably gonna like say you like they're just gonna be a hater. Because when they get out, they'll hear it. They'll just be thinking how they was in, and you was out making that, but not showing any, not like sending them money and shit or something. Like just criminals are weird, dude. I don't think Bill ever realized that either. Like, that was one thing like I knew, like when I just had moved there, like that all the guys he was trying to be cool with, it's like you really don't want to be cool with those dudes. Like, I'm gonna be on, like, unless you're gonna like, and if you're gonna be something like that, then you're already like, I don't know, because you're trying, and it's like people are trying to stop you. So there's a reason why, and I don't know if it's the music or what, like, what, I mean, yeah, he had like a death wish, man, until I don't know, and I didn't really know him that well the last couple of years, what I'm saying, of his life. The last few years, I know that he just, could not like forgive me fully. He could like kind of forgive me, but like still have that mindset of killing me. But he always kind of did. Always from the jump had like that kind of friendly, but if any opportunity to kill you, I will, or any reasoning, And he ended up dying in a car accident with a bunch of other people, just randomly too, you know. And it was that first summer in 2010. And I was going through like a lot, like I had memory issues like bad too. Like, I didn't even know who the fuck Bill was. Like, like not who he was. Like if you'd mentioned him, I probably remember him, right? But like I didn't remember like shit. You know what I'm saying? I didn't remember him. I hardly remembered Corey. I didn't even talk to Corey like before Bill died. I'd probably been back since like April. February of that year in 2010. Like I didn't talk to Corey in a couple of years, and I didn't talk to Bill in a while. Like I just forgotten who these people were. Then all of a sudden Bill's dead, and and all of a sudden I got to be around fucking Corey again for a little bit. And he's already he's about to have a kid or some shit, and he's just in his own world, man. Doesn't see that it's like, man, so little effort it takes to do like a 2-week project, and once every like few months, and it builds up to something that like one day could be worth money or worth recycling. And it's like you just don't. It's like you either really don't like me, you really don't like being creative, or I don't know. It really sucked having just Corey though. Is what I'm trying to say. Corey Bajor as like a musical partner till 2013. I think we worked on and off till like I tried to after Bill died with him. Because really would have loved to have made more music with Bill. And I think it was like where I wanted to do. Like the plan was a year before that I'd get a hold of him in a year. It was right around that same area. And yeah, I ended up getting stuck with making like nothing with Major. We repackaged ourselves. By then I was already Grunge Wizard or something. I was Doc Holmes for a while. I just he was River R after Panic. Because in DC he was Panic and I was E2S for Indebted Society. So after Bill, I became Doc Holmes and renamed him River R or something. It was a cool name too, like River, And yeah. So we stuck with that for a while. Then when I became Grunge Wizard towards the end, like 2013-ish, I was Grunge Wizard, and I changed him over to Dramatis. And a lot of it, man, I think he was just saying because without being DUC, without being Panic in the Debt. So I see your point, but it's like I'm not ready for it until say 2015. Then I'm fucking ready for it. But by then I'm like fucking hate you. It's so funny. So funny because it's like I am not ready to like write DUC on a fucking volleyball and kick it into a crowd yet. Like 2015 I was definitely like after 2015 I was definitely ready to like put it out there at some point, like as it was made, like all of them would have been awesome. But it just didn't happen because I didn't have it anymore. And I really didn't like Major. But yeah, I mean, that's trying to go think more into it. Like I can tell some stories about writing and stuff, but none of them are like really good. Like the best ones were, the best times were definitely back in like 03, that September, October, with like Bill David, and like everyone isn't angry yet. Like there's just 1 or 2 days where it's okay between the four of us, and then it's like after that, like everyone just fucking it just never works again. Is how I'd describe that. It just never worked again. I'm trying to think like when was George killed that fucking cat too? I'm just trying. There's just so many gaps in between, like the time. Like me and Bill were actually generally closer than me and Major were. Me and Major were close, but like there were just gaps in time. I didn't talk to him a lot after the cat thing. I didn't talk to him after like he lost $5, like early on. Like, I just don't remember like when he called and said the cat thing. I just can't remember that he killed some girl's cat, like threw it on her lawn and watched her freak out. I honestly just can't remember. I think it was like like not long before we made the music. Like I'm not even sure, but it's like I don't know why either. But that was like early on. Like I don't know if they had beef like that early on by September 03. But just hanging out and like rapping into the tape deck and just kind of really feeling it. And having that combination of like Bill and Major in the same situation and me, and trying to create something like that, right? Where it's like just the four of us, or even the three of us if his pal Dave don't want to do it. And like Bill's not really, and that's kind of like what like I want, and it's like, I don't really feel the same way about like them and me. You know what I'm saying? They don't want me to join AB, I don't think. And it's like, because I mean I'm their hypothetical like rap enemy already, and it's just silly, leading in like jumping off from that, like, yeah, it's like, okay, so you're literally just like talking about like you're acting like you're facing an army of like gang members and rappers when it's like just me and just Major, who you know very well, you know. So like I see it a different way, they see it another way. I see it like we're practicing to the day when we get to like a Derek's or a stage. Like these little side groups are nothing. And you know, the only reason DUC goes on is because AB does, like he does the two like AB things. It's like, okay, well, I guess I'll just have to bang these out. But it's like I don't think that was ever the idea, like in my head, to have like it was just to that point, and then it'd be like a collaboration and something completely different. If and when, and it did come to those moments. But you know, the music we made together, me and Major made together, like after 2010, it was good, and you know, it was good. And if I like compiled it right, it would have been better. But it's like, you know, he wasn't working at my speed or doing anything besides like just acting like he was better than me and like better than whatever we were doing, and just how stupid it was. And granted, it's been stupid, dude. But it's like, man, to have like 30 tracks post 2010 or 50 of us, like it just be like an everlasting thing, and he just never understood that. You never seen it like I seen it. Like, you know, even if it's like not for money, someday, like next life, you're gonna wish you had fucking, you know, put in more effort. If all you're doing is vocal efforts, if you're not even writing it, you know, if all you're doing is a vocal effort, you're supposed to be way more than that. You're supposed to be like you know, I don't know, something you're not doing, and you're not doing the other shit. And it's just like I just fucking hate it, Major. So, but yeah, I don't know what else could I talk. And then some more. And then, you know, like bringing it back to just a tape deck and us back in '07 when we did the Donna project, not the mixtape, but like an EP we made just from speaker to mic. And it was like on some like people don't understand about beats too. Like I love instrumentals and listening to instrumentals. Back then in '07, instrumentals was still different, man. You could still find something real special and make a real special sound out of it. Like with the Donna project, we found a bunch of beats, or I did. You know, just going on the internet, but like different obscure ways. And I believe I was on like MSN Music and found like some really good like beats. Still to this day, you don't hear those kind of beats. Now it's just all bullshit for the most part. And like back then, like we found like all these like rock beats, and they were like so cool too. Never heard nothing like it, man. Like I have some of it online, at least one, the Don't Listen song, and it's like I still hear it. It's still cool than anything, but I can't imagine myself writing to something like that either. They were just set up different. You know, it was like the first time I'd ever heard like first time I ever heard like, you know, like guitar solos over the beats and all this kinds of shit. It was really cool. Really cool of a project to do, and just and like it never went on to like a finalization phase, at least with me. Like I remember Major wanted to like record them the last time we were at Campbell's. It must have been late '07 or early '08, but last time we were there, he wanted to record some of the Donna Project like EP over, and it's like I just didn't want to because like it's like they only sound so cool because we were doing them in like an effort to just do them to make them sound cool. Like if we do them here, it's not gonna come off like that. Even though we're doing the same combination, we drank some beers there and we recorded them. Drank some beers and I was showed up here. It's like I don't think these are gonna sound good either way, and it's like they'll take away from how good those sounded. In my mind, I don't know. He didn't agree with me, but I didn't think those weren't second CD songs. Like the ones we did were the last second CD songs, and I don't know. You know, I just I just wish it had been different. I wish I had a different partner besides Major. I wish we put more people in the group and gave them different things to become, like a producer, or you're gonna be our singer. You're gonna be a hype guy. You know, I wish we didn't keep it two guys. I wish we had just put everybody in the group that was around us. And I don't know what the fuck I was thinking as a kid, man. You know, like there was a lot of weird things with me and Bill. You know, when I wasn't gonna budge and he's not gonna budge, we're gonna have two separate entities and just go. It's like, you know, that's not how it like really works. Like Wu Tang and G Unit, just, you know, it's like it's like, but we're all, it's, you know, two separate things that doesn't have, you know, but we're both a part of each other's thing. It just, you know, it just wasn't coming together. Like, you know, both weren't budging. Plus, he had like alternative ideas. You know, he didn't like see me alive. Is like his problem. And it's like I'm thinking like we're just kids. He's thinking the other way. You know, he's still thinking because he's got people in his ear from that school, so he thinks he like knows me and like my like will to like overcome their bullshit. And yeah, like even if like, you know, even if like fucking I'm getting stabbed by a dart type bad, you know, I'll still find like a way to get to this point where I'm telling the fucking story at the end somehow, some way. And I think just like Bill, the perception they gave Bill of me, like confused him. It's like, man, like together we would be fucking unstoppable. You are everything I have not. I have everything you are not. Put together, we're like a fucking complete package. And, you know, he just wanted it in a way, too. He wanted it to do it with his pal, like David, too. And then it became like, I have a better best friend than you have a better best friend. With Major, you know, it's like, okay, but in reality, we should be just best friends and, like, fucking saying fuck that. Because, you know, for whichever reason, he can't come here and he can't come here. Like, we're here. So we should, you know, it didn't have enough time until Bill tried, like, crazy shit. You know what I'm saying? It's like, because of those kids, you know, he's like, misconstrued. It's like, you know, well, you know, come September, I'm probably gonna be here too, and you're gonna be here, and they're probably still gonna be trying, like, you know, chasing the road runner, Wile E. Coyote. Here comes Prom King Timmy, thinking of the next scheme or something creepy. You know, whatever you fell for just sucks because it was like, you know, tied into what they were doing. It's like, you know, that's not a record label, it's a school, a very, very questionable school, just like this one that we're at, and yeah, you know. Overall, though, yeah, I just wish it'd been a little different. I wish I hadn't been so open with my hip hop aspirations. Okay, that's another thing. I just wish I never mentioned that because I never mentioned to anybody. Like not many people either. Not before Major, I never told anybody I wanted to be like a rap duo and anything like that. So I wish I had just been more guarded with it as I was. You know, just blow it off like nothing. But in the back of my mind, really want to do it. So I wish I had, you know, done that for sure, for sure. But then in another way, it's like I don't know, or just yeah, because it's like I don't know. I don't think anybody would have ridden along the whole way like this way, you know. But I think other people might have. I don't know. Had a better grip on life and just wouldn't have had to fuck me over that bad to get a little piece of cake. You know, it's like pretty sure we get cake, it just take a while. You know? And when it does, you gotta start shoving that cake in your face like you didn't already have a little piece of cake against me. So it's like I don't know. I just really don't like. I really don't like fucking Major now. Then probably ever. So we're looking at about an hour now. I think we'll go about 2 hours. You know, if I can think of shit, probably pause this in a minute so I can heat up another coffee. Probably after this cigarette though. You know, take another poke off that joint. Think of some shit. It's like I really can't say much either. Like about, you know, there was like in 2010 too. I tried to get Fake Sean to like make music with me and stuff, and like, you know, it was like a lot like Major. You know, it's like I just, you know, I don't know. You know, I don't know. You know, because it's like a lot of people. You know, I don't know. They want that one song to be. They want it to only take one song. when it's like a lot of times it might not take one song. Sometimes it might not be about making money or getting pussy. It might just be about like, showing your skill. Don't you want to like prove that you have skill behind the mic? Like spit lines. And it's like, granted, my condition, whether health or physical or fucking drug wise, it was always sketchy too. Like sometimes I'm making music that nobody probably wants to make. You know what I'm saying? Or add on to. But that's when you're supposed to steer it a different way. If you're collaborating with somebody, you don't like what I'm doing, you're supposed to add on to it in a better way, and then I adapt what I'm doing to it. Just saying you don't like it, you don't want to put a verse there. It's like, or just not even that. You just, de-interested. You know, I don't know. And it's like when your other interests are like fucking video games and drugs. Like I just don't like those people either. And that's like really. And my little fake little brother Sean, like he had that was like his interest. Wasn't even video games at that point. It's just drugs and just setting me up to get cool with drug dealers or something. It's like really sketchy, man. As far as like the 2010, like how I made music after that, I don't know. And I made a lot of cool films, all by myself too. A lot like the music, you got to convince somebody that you're cool enough to hold a camera for and like walk around as I walk around and do shit and try to like collab on that and go on, forward from what I can already do and what I already know how to put together. Like, what would you like to do that's so good? Oh, you want to rap, like lip sync to the track as I film you and then try to line it up? Like, are you trying to do that? I don't want to do that, but somebody else might want to do that. Like, it's like, I don't know, and you just don't, yeah, it just ends up like that, feeling self-conscious because your little junky ass fake fucking brother thinks you're too much of a fag or an idiot, a loser to follow around with a fucking digital camera while you do shit. So there's movement in your videos. It's like, it's like a self-conscious you don't want, or your dad doesn't want to do it either. Corey doesn't want to do it. No one wants to do it. It's like, wow, it's like a little effort it takes to do those little things too, like one verse or that someone else written, or holding a camera or getting behind or getting in front of the camera and doing more or less what I do for your part. It's just little tiny things that over time add up to like a lot of good content. Just weren't able to do it, because of the people and places, the people you bet on that you have to rely on, and the places you are like trapped and unable to leave because you're relying on those people. You know what I'm saying? Like you have a card, you can go film anywhere and make cool videos and shit, and you just like they just really don't like you. That's what it boils down to. They like don't like you and they're embarrassed of you, and that's like the worst kind of fucking shit. Because it's like I'm like embarrassed of you though originally, and then all of a sudden now you're embarrassed of me because you like fucked me over somehow, and I can just like I'm not Iron Man, I'm not Superman emotionally. Like I'm an emotional guy, and like I get like I can't take all the drugs. If I get stabbed with a tranq dart, I'm gonna be a little whoopy for a while. It's like fuck you. If I get drugged, I'm gonna be out of it for a while. You know what I'm saying? And that's what these people. Or if I'm an asshole, it's because you're being an asshole and not like mentioning these kind of things. So. Not mentioning it, but not preparing for that not to happen again. I guess is what I mean by relaying information over and over about something that you know that I should know. But yeah, we're gonna take a pause here. We're gonna go grab a coffee and be back in a hot minute. All right, what's up? We're back. All right, it was only a few minutes. I have to reposition this camera a little bit. All right, so if you listen to the first fucking hour of that, I gave you the shimmy. You'd have to listen to the other interview too to really make sense of it. Part one and then part this. So we're gonna pick up right then and there. So the Trank stuff happens, all the school shit happens, right? It's weird. Sean's back in Mass, fake Sean's back in Mass in foster care. Okay, all the trying to kidnap me to like return to like get him back and stuff by that librarian lady. All that's already happened, okay? The girl's gone. I'm slowly writing music. She's dating somebody else, and then so I've met Bill's friends like the summer before this when Tim robbed them, when Prom King Timmy robbed them for like drugs or something. I met all Bill's friends like right before that. The Bretts, who was Low Key, and then the Chris Kennys, who was Matic, and then the Brooklyn, who's just Brooklyn, as rappers instead of his buddy David. So all of a sudden, it wasn't a duo. He just had a bunch of people around him. Like I'm kind of waking up. Like, and Bill does a couple weeks in jail there. So you know, so I'm around his girlfriend a lot too. Like after this, all of a sudden, and some of it's normal, but some of it's not normal. You know. So yeah. He gets out of jail, and we're not getting along. We are getting along, and he only does like 3 weeks, but he makes it sound like he just did like 20 years, you know. So we start putting together the songs we're gonna work on together, and you know, it's all tongue in cheek because something happened, and he's not really telling me, you know what I'm saying, for one reason or another, and he has like plans of something, of like sabotaging my thing, you know, before or he's just waiting to see how this thing turns out. Like maybe he's still hoping, you know, just like every mixtape, you know, I hope I'm going to finish a mixtape and it's going to be huge. Maybe with that second album, he really wanted it to be like a big thing. Thinking that the first one was big, but it really wasn't big. It was only big between like the circle of 10 to 30 people at the most that he was in. Because he's talking shit about people or talking about people that are in jail. And, you know, good way to get some years going, but like the second album wasn't, you know, people aren't really looking for that. I don't know what they were looking for. They're probably looking for like more of that, but it wasn't. It was a little something. It's not a little weird that we were working on. I wasn't thinking that way. And like, yeah, I mean, so much of it's blurry, but you know, we weren't committing crimes or anything either. We're drinking. Like Bill wasn't drinking until that night we all got in that fight in October. So this summer, like he's not smoking weed, he's not drinking. We're doing these songs and he's sober. It's like, man, it takes all the fun out of it for him because everyone else is fucking smoking and shit. But you know, give his credit where it's due. He is not smoking. He's not drinking when he's making these. It's like he doesn't drink until the second one's done. And yeah, the second he drinks, it's just back to how it's like all of a sudden it was like, you know, that year and 2 months didn't just happen. It's just back then he's freaking out. You know what I'm saying? Right after it was all done, or right after he drank, you know, it was just back to the old Bill. It's you know, the old Bill's crazy, you know. But yeah, so we were already beefing before the fight to a degree, but not beefing. Just like their thing didn't work. Whatever they were planning, like didn't work because Tim robbed them of like drugs that they had already robbed, and they wanted to like get me fucked over. So, you know, and I didn't have anything to do with the deal. Like they were going to sell all the drugs to Tim or something, and instead Tim just robs them. Like they were going to sell all the drugs to Tim, right, to go to the studio. But Tim's got like some kind of check for studio time, like a $5,000 check he's supposed to give the teachers for me. But like, you know, they want it, and like that's what they end up getting anyways, like that spot. I don't know if they get the funding, but at least Keith helps them to record some of their shit. And like, yeah, that's what I remember, you know, that like it was just that failure, you know, like we weren't beefing, we just stopped talking because you guys just like totally failed, and you guys realize that I'm not a bad guy and you're all at odds, like in that weird way, you know what I'm saying, all the way. And then like, Bill and those guys are the grimy types too. They want to steal your girlfriend and like, pass her around and write a song about it, like some real, like that real dark, evil, mean shit. It's like their whole thing, and like that whole year is what they're trying to do. Is what I'm trying to say, to a degree. Leading up to like us working on music together, all of a sudden it's like they are literally trying to like, to like do all that. You know what I'm saying? And like, but then they realize just like how bad they don't want to, like, because what happened before the fucking thing with the Trank thing, that's just like 100 times worse than what they'd want to do, or pretty much what they'd want to do. Now they just have to do it again after the same people who just fucked them over. It's just funny. There's just a no-win situation, right? And then it's like, now we're all making music together, minus like Major and the little brother's not there. So it's like, it's just more of that like awkward, like you guys just tried to fuck me over silence. Like, and I'm just trying to get past this second CD and see what I can do next by myself, if anything. Like I'm just out of it, I'm just enjoying using the internet for the first time, having a computer, I think, and like just around that making a CD while my dad's in Iraq and my brother's gone. Second he gets back though, the Bill fights happen, and me and Bill never made music together after that CD. No, we were planning on it. The year before he died, I'd hung out with him. Another setup. He brought me to a party in the middle of nowhere, so like this, and there was a big fire, and he wanted to try to murder me. Again, it didn't work out. Again, that awkward post, almost getting murdered and set up. But we probably should make some music, like discussions. And I just didn't want to do it for another year. It's like, man, that was a big, reverse of any improvement we made between each other. Like that was like, right back to 05. Right now it's 09. Now it's like fresh again. So I don't want to talk to you for another year. And he died within that year, like right towards the end of that year, like right around when I should be getting a hold of him, he died. And it was like, damn, I remember Eminem's CD just came out too, fucking Recovery. And I'd already done 2 or 3 rehab stints in 08, but mostly out of confusion at first, thinking it was something else. But, the whole story of Proof dying, it was a good CD to have in like a weird time in life, still, and I just made a mixtape, like my first mixtape, which I made hundreds after, but my first one was like a week before Bill died. And the second mixtape right away was like a lot based on Bill. And then I ended up cutting out all the fucking tracks and taking all the shit offline. It was something happened right around then, man. Like I can't really remember making that stick. A lot of people just seen it like that, I think, like I should be dead and Bill should be alive. And here I am back then in 2010, not really arguing with that statement, but just looking at it like nobody killed Bill. Bill didn't die fighting like a gang war, as far as I know. He was speeding away from police and killed a bunch of passengers and himself, drunk. So there's nothing I did or couldn't have done that would ever stop him from being that crazy of a driver, or maniac, or just I don't know, or that type of shit store that runs away, or someone who run from police like in a car. Like I don't know. Nothing I could have done or not done. The only reason you're mad at me is because I don't know. You blame me for like the lack of talent that they all had, or drive. You're like, yeah, I'm in it for a long haul. It's like what I want to do for the rest of my life, to a degree, like something to do with it. And like these people just want to like get on a CD so they can say they're on a CD when they're at like the party with the bitches and shit. Like, oh, this is our song. It's like it's a little more than that to me. It's a little more than one song, one hot verse. It's like 100 hot verses and like 1,000 songs. And yeah, it was just, it's just not my fault that you're not a group. It's not, none of my fault that you just approach it, like it was something you were trying out, like, like go karts or something. It's like, oh, I don't like go karting anymore. I want to ride a dirt bike. It's like, yeah, rap music is, I guess it could be like that, but it's like, you're taking away from like what I'm trying to do when you're really, really, really like altering the situation to get yourself included and like on the level that I'm included, you know, and then not like live up to, any of it. You don't have gas, you don't have the car, you don't have anything, right? You need me to literally help you write fucking verses, me find beats mostly, me fucking, yeah, it's like, he just had a bunch of people that would like hopefully back up every stupid fucking thing he did or said. And they did none of that, which most people couldn't, you know. Like you just said a whole bunch of fucked up shit about like their best friends and stuff. It's like, cool, man. I think that's gonna like, and you're like the younger kid, so you just totally like fucked yourself in every way possible, Bill. With those fake friends, it's like, I don't know. I always felt too that like I was one of his only friends. When it really came down to it, I liked him and I wanted to be his friend. He had that friend David. Everybody else, I just didn't see, like, I just didn't see as like, I don't know. Maybe later on, maybe later on. But like when it came to the music, it wasn't like the wasn't like the bond that like I had with Bill or Corey or Do That Mix. Like I just didn't see it in them. I just see it as like a real quick, like, show me how to do it. Show me how to do it. I did it. Yeah. Doesn't matter. See, I'm just as cool as them girls. It's like, damn it. It's not what it's fucking about. Like, kind of, but like, not that. Like, you know, you have to sweat your dick off and record a bunch of cassette. Like, you're just doing it at the level I'm doing it for no reason. And Bill's letting you, but like, I'm not going to hold your hand through it. If you're going to work on my project. It was weird. And it might have been better too if like we did. It would have been probably pretty cool. Better album at least. Like, it would have just been another edition of Bill's just under a different title. They just like couldn't handle it. At least Bill couldn't. So I don't know. Rough stuff. Rough stuff when it comes to the music. Oh, and then online, huh? Online, we made a lot of songs early on. Like, we were battle rapping. I was battle rapping a lot when I got online with it. And changed my name to Doc Holmes. Didn't want to even remotely. And Bill's still alive. I just didn't want to bring that up. I didn't want to bring DC up. Then Bill dies, and I kind of bring it up, but still focused on just being Doc Holmes and battle rapping kids and fucking making songs about like, I don't know, the worst kinds of shit. And it was just a really, I can't describe the music of Doc Holmes because a lot of it's really good too. There's a lot of really, and then when it got really good is when like, when all of a sudden the Doc Holmes stuff was like better than anything I'd ever done in DUC. Like all of a sudden I'm rapping halfway good again and, making like grand hits, like just demo versions and like, there was a lot of jealousy. That's like what happened in 2012. It's like, just like I did stop, like right after all that, I stopped being Doc Holmes. Because again, I just wanted to ignore anything that they could be jealous of and still create as like Grunge Wizard, and, that went on for a good, to 2015, I was Grunge Wizard. And, made a lot of songs for chicks too. As Doc Holmes early on, we worked with the porn stars. And as silly as that got, because it's like, mostly at first I didn't even like watch porn. I never watched porn in my life. I just never thought it was, because the porn I was always like introduced to was like guy girl, and I just never liked seeing another male like have sex with a girl. I just never found it anything besides like creepy. And so right away I'm at odds with all those girls because I really like porn. But later on have like different versions of porn, But so, there's girls like Aaliyah Love, and then, then we get into the Krayshawn shit. And that's really based on just one day. I seen a blog or like a post in like a Reddit type site about V Nasty saying the N word, and I don't know. I just wanted some of that heat. Like they're getting all this heat, right, for using the N word and like dissing people really like lightly, and it's like I want some of that. Plus, I have all these other issues with people, like with the guy calling himself Deuce and kind of doing that style. Not that style because it's completely different and it's well put together compared to our shit, but something about it was just a rip off as a whole. And yeah, so I just want some of that heat, so I diss them, and then that's like by then, right? Because halfway through that is when like all this like bad shit happens up here, like I was saying. And after that, I stopped talking to my little brother, stopped going by Doc Holmes. I didn't do anything for a long time until like I had to go to the hospital before we do Garden Party, and I changed from Grunge Wizard just to like an Eddie version, like Eddie Wild G or something, just really quickly for that Garden Party 3 when I start talking to people from my childhood again and writing them music about junior high. We don't even touch high school for another 26 years until 20 fucking 21. It's only 2015. These people are like freaking out because they think I'm going to go right into the high school shit. But I just stay in like a PG version of middle school real quick. And, I almost get set up a bunch of times, like not a bunch of times, but a few times leading up to that. And then like when I'm doing that, I get set up obviously to like fucking go do the haircut thing and stay at Feltman's and all that shit. That was all just like one big setup. And by people like pretending to either be people or people like Feltman like pretend like just trying to like do the same thing as in high school. I'm trying to be friends with this guy, so I'm gonna fuck you over. Kind of silly shit that I didn't really expect at the age of 30. So yeah. So that dampened things, and then we didn't slowly start using people from my actual life again until 2016 ish, and then it went pretty strong for a while. At different points, it stopped, and it's really just about names. I'd hate to a name and like a person to base it around to an extent, or just like a want or desire to like have sex with somebody. It's like, yes, your song is really good, well spoken, and poetic. I really, really would like to have sex with you. Is what I'm saying. No, it's like that's how it comes across with some of them. Mostly when it's like real life shit. That's why it's like when you're working with like famous people, not working with them, but like when you're writing like name songs for famous people, it works a little better because it's so silly. Like from my perspective, like you'll never meet a Krayshawn, you'll never meet Kardashian, you'll never meet goodness, you'll never meet tons of these famous people, but like you've met these other people, and like you might come across some of these people someday. And you actually kind of like in a way like I'd want that kind of interaction too. Like one day running into some of those people, like that'd be cool. Like, how would they react after hearing that kind of song, or did they never hear it? That kind of like, oh, that's so cool. That's like the worst feeling too. Say you've written like, and it hasn't happened, but say there's like a girl who you wrote like 10 songs to online over the years of those years. You'll say 2016 to 2021. Some girl got 10 songs maybe based around her name, and she's never heard any of them. You run across her in real life. That would be really cool to happen. Hasn't happened yet, but I really haven't come across people that have done that, like types of songs too in real life, like afterwards, to be honest with you, after. So it'd be interesting to tell you that much. But like why I was saying, like it just seems a little less like to me sketchy with the famous people. I don't know how it comes off, you know what I'm saying? And it's like one of the few things I can still do lyrically, because I mean there's only so much you can write about, you know. After you're so far into writing, it's not your first thing, it's not your introduction to people, and it's not your outro to people. No one ever writes an outro to people. You know what I'm saying? Maybe that's an idea for people to do, like write that goodbye album before, like years ahead of time, and have it sitting in the vault. Because a guy like Prince does not have that, and you'd think they would, but they don't. A lot of people do not. and I don't. And so and like the last thing you want to do is an introduction. Maybe if I was in a group, it'd be cool. Like it was something new and fun. I could see doing it. But right now it's like very limited as far as like what I'm even able to write about, like topic wise. Like, yeah, I could probably still bang out some fucking name songs, but do I want to? Not really, because I really want to say something. I really want to express like a love. That you don't really love, like girl. Like, great example recently, like those Thaw mixtapes. That's just basically, for the same thing I'm just trying to do. I'm just trying to make money. Just trying to get famous, trying to get a hit song, get a lot of plays. Maybe make a video that like seems artsy. Like it just I'm trying to do anything to make money and like in the field of music. So I am not like half as like invested in some of that as like it seemed lyrically. Like, some of the things I say just are supposed to sound beautiful or supposed to sound like something you never heard before, you know, being said to you or to another female or to a guy. Like, maybe I'll say the worst fucking thing you could ever imagine to another person, male. Or I'll say the nicest thing in the world to a female that you ever heard. You can get both those things just from listening to a handful of my songs. You can probably hear the worst thing you ever heard said to somebody and the best thing you ever heard to somebody. And I think that's what I can still do, but it was never like that. I always wanted people to like my voice. I wanted to be the singer. I wanted to do a bunch of shit. It's like, I just, I'm not that far removed from putting out a mixtape. Didn't do good. Did great, did decent by my standards, but hasn't made any money. No one's, looking for that collab, you know. But yeah, got another half hour to keep talking about music. Anno Domini beats. I don't know. I like the beats. You really, in a world where like everything is being made and processed like some ass way, and like you can't find anything that's not like super hard to get online, like as far as copyrights and stuff. Like that sounds like that. Like you're trying to find that real good shit because people try to mimic the sound of like old NY like rap and all that shit, but it's like it just doesn't work. Call it boom bap and put out a new beat, but it doesn't work. Anno at least like there's a little bit of magic to it still, and but other shit it's very rare. There's a lot of magic in making my own beats now. That's how like bad beats are nowadays. That using a drum loop and not even a well, just a drum loop, not even a turntable loop, just a fucking drum loop and like a fucking sample and just rapping over it has more magic in it than using someone's beat that they made on their phone. There's no magic, there's no like life in it. That's why I don't know, and I can't say that if like I just had like this magical beat too from 2005 that was like amazing that you just have to fucking hear. It's like it just wouldn't sound right either anyway now. Anyways, well maybe it would. Like I still look for that. Like I still look for old shit, but it's hard to find. It's hard to find like shit that's dated nowadays online. Like you know what I mean? Like a lot of those old like catalogs and like music sites, like they don't have those free albums, that were being made back then. Shit like that. Like a lot of that music just never made it over to the new internet world. You know what I'm saying? Like the new way they store and share music. Like one of the best ways to do is find old fucking YouTube videos with beats on them. Like you'll find one or two of the real old school ass beats, but you're never gonna find like and maybe it's different for people using different sites. Like I wouldn't know, to be honest with you. So when you're not using like a LimeWire or anything like that, when you're not file sharing at all, you just hot fucking you're just taking shit off YouTube basically. When you're not fucking file sharing in the least bit for one reason or another. Me mainly because I don't use because I have a Chromebook So, and like, and I don't want to pay for file sharing like money. Like, I don't know. I don't think there is like some mystery instrumentals that you're gonna find anyways being shared. I think it's pretty much what you can find online, and at least Anno still has a little bit of magic to it. You know, 'cause a lot of these things now are just like the same beat with different tags on them, and like spun different. So, yeah, nothing that like that's like so beautiful you have to write to like the Hold You Down beat or like fucking Jay-Z, Die in Your Arms Tonight. That's that old school like chipmunk sampled bullshit that I used to really really like, and you don't really see it much anymore either. Because nowadays they try to use original fucking shit, and you end up with like real garbage ass hooks. Is the problem? Like that's why like the chipmunkin voices over shit was really dope back in the day. But I don't know. Talk all day about beats and not make any sense because no one knows a fucking thing about hip hop beats, and it's really just about hearing it. You know, really about hearing it and really having it put together well enough that like I don't know that it's so good you have to share it. That beat. You know what I'm saying? Like that you don't want to throw tags all over it, and like you find that very rare nowadays. And like I said, there's just as much magic in me making my own beats now. And there's so little magic in that. So as far as hip hop goes, that like I don't know, just not as fun, I guess. Something might like pique my interest, and I might have to do it. But right now, it's just I don't know. I'd much rather play video games than overeat. You know, and kind of slowly try to tell this story a little bit, but you know, trying to think some more cool shit about like those early like rap days and stuff. Like the problem with Bill's like group too is that the whole group was like rats. Like not saying Major wasn't a rat and stuff, but like Bill's whole group were like kids like really okay with ratting and stuff. Like still do not that I didn't grow up around that. Like that's still the same thing. You're a gangster. You're portraying that, or at least like having that sold to me. But like you're also okay with ratting. Like in the wake of like it'll any advantage is a good advantage, and it's like and they're playing that game where people aren't in your gang and you just want to use them in your gang, like to replace somebody you like better. Like if like the gangs are doing the whole we need a body in the jail type shit, and like like oh he's in our gang, put him have him repping the jail or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just I don't know. And when it came down to it, Bill didn't want to for sure, but it's like because it isn't really like that. Like it is like that, okay? I'm sure it is because I wouldn't even know. But it's not as easy as that. Is what I meant. It doesn't go back to normal. Is what I meant with Bill, and I think that's like one of Bill's downfalls was like not that he was thinking it was go back to normal, but like so I don't know. It doesn't go back to normal now once you like fuck with like jail dudes outside of jail and in jail. Like it never goes back to normal. It's always that same craziness that would transpire that you'd assume. But enough about that because even now making music's still dangerous for me. You know what I'm saying? I was killed at that fucking bar in 2017. And all I was really doing was, yeah, maybe like I was a little out of it. You can't like tackle someone, suffocate him and shit. I'm just saying. Attempted murder and a little, abuse of authority. It's just a fucking like a bouncer without a high school education, like any of that to kill people. Plus, no one's like threatening or doing harm. It's like I don't know. Just don't, the open mic. It's like, yeah, I just want to perform. Be honest with you. I don't know. I don't know what to say. Because you don't want to. I'm not there to get laid. I'm just there to, take over the spot and start rapping. I'd use it as a place to rap every week. I hate that. And that's like what you really have to do as an act. In rap music is to find a spot where people socialize and be the act every week. It's not hard to figure out. So that's all I really was doing. Wasn't doing much else. And it's just weird, because I deal with all kinds of like fucking heat, man. I can't figure it out, because you see other people live somewhat normal lives, but not really, I've never had kids. I haven't had a job in years, and not that I'll have any of that when this is over, but I don't know. I don't know if any of that's worth it, because I've watched people work their whole lives for nothing at the end. So it's like, why'd you waste all that time working and putting people through school and shit? When at the end, it's like, not that I've seen that, not that that's my life, but it's like, why, It just seems really, really lame, like to work your whole life and then retire. And, you've done everything for other people, and then when you retire, still, I don't know. I haven't really been around people who have retired and like do normal retiree stuff. Like right now, I'm just in Trav with my dad retired and doing crazy shit. That's not very relaxing or profitable. And I never made money in music. I never made a cent. Never made a cent making music all those years. Did I get laid? Maybe, Did I have fun? A little bit, Was I proud of it? At different points, I was very proud of it. Different tracks I was very proud of. Different tapes I was very proud of. The only times I wasn't really proud is when other people would have insecurity issues, like my brother or my dad or Major or even Bill, like as far as being a part of it. I don't know, Yeah, because Bill didn't like to perform. Bill didn't want to like be a rapper on stage. Right to the bridge, and you just can't jump off because you're kind of scared. And it's like maybe he just didn't feel comfortable with me, performing out loud or on a stage yet, like. Because in rap you really need somebody else, like, if you're tight with somebody and you got a hype man or anybody who can do any of that, and it's probably better than what I would have had us doing. It would have looked like me and Major, just two separate people not working together on trying to perform out loud. So I don't know. Yeah, so Bill had, it wasn't really me. It was just more, I don't know what his deal was. Maybe it was. I don't know. But, with him and Major, and then, with them, yeah. The only time I was self-conscious is when other people are self-conscious about, like, doing stuff for me or with me. Then I might get self-conscious about the music. But otherwise, I'm always very confident that it's decent. And I'm always very, very proud of it when it's over with, And whatever the project is. Much like these shoot interviews, I'm probably proud of that. I'll be proud of this shoot interview for a second. I'll probably listen back to it once and be like, yeah, I really do a good story of telling my version of it. And I'm not really going in too deep about it. Like, there were a lot of like girl issues, like stupid shit between me and Major. You know what I'm saying? Like just, just like him, and at different times, you know what I'm saying? Like maybe I was doing good. Like at first he was living with me when we were doing the CDs, okay? Staying at the place, at the apartment while my dad's in Iraq. So first CD gets done. By the time it's done in Christmas, my dad's back and George's not living with us. He's, back living in between like his mother's apartment on Main Street and like the trailer park, maybe, I don't know, and his grandmother's across town. So, but still wants to like live with us, on that rent-free party all the time sense. Because it's like nobody wants to do that though. Like your family doesn't want you bringing over girls every night, or partying every night. It's like but really, they really don't. And we just don't, slowly unclick, right, like pretty quickly, when it starts becoming like, when we're working together on that first CD and we're around each other like 24/7 for like 2 months, it kind of works. But like once we're like separated, right? Instantly, it's not gonna work because it's like anything I'm doing that's good, he's gonna be jealous of or think that he should have like equal to. If I'm living with a girl and working and have my own place, like he should have that equal already too. So I don't see it like that. But you know, it's like it's like later on you will like within by the time you're this age, like in or by 2010 you're doing all that, and like I can't even like fucking like walk about on 2 feet like anymore. It's like but you're hating in 207 or 206 like right away, and it's rough. It's like everyone's having a tough time, but it's like that's the only time in my life that I've ever had a non-tough time and doing something normal. And like I just remember just that, just that. In a way, it's like yeah, he probably just really needs help. Like help. Once it slows down, like I just didn't feel like I needed that. He needs something like to keep the bitches. Like at that time, I don't know how it was, but like needs that extra. When he's trying to slow down too and like date girls, you know. So I'm dating Marissa at this time, and he's like trying to do the same thing, but it's like not gonna work because it's like I don't know, because Jew, he's like I don't know, at that point in life, a good year and a half, 2 years younger than me. It's like plus like your parents are never gonna be cool with like you just sitting around, get like laid and shit. And it's like after you, because it's like I don't know. I'm not sure like what happened with his family because it's one way he's like a kid being treated as a kid, and then his parents split up for a little while when he was living with me. So it's like when you eat, it's like no matter what, your parents aren't gonna let you go back to just being the teenage Corey after all that shit, and it's like understandably, but it's like a lot of it's like going on me. It's like I don't know. I just don't like Corey, you know. And then like when they look at your life and their life, like what's the key thing that's keeping his life going, making it spin correctly? It's like this chick, right? And he's just another. It's like saying, he's just another motherfucker who just like, yeah, like you'd rather like fuck her and like take pictures and mention it in a song, that kind of like evilness, like really like that's your go-to. It's not like skill and what we're trained like what we're supposed to do and just do your own thing. It's like you're really hoping against me. Like your main goal is like to replace me in like some weird situation where like you date this bitch. It's like because you see that it's like it's not going to spin the same way with you. You like killed her cat or something. It's like hey, just trying to back in the day, and she like hated both of us, and like realizing this towards the end, it's like really sketchy. I really just don't like Bajor, I really just don't like Bajor. It's like just a lot like Encarnacion, like it's just like someone who's like you've helped out be confident, right? And then now they're so confident over something that's really not that great. It's like you shouldn't be that confident yet, man. Like we're not millionaires. Like she's not fucking Kim Kardashian. That's just broke bitch number 421 that like is giving us issues. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, is like a wrong suited confidence that like I at one point just he probably hated my confidence too. But it's like your confidence is a little a little odd. You know what I'm saying? Your confidence is like also arrogance, and it's like versus somebody like I did it, I did it, Dad. I got some pussy in the house. What you gonna do? Oh, yeah, it's like I don't think that's how it's. Maybe sneaking around, sneaking in windows. It's less offensive. You know what I mean? Like I don't know. Like with me, it was just I don't know, man. He's one of those dudes, right? Okay, he made like the worst kinds of decisions in our friendship early on, and then later on, you probably realized that like okay, like have being a good friend would have been more beneficial to the both of us. Like and then like, you're mad for a variety of reasons because you can't take all those things back, and you like can't even like, pretend like it didn't happen because they're just so irreversibly bad of some of the things. And I really can't think of anything I ever really did to Major. Like I remember his girlfriend Tiffany giving me like a lap dance during that party where the door got kicked in, and that's why Major was actually angry at first, like yelling at her outside. And we were really fucked up, and it was like a weird situation where there was like a bunch of girls who all looked alike, and I don't know if it was like a party they had all gone to where they were all wearing like white tops and spandex black pants, but like, you couldn't tell the difference between half the fucking girls. And there was like another girl, dude, who looked just like it. Who was it? It was like Brittany Chandler. Like it looked just like it. So it's like that's like the one thing I remember doing bad to Major. And it's like I bet you he can just think of 1,000 fucking things he did to me that was bad. And it's like, man, that must like really suck. At this point, like that really like plays someone that bad. That like gives you like emotional like distress, like how big of a piece of shit you are, idiot you are. Because I'm just trying to think of other shit I've done, and it's like then there was a time that I like that when he was all drunk, right? And I never drank when I was a kid, or I only drank one time when I was a kid, dude. Right? Or like once before that, like I only drank like a handful of times. One night, Major calls like a bunch of us that he'd been like drinking and shit. It's like after he got kicked out of school, and like so we meet him like on the bridge in the staircase, and like hang out for a little bit, and then all separate. But I guess he's just like so drunk, and he ends up like having to go to the hospital for being drunk, and like blames us for like just like letting him leave. It's like I don't know, you didn't look that fucked up to me, and I don't think you pounded the gin. Like you had a bottle of gin, you didn't drink it till after you were gone. So yeah, I didn't really feel responsible for that, but you know, again, like I only drank like like 6 times in my life before that moment too. So it was like just more, you know, wicked drunk, affectionate Corey, who I really wasn't getting along with in the first place at that point. And like he was just having like a lot of like emotional problems, like upset about something, which later on he'd forget too. Like if I ever got like that, it's like, do you remember when you were like that? It's like you were like that for a while, but no, maybe not. So yeah, and I just left you there, and you probably just told me to go fuck myself a bunch of times when I needed you. But it's like I don't think it's the same thing. Like I don't know. Maybe that's why like I just look at that's how I look at it though. That's why like it's so easy to explain like that because I've seen it like that. Like oh yeah, I did just let you take off, but it's like not really care what was wrong with you. We were like a lot younger then. It's like by the time we're like 2010, you just I don't know. You just think there was always some kind of resentment there. You know what I'm saying? I'm not sure what it was. I'm not sure if it was like you know, he's like upset because he never like got to like date Marissa and do the reverse that I had done. It's like and see how she'd like help his life out. I just towards the end it was like again she's like involved in the whole situation like that we're trying to make the music in 2013, right? And somehow he's working at like Price Chopper where she's working. And he's just acting shady. It's almost like he's getting together with me, right, at the same time on purpose to like make these like because he's doing the filming thing, like the undercover camera thing, and I just have no idea where he's coming from, like personally, because I'm only seeing him like, like a day of the week maybe. We're just trying to make a mixtape, like I was talking about, and but it's like with him, it's like, dude, I'm trying to do like the only reason I'm agreeing to this is because like I'm thinking that it's just us finally. It's like and instantly like this bitch is like involved somehow, like in like in our like back and forth, me and him. And he's just being a fag. He's being a fag. What do you want me to say? Or not a fag, but an asshole. And I don't know. He's just being weird, man. He's being weird. Being weird within that little span of time. And it's like, I don't miss him and I would never work with him again. Like after the camera thing and after like, because you just don't. It's like because then he's like bringing like bitches from back in the day there, that Joanne girl. He's like, I'm just really trying to make music, and he's instantly like ruining it. Yeah, I just remember that. And jealousy too. It's like, man. And then another, like, another year and a half, you back on your feet. You got another kid on the way. You're back with David's sister. So much different than that. It's like, do you realize like some of the important things you've ruined, like in our like in that whole like every effort that I put through, like he's managed to ruin in some like idiot, inconsiderate, like retarded, stupid ass like way. And it's like that's the legacy of DUC. Corey Mashore is a worthless fucking idiot. And it could have been really cool at different times. And I don't think there's a lot of it, but there's not much that's cool. A lot of it's just not cool. A lot of the stories suck. The videos of the performances ain't that great in an odd situation. And we ain't cool, and yeah, pretty much, pretty much is what I'd say is a follower who always thought he could lead and not even lead. He just pretended to be a follower and like stab me in the back and keep, go left with the rival somehow. That's you, Major. That's you. You're just a fucking traitor. Just how it's subbed out. There's our little matching tats, but exactly, you're a traitor, dude. Like there you go. You're what I describe a traitor would be like, I guess, without a doubt. Yeah. Yep. So let's not end there though. Like my thing for the last 10 minutes, let's talk just a little bit about like why I want to be in a duo. It's like, I grew up listening to, I grew up listening to rap, I grew up listening to everything, and a lot of ICP. I wanted to be, like ICP and Twisted, shit like that. But, also having a lot of different influences, like, I was a fan of Eminem. I was a fan of Linkin Park. I was a fan of Nirvana, Silverchair, Blink-182, Cold. I'm trying to think of some more rappers. I liked fucking Rough Riders. I liked Master P. Like, there was a lot of cool shit that I liked, too. Besides, like, besides them. Besides Twisted, besides ICP. There was a lot of cool shit I liked. That's what I'm trying to say. I didn't listen to a lot of rap, back then. It's like now I listen to shitloads, but it's like back then it was more, more lean towards rock. And, if I listen to rap, I just listen to like, ICP or Twisted, mostly Twisted by the time we're making music. Like I listened to a lot of ICP. It was mostly just Twisted and rock bands, I really like G Unit that much. I like 50 Cent. So I wasn't feeling that whole genre of M either. I wasn't I wasn't a big fan of a lot of it. A lot of that hip hop shit from, that era was like really bad. You had like the Fabulouses and fucking Busta Rhymes, like, all that shit that was, Jaws and all that stuff that just really wasn't, it wasn't as great as like it had, like, parts of all that shit was good, but like a lot of it was really shitty. And like you listen back, it's a lot cooler now when you listen back to the lyrics. It's like, man, they were actually putting that shit on the radio. It's like, that's a lot of fucked up shit when you listen back to the lyrics now, because a lot of people didn't like do that back then, like really check out lyrics. But some of it's cool in that sense, but it's like I still didn't like it. My shit didn't sound like it when I started making music. It just sounded like, a lot like, a lot like Eminem's disses, a lot like, yeah, it was a lot like Blink-182 and Eminem's disses put together, like the Eminem diss tracks he made, like at like Cannabis and Ja Rule. Like if you took that formula, of like real shitty hooks and some verses, but it's kind of catchy and just but like directed, like, I'd say that's mainly like, the style like that. that style. Go to sleep, bitch, die, motherfucker, die. You know, like like the real simple hooks with it's like I have to be honest. Like if I that Blink 182, like Nirvana, like those three things, like then we're a duo. So I really didn't copy much out of Twisted and stuff. Like I used a lot of necro beats and shit. Like never painted my face, never did any of that bullshit. But they were definitely the reason why I wanted to be a duo with Major. I like the idea of it. Both were generally good, and there were a lot of good high points. You really couldn't, until you were like a real listener, you couldn't even tell the difference between the guys. So. But that's the short DUCE story in under 2 hours. We had 1 minute and 52 seconds. So I'm already tired of talking about it. And yeah. All right. So check out part 3 when it does come out. Watch my Twitch as I play some WWE 2K22. And check out the mixtape that just came out, Blair's Cove, the short film with it. The Beat CD, Still Ballin' by Eddie Ballin Beats. Get that. And yeah. Take care until part 3, peoples. All right. Later. What's up? Welcome to part 3 of this shoot interview series. It's fucking pretty chilly this morning. I guess this morning we're going to focus on like Prom King Timmy a lot, and how that is and who Timmy really is and stuff, Oh, God. And how that all like came to be. So, okay, right off the bat, I get switched classes, right? Like I'm in 6th grade. And I just moved in with a step family, I think. Yeah. And they're switching my class because I just come back from suspension for fighting during like art class with some kid, Boardley. And it was, it wasn't self-defense, but he was like talking mad shit and like, I'm only in 6th grade, but then, once you like, like my mom's only been dead for like 2 years, and like, once you start using like mom jokes, like, and like not even the funny kind, and then like pushed me in a trash can or something. So I got up and just threw a round at his fucking nose, and his nose started gushing blood. So, so I just look like an asshole, but I get swapped classes. Before that, I was, generally friends with a guy, but we had fought before, and like we just, butt heads too much. You know what I'm saying? As kids, like it was like he was like an Indian kid too, so he was all about that Indian shit when he was a kid. We were friends, and but so okay, Tim is in the new class. He's a new kid. I've already been there the whole last year in 5th grade and 6th grade. And generally, everybody in the class knows exactly who I am and all that kind of shit. I know the majority of the class already. Because I should have been in the class. It was like the dumber class. They have 4. They separated our 6th grade, our classes into like 4 parts. Like you're one of 4 teachers' classes. So I wasn't in like the stupid class at first either. So this is like when they bring me down the stupid class. And Tim's there. Tim just moved here, and like instantly he's talking like okay, like Tim as a person is like the kid in the class who's like eating glue sticks and like chewing his pencils and like getting really weird because he used to like stab himself in the ear with a pencil. Like he'd get like real tense and start stabbing himself in the ear with a pencil. But so he wasn't like Mr. Popularity. He was like the opposite. He like get really angry when like the popular kids would get like any reaction from people, like the why not me? Why don't they do it with me? Like it's like because it's not like a fucking sound stage, dude. It's like just naturally they always giggle when this guy Chad, stands in front of the class to sharpen a pencil or something. Like I don't know, the guy was just a spaz and like didn't want to be friends because I'm not really friends with all the guys at that point either. and it's only sixth grade. I'm like, he's talking all that crazy shit, like the Illuminati shit already, saying like Bukata, like our teacher was like a member of his gang already, and just he knew too much about me, and like I don't know. The point is, so we end up getting in a fight, and it's just one of those things where he just keeps going until like I hit you, right? You know what I'm saying? Like nobody, like there's no misconception. Like everyone's watching us too, and it's like you're very obviously, upset that like I'm in the class now, and you have all these like personal issues, and you just keep saying the wrong thing to me, so I smacked the living shit out of him. Then he got up like he was gonna tackle me. Instead, I just slammed him into like the lockers, but they were like cubbies, and that was about it. And our teacher separated it, but and I never talked to the kid again. Okay, I never bullied him, never said a bad word to him, never tried to like undermine him, anything like that. All the way till ninth grade, So I get to ninth grade after juvie, and we're only focusing on Tim, so jumping over a lot of shit. So to the Tim story, it just goes from that, me beating his fucking ass, and then seeing him like seeing him fall into place those couple of years. Okay, you know what I mean? Like after I beat his ass, his place is pretty much the kid who eats glue sticks in the class. Like, you know what I mean? Like people don't look at him the same. And it's really not me. It's like just the way he handled it and the way he like started that whole thing. What his real problems were with people. His problems was that people weren't like letting him be Zach Morris or something, and like they weren't like he was like obsessed with Saved by the Bell, which I didn't really watch a lot at that point. Like I was a fan of like the other shows around Saved by the Bell. I was a fan of like 90210s and the California Dreamers, all that shit. Like I seen Saved by the Bell as just not believable, like at all. So that's why he's mad too, and it works into the story later on because that's what he's trying to do. He's just trying to like be a Zach Morris, and it's really creepy. But so you see him, and you just think like, okay, well, maybe it's a good thing now. That like you're not going to be like the shining boy band star like automatically from Boston. Like I fit that same bill that you're trying to fit, and it's like I'm pretty sure everyone's overhand going to pick me. High school would have been a lot different if your mother wasn't one of the versions of Miss Height too. So we get to high school, my ninth grade. One of the many things that they're bitching about at me this last day when they're trying to like frame me for murder, basically, of some kid I'd never met. One of the things is me like the story of me and Tim from sixth grade, which is just put out there like like I brutalized this kid for no reason, and it's like and he's playing the whole I don't want to go to school if Eddie's here type thing, and it's ninth grade. I haven't talked to the guy in years, so it's all new to me. Like, wow, really? Like I never talked to you like after that, like ever once. So in the process of that day, where this is all being laid on me, for some reason when we're in the TV room, I'm just throwing ideas. I'm just thinking like how stupid it sounds, right? Like, oh yeah, Tim, because his dreams to be like the prom king, and his mom's like the fake height at the point. So we're in class, and I'm just going in on it about how stupid it sounds. You know, when you're just going out of your thing, it's like, man, I just want to like be free, and like you're still trying to play some like, and like this lady's telling me like her evil plan too, like because we're in an IEP class, which is like the sped class. So she's got a list of all, and she's like, once in a while they pick like a token prom king from like this area of school, and like I really wanted to be Tim in 4 years. She's got a list of people who could possibly beat him out for prom king, and she wants to slowly but surely get all these people banned from the school and just like out of school. It's intense. So I don't want to. So my plan, I sell myself as in a wrestler, like that. I'll be like Tim's like opponent when I turn 18. I'll come back. Like, don't kill me. I'll come back and like we'll be Savage and Hogan for this thing. Even though I'm thinking like anybody but Tim would work. Like with me versus like it'd be way cooler with anybody but Tim. We're also like kind of putting Devin in the idea. I just don't want anything to do with either of you, but like, yeah, here's the idea. Like, I'll come back when I'm 18, fresh out of juvie. I'll be right here in school. I'll sign back in and try to like be the prom king of the class, and I'll do this whole thing, and you can play like you were bullied and all that shit. And at first, it didn't seem like they were gonna go with it because I'm just throwing ideas out of the ass. Because they're acting like it's wrestling, and I'm about to be like murdered or framed if I don't like somehow convince these crazy like alum who are pretending to be like a gang of the school, like an alum gang, more or less, to not murder me and to not like frame me and just leave me alone. I have to come up with all this retarded shit, which no one even mentions again until the year after when I was saying like CJ, Kale Jones, brought it all up. But like, what's all this? And then the same day when they're all like convinced all of a sudden they could be prom king, like, and what she was doing was having everybody come in at once that she hadn't like permanently gotten banned from the school, and that she felt was like kind of lingering, like, oh, they might sign in next year or anything. She lied and like convinced all these kids to like sign themselves in just so they could like kick them all out. And just part of the prom cake thing too. So yeah, it is. It's to make sure you guys don't challenge him at the end or something. And they don't even know this kid Tim. You know what I'm saying? Because Tim's not like a pothead or a cool kid or anything, and not really a nerd. He's just like a special needs kid who wants to be a nerd. There you go. And so yeah, like a D plus smart guy, but really wants to have A's and shit. But it's like you're never gonna be what they are, dude. If like that makes any sense. So I end up like talking to him, and I'm like playing it up too. Like I work it because Tim's like a loser, dude. Okay, like, and that's not just hateful. That's just not a loser. Just Tim's not popular, dude. So I'm trying to play it up too, like convincing like Tim, oh man, be a good, like Tim was supposed to be the cool kid. I stole his thunder, shit like that, and it worked too. It really did convince Tim that, and it worked on some of the people in the class. Like, that's what they wanted to see. They wanted to see Tim come back and do that whole thing from Saved by the Bell, where like the nerds are the prom kings at the end or something, even though like they weren't really picked on. You know what I'm saying? It was just a figment of their own imagination 95% of the time that they were being picked on by people. If you really watch that, like I did watch it, I'm just like, yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Because you're going against someone who really isn't a bully. You're being the bully, more or less, by playing that whole nerd role. So, man. So, okay, I don't hear about it again until that day, which is the same day like I wake up in the cubby and like people are saying that your brother had been murdered. And, so I hear about the prom king Timmy stuff. And after that, I hear about it on the 5th because that guy, Paul Fulton, who was related to like Bennett and, a big brother to Avery type guy, other guys in our class, like, but he was only working there to fuck with me for them. Well, and that's another story in and of itself with that guy. But he had brought it up, and I'm just like, I have no idea, dude. It's like being mad at something I said or convinced people to be a cool idea instead of getting murdered. And it's like, it wasn't even that cool of an idea, and it's like still not a cool idea. And the only reason it's even somewhat gonna happen is because me. Because they think that like I'm gonna riding in on a moped like Dylan from 90210 and try to fight over a girl that like doesn't even like Tim and might not even like me type idea. It's like, you're just not that guy, Tim. In the big picture shit, it's not the right guy. But okay, but this shit goes to his head, I guess. I don't even know. But so I don't see Tim either or hear Prom King Timmy. Told him in school up here, man. And apparently, he'd been coming in and out of the school, like from that school, because since now they know that, like, I'm going to school up here in Vermont, they want to, like, they want to invest some money in the school, but they don't want to see a dog walking down the street by itself. A big old thing. So, so yeah, Timmy's down. Timmy's like, starting shit, with like, telling like the administration there, like all this bullshit about me and all that kinds of shit at the school here. And I have no idea this is happening either. And he's also like, trying to, like, get behind Bill. But he's telling these people, like, he's presenting himself as like, the valedictorian prom king, coolest guy in the world down there. And it's like, oh man, it's like the furthest thing from the truth too. You know what I'm saying? He's like the token prom king, and he's pretty stupid of a guy, and like kind of a maniac, but like kind of a pussy, like when it comes to it, And but in that situation, it's like you don't really have to be a pussy, do you? You know. So and just like I said, he's not confronting me at the school. He's like going behind my back and like doing weird stuff, right down to like he does their yearbook. Like my class's yearbook up here, he does. Like he convinces them that he's done their yearbook up there, but like somehow ruined it in the long run. But he's convinced like this school too to like let him create our yearbook. Kudos to him. It was cool, and a little cool surprise at the end. I didn't think they'd do anything like that. But it just goes to show that it's like I'm not making it up. Like he was literally like coming in and out of there without me knowing, and like telling people crazy ass shit, and like trying to start shit slowly. Like I said, on that last day, like it was almost like when I finally talked to him after I performed, it's like moments later, and I'm just like weirded out anyways, and he's being all weird and shit. He's like, he wants to like just say a bunch of these lines off that he had, like like script lines towards me. It's like, man, what are you like a fucking retard? Not a retard. What are you, like, stupid? You really think I'm like, after all that I like show up and even remotely like talk to you or any of them? Like I like totally forgot who you were, Tim. Okay, and I totally forgot about all this prom king Timmy shit. And I guess he ends up being the prom king too, and like, but like also is a bully, So. And I'm not there for it. But up here, he's acting like a bully. I'm pretty sure there was one incident where he like brought in a trank gun and convinced our principal that he smelled gunpowder and shot either me and Bill or just me. Like, and it just like, and it ruins the school experience too, because like they don't like you. Plus, he like I know something I shouldn't know about you. Like again, like I'm not letting people really get to know me. Not that like I even want to focus on like my life beforehand, but I'm not really getting to know these people or any of that. And when it comes to Tim, and he's just telling them what more than I'd ever tell them. That's for sure. Most of it, I'm just there to buy weed and to sell weed and to try to meet girls and stuff. I'm not really there, and I'm just trying to buy out the time till I'm 18 and just done with school. This is my last year. I'm not going to graduate, but I'm probably not going to go back to school. I never did. And, yeah, so he doesn't. So last day of school, he's already like worked something out with like Bill and these guys, right? That they're going to set me up like for like a big deal. They're going to rob some dealers. They're going to make it look like me, right? And then sell the drugs to Tim so they can get in the studio or something. And, and there's also like the check too for this, like for like the music, like, oh yeah, take $5,000 and make a CD, man. Like, oh, but Tim doesn't give it to me. He just gives it to Keith, who like really hates me as a teacher. They end up giving it to Bill anyways. But so Tim does. So when I see Tim, right, I'm not really thinking like, okay, like yeah. So Sean or fake Sean probably doesn't like you. I probably shouldn't tell you where that he's at my place chilling. Because again, I think Tim like kind of kidnaps him, kind of like you have to come with me and explain what just happened because like everybody hates me now. At that point, I'm like, Tim, they never really liked you anyways. Like you were never popular. Like it was literally just something I created for you. I would have like, I wasn't sorry because I remember smacking him in 6th grade, and it's like I'd smack you today too. Like you just wouldn't stop. You were sitting in front of me, just being fucking weird, and just talking mad shit, dude. And I'm only sixth grade, and like I don't like when people talk Illuminati back then either, man. Like, because like that's what it was like when I was 10. Like just a bunch of people who thought that same shit, that they were so much smarter than a simulation going on. So Tim ends up robbing Bill and his gang, right? With Sean in the car, my little fake brother. And this is like '04. There's '04. Like no, it's '05 spring now, because it's class '04, but it's '05 by the time it's over with. So they do that, and again, like Timmy's telling like the girl I'm dating, just all these different people, just how like popular and cool of a dude he is, and like it's just like so. But that's why he like robs them too, because he's like, oh, you just gonna hypothetically, you gonna like call me out on this, or you gonna like just let me do whatever I want to do? It's like you can do whatever you want to do, Tim. And I said that like I have zero fucking cares of the world, not thinking like that, like he do all that, and never mind. Come a year later, 2005, when he shows up, one of the few people who showed up when fake Sean was doing the SOS, like, I need Blues ASAP to come down here and help me. Just out of stupidity. And somehow Tim kind of, fucks him over then too, but I'd never see Tim after that in '05. But I just want to, like, point that out. Like, point out more shit. It's just like, I just really, really don't like Tim. I really never did. And, I don't know. I just never liked him, I never liked him, and none of that would have happened if his mother wasn't one of the fake Miss Heights. You know what I'm saying? And that's all I'm going to say, because everybody in that class, the teacher, the principal, cops, everybody knew that Tim was a nutbag. And I didn't make his ear bleed. He was stabbing himself with a fucking pencil in front of everybody. There was like pencil marks in his ear. I just like smacked him across the side of the fucking head because like he kept saying shit about like my dead mother. It's like, man, you're just asking for it. It's what he wanted too, because like I don't know, because he's like a crazy person. So I don't know what to say. When it comes to Tim Walsh, Prom King Timmy, and yeah. I just want to clarify that too. We're only 20 minutes in. I have really nothing else to say. Like I could say, I'm pretty sure he like committed arson. He did do the robbery. I'm trying to think, up here, like in that little span of time, man. Plus he like did that shit. Like I'm pretty sure he shot the cop too with a fucking trank. There was only one cop in that town that I was going to school at, and he was a relatively new cop, and I'm pretty sure he shot him too. And like the principal, like and I look back and I just think how like fucked up it is too. Like my 1 year in school is up here is just so like it never made sense of why it was so like not fun and not magical, for such a small group of people. You think you'd have some like cool stories in there, but there really isn't. And it's mostly because like Tim. It's mostly because Tim's there fucking with the principal, Kate Campbell, making her think he's just like something special. And like as far as I knew too, right? Is why like I wasn't that sketched out when Sean and that girl started going there, because like at the end of it, right, she realized that like Tim and all those other people that kind of like lied to her, and they're like, I'm just like if you ask me, I'm the good guy. Like, am I going there to fuck with them? No, but they're here fucking with me like to the fullest extent. And yeah. And all those, including Timmy, all those people, like, none of those people call an ambulance for me in '05. They just, like, let that all happen. So there is no, like, I don't feel bad for telling you the truth about Timmy. And, like, he, like, raped Marissa, I guess, like, that same day, too. Like, I'm pretty sure he, like, set someone's apartment building on fire and raped Marissa and filmed my performance, then kidnapped Shawnee. Like, that was a lot to do in one day. I don't know what else he did in Vermont that day. But he'd gone to the academy pretending like he thought I was there, even though he'd been going to learn like the whole year. He just wanted to go to the academy to see if they had any like bottom of the barrel rags to give him, more or less. And that was Marissa. And I guess he like took her to the hotel so he could leave his shit, but he's got like a gun on because it's like, he's like real out of his mind, dude. He thinks he's like something that he's not. So he like has a gun on, and she said it felt like, when he took his gun off, like his belt off, like it was like, you know, fuck me or I'll kill you kind of shit. And there's just a guy from Mass, so she really doesn't know that well. And yeah, she said she ended up having sex with him, and it was like really like strange. And like for some reason too, when she's like telling me these stories, dude, they're just going in one ear and out the fucking other, man. It's so weird too. So fucking weird. Like I just remember her telling me that story and just trying to explain too. Like he is not like, he is not like some like ultra cool like top dog or anything. It's like, but that's why he robs them at the end of the day, because I'm just like cool with it or not cool with it. I'm just not gonna. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna say anything or do anything. He's like, yeah, I'll help you out. I'm gonna like stop whatever they're doing somehow, even though you're kind of maestroing it, but you're gonna stop it to make sure it doesn't work anymore. And his thoughts is by bringing Sean with him and just stealing the drugs, not paying for them. He wasn't gonna pay. He didn't have the money on him anyways, man. So like he had asked me too if I could get drugs, and all he wanted to do was like rob drug dealers with whoever he was with that day up here, like, and just do that kinds of shit. I was like, wow. It's like, nope, I'm just gonna go and watch some TV, bud. Like I didn't hang out with him after any of that, man. So but that is how that happened. It was definitely during the conversation we were having after I performed. And among many things, he mentioned the Bill thing and how he was gonna like fuck up his role in it, and hopefully it would plateau for me, and it did, it did, it did. But I mean, it's, again, not the best strategic maneuver in the first place, seeing that you kind of set some of that up with them, and then there was like the whole check thing, that he brought from our class to give me and these teachers to record music, and like there was other people who wanted like the check who were either like not in the class or I don't know. I have no idea why they kept offering it to me, and I definitely did not run anyone for it because Tim's like, I'm just going to tell them that you said run it, and it's like, whatever. Like I don't want it. I don't think I'm going to school here, dude. You can leave it here though. Like he did not want to give it to those guys for one reason or another. Is what I remember. Like he didn't want to give it to one guy because he wasn't in the class, or at least like not originally. And he didn't want to give it to Darren for one reason or another. Like, and Greg wasn't there. So it's like, he wants to give it to me, but it's like, I'm not going to school next year. Like, if you had given this to me, say in March here, like, that made sense. But it's like, you guys didn't. It's like, come next year, I'm not even going to be here. Nor are these teachers. So you just give it someone money. And, someone's going to have to chase them around, or someone's going to, and all that shit happens where they give it to Bill, and Bill does it. Then they have to do mine again. And it just causes a lot of shit. So that is a big part of it. I'm just trying to think more Tim stuff, man. Like, it's just like, he's one of those kids who is obsessed with that girl Lauren Graves too, just like the Bennett and Avery friend circle, and like their older buddy who was working at the Fifth, Paul Fulton. They were just real obsessed with this one girl, who granted was very pretty, but like granted I had no relationship with outside of knowing her name and having gone to school with her in grade school. So it wasn't as predominant on my mind as all theirs, for sure. Like I didn't see her that way, is what I mean. Like I didn't really know her that well. Know her that school anyways. Like the school's just weird, dude. You know what I'm saying? The only girl I dated in that high school was like a real fat and ugly fucking girl. Nothing against that. Some people like that, but it's like, see pictures of them, like, man, I would never. Maybe it was because I had done so much time and just hadn't dated anyone in like 8 months. But it's like, I just don't see how that happened. Like I think I was like you said, it was after the media thing, and my mind's all swirled, and all of a sudden, like I'm dating the fucking retard class's like ragdoll, and it's like, okay, this is silly. and they're not really dating, just like, because they're all really fucking her. I'm not even having sex with her, and like I'm just like playing it in person. It's just creepy, dude. But it was like mostly to make me feel lesser than, like, oh, you date an ugly girl then because like, I want to date the girls that you were dating. Tim, just crazy shit. It's like, I don't know, man. You just come off like a crazy person sometimes, dude. With that whole like you have to like follow suit and like follow the script shit. It's like, dude, I'm pretty sure a lot of these people aren't on that Saved by the Bell remake shit. No, are they ever going to see you as Zach Morris or even Screech? Like, you're too much of a maniac to be Screech. And do I think that of myself? No. No, I'd see myself as like a Jared Leto. That would have been cool. My so-called life type shit. But it's like, I definitely wasn't looking to recreate any of that either. Maybe a little bit, like the garage band. Like, obviously, Degrassi, they had a garage and they had a band. Like, little things. Like, little things that I always want, or dream of. Like, man, I wish I had a garage to fucking have a band in and all that cool shit. But, I don't know. So, yeah, I'm sure he's guilty of like serious amount of crimes too, that kid Tim. Because for a while too, they're like following me. Like, this is what I mean. Like, they just like would not give up that year. They could make it sound like it was 1 or 2 times, but it's like there was like a situation where they'd been following me for a few days with like handy cams trying to get shit on me. And like, undercover cams in my own apartment, I think, like later on. But at first they got pulled over and all the cameras taken away, I think too. It's like, if I remember correctly, dude, and it was like, yeah, and it was like I can't even explain it half the time. It's going in one ear out the other. Someone says, "Hey man, those bunch of guys just got like arrested, not arrested, but like their shit taken away for like filming you." I'm like, yeah, it's been an ongoing like issue since I was like 10, so I'm not surprised by hearing that in the least bit. Not surprised by hearing that in the least bit. A lot of creepy cars driving by. Nothing special. Nothing special. Just seeing people come out of that fucking tree farm road. Like, oh yeah, great, great. Just what I want. Oh, but you know, but yeah, it's all Prom King Timmy was, man. Like, just made people lose their minds. Like, it was just me making a promise that I'd come back if they didn't murder me. I'd come back at 18 and they could murder or frame me then after we do like all this stuff. It was some of the shit I convinced people in the mode in the like when I almost getting killed type thing. Like, the things I can convince people of is fucking like insane. Like, that situation in particular, I was just playing all the right cards, and got enough of like the class behind me to not let these guys do all that to me. And yeah, about it really, to be honest with you. Because like I really don't think I was that much of a bully like in middle school. I was definitely bullied. It's like I felt like I was being bullied. You know, until like 7th or 8th grade. Then it's like, okay, I'm not really being bullied. But then after that, you get wicked bullied. But when I was a kid, like I was bullied like a motherfucker for like 5th, 6th grade, dude. I was being wicked bullied. Even in 7th and 8th, I was still being bullied by like that kid Lonigan, like in a strange way. And then other people in 9th grade, just like all fucking faucets get turned on. And here comes the bullying, like real bullying too. Like, it's not even like wedgies, man. They want to like frame you for fucking murder. Like, or like murder you, you know what I'm saying? And it's just like real creepy shit, And yeah, so that's all I'd say about Prom King Timmy, man. Is he was a kid in our class that would eat glue sticks and stab himself in the ear with a pencil, and made a big thing in high school about how I smacked the shit out of him once for saying something about my mother in class. And yeah, so in high school he made a big deal of it, and I just wanted to I don't know. I don't even know. I wanted to trick him into stop being a little whiny bitch, and like his mother pretending like that's the main reason. It's like for him not going to school, or for for her not liking me. It's like, I don't think you'd like me, and I don't think you'd go to school either way, lady. Like, he's a real like unpleasant person to be around, no matter what. He's very creepy, and I don't think you'd like me either way because you're giving me 100 reasons that don't make sense. Tony was your favorite student. You never even met Tony. Kind of weird shit. Like you're just going over and over in your head like the fakest shit. And I just remember that. And I don't think I ever seen Tim's mom after that day either, like as a fake height. Because you see the one Miss Height, Caroline, who's like recently retired from the high school, but it's like in reality, there were probably a good 3 or 4 ladies, just blonde ladies who rotate as height, and like sometimes you wouldn't even notice, man. Like, and I wouldn't have even noticed either, but because it's just a blonde lady with shades on half the time, just sitting there, and it's like, oh, that's not the same ladies. Some of them are like pure evil. I don't think Caroline wasn't, but yeah. At first, it didn't seem like they wanted, like they were even gonna do it, but the more close it got, the less they could think of. You know what I'm saying? The less they could think of to like film shit around. It's like or something. I don't even know why it interested people years later. You know what I'm saying? Like a year later, and then 3 years later again. Like it's what he actually does, and and somehow really like surprised that like I wouldn't go back there. It's like why would I ever go back there like willingly? Like what's he there? Like maybe later on like I went back to Cape to try to like start a life, but in another town. But why the fuck would I ever go back to Sandwich and that high school and do anything? It's like the scariest shit in the world, dude. It's like here, like I want to go up to the tree farm right now. Now that I remember all that, like I definitely want to go to Sandwich. I never went to learn. I just, I'm just not that kind of guy. Like as far as like, if something's not gonna happen, I'm not gonna, do all that kind of crazy shit just to have it happen. You know what I mean? Like with Prom King Timmy, man, it's like I don't know if by the time I got to high school, like I knew what Prom King was, but it's like I wouldn't want to do it anyways because it's like obviously this like a high school, and it's like what you're talking about is like gonna get people fucking like murdered, So it's like I don't know. I wish there was more to say. I'm just trying to think of some more stuff. Like obviously, like the girl, like he has that. Yeah, he like lied to those girls too. Like like oh yeah, I'm like the coolest kid of the world and the alum gang like leader. It's like man, it would take a lot to like to have convinced those bitches to do that too. Like with that girl back then, to like roll a dice on you. And like completely like get fucked over. It's like man, like it's just creepy. And somehow one of them, one of their last days down there, some of them gave that kid Mark a fucking, a dart too, like a trank dart, and what he used to like stab us or stab me in particular with. So it's like they didn't stop like my senior year either. They're still continuing, and like trying to act stupid too when they show up for Sean. It's like. So you had to have been here recently anyways. Like, how would that kid Mark have gotten that fucking thing in the first place? Like, you guys were already here, like, at the end of that year. You know what I'm saying? So, again, like, it's actually at the end of 04, too, my high school year. Because I'm forgetting there's that year when it overturns to I'll go to school and it overturns to 05. And that's when I see them again. So it's like, they're still, like, you're a loser at Sandwich High School, so you come in here to, like, pretend to be cool. It's very, that's how, it's like, and it continues on, too. It doesn't just stop. And something stops it, because I think he, like, freaks out down there. Like, eventually, it just catches up to him, and somehow, some way, like, he has a big freak out moment, and, isn't that guy there anymore. But, yeah, that's all I can really say about Prom King Timmy, man. I really can't say. I can't give you a good story. I can't give you, I can give you a bad story and a weird story. I'll give you a story where I smack him, and I give you the story where I seen him at Learn when I was done performing. Like I said hi to him finally. And it's like before that, everything they said about you or that you said about me was going in one ear out the other. Everything you did, and it's like, besides that, there's really nothing that's good. Except he's there. He does show up that time. Like he's one of the people who show up for Fake Sean in '05. Like after with the librarian and the librarian's like brother Mark and my little fake brother Sean. Like he's definitely one of the people who show up. You know what I'm saying? For one reason or another. You know, and yeah. And it's like, do I think people should? It's like, it just helped my life a little bit, understanding wise, to get some of the truth. It'd be really hard to do, you know, because you're talking 2 states, multi people, and you know, I just don't. Yeah, it's not that hard to do though. You know, and at the end of it, like you know, it's really the only thing really is like my little brother. Like you know, like I felt pretty good after just dissing people. It's like now the only thing that holds on in my mind is my little brother. You know, and it's tough. You know, but I question myself too, like how guys like Tim live with themselves after high school. You know what I'm saying? Like doing all that stuff to people, or in my case, having it done to me, and like you know, how do you live with yourself? You know, and this doesn't really sound like anything I'd probably want to put as a part 3 to that shoot interview series either, since you know I really can't connect the dots on Timo too much, because it's so obvious a lot of it. Just try to think of some more stuff. But it's like, you know, it's probably just that bad, you know? He was somebody who just became obsessed with me, you know? He said the wrong thing. He gave a bad excuse in 9th grade saying it was me, you know, who was picking on him and why he didn't want to be in school. It's like, no, you don't want to be in school because you're a loser and, you know, the girl you like doesn't want anything to do with you. So that's why you don't want to be in school. And, you know, back when we were in 9th grade, so '01, you know, and it just hit me wrong. And about many things like with Christian's D, just all this crazy shit that people give me shit about. So with that day, so with Tim, it's just like I don't know, man. I was about to get murdered, dude. So I'm just laying it in, and maybe you know, I don't know. I honestly just found it funny too. It's like, so so yeah, you did become prom king, just like I'm saying on the old thing, like. I did this for you, Timmy, but it's like in reality, I just did it to not get murdered for that brief period of time, you know, and never was interested in it afterwards. Like, it just sounded stupid to me. But understandably so, a fucking lame like Timmy would definitely need that kind of thing, you know, for someone like me back then, you know, and yeah, I don't know, you know. I'm sure they still do fuck with people. It's like, you know, to an extent, like with me, man. Like, I felt like I was being fucked with too. Like, you know? So, and I know he said that too. Like, he said he felt like he was being fucked with towards the end, but it's like, and it's like, maybe, but I think, you know, I think it's really your mom's fault, right? For the prom king stuff. It's not really me. It's like me, like, just telling everyone, like, this lady wants to fucking, like, ruin lives and, like, kill people so this fucking spaz can be a token fucking prom king in 4 years, y'all. How about y'all don't do that to me? And I just, I'm the guy he goes against. I'm a good loser. That was the pitch, dude. And it was like, I didn't even think they listened to it. They didn't even listen to it until it was like a year later, until after my brother was fucking like murdered. Then all of a sudden they want to like, you know, I don't even know, do it all. And I'm like getting the fuck out of there, you know, going back to juvie on purpose kind of shit. You know, it's like never do. The last time I was in that high school, I'm pretty sure McBride was like planning to shoot me in that reverse school shooter thing. You know, with whoever the principal, who's Jeff's mom? Whoever Jeff's mom was, Jeff Driscoll. So Driscoll and fucking McBride are like the lady Driscoll, like the principal or whatever. McBride, you know, just in there. I'm pretty sure I had a gun on me, dude. Like I'm just there. Like after waking up, you know, from being sedated. They got fucking some kid Sean Parks pretending to be me down at like the retard class. all this kind of crazy shit, dude. And like, you know, they got like Davenport and all them guys showing up all strung out fucking that morning to like sign back into school. But the whole plan is to like, shoot a few of them, I think. And I fuck it up by showing up first. And like they just end up getting like told to leave and like banned from the area or the parking lot, so they can't even come into the school no more. And like that's all the lady was planning to do. Like it's just like a series of weird stuff. You know why she's like bringing up the prom king stuff. It's just why she's gonna hack your heads off. I don't really think it had anything to do with me. Is what I'm saying. Like whatever she set them up for, I think they were getting set up for a lot worse. And me going to school that day on a warrant and just turning myself in made it like harder to do, I guess I'd say. Because all of a sudden everyone's watching kind of thing. So I don't know. And that's all I can think about Timmy, man. You know, is that he became obsessed after that probably. And then blame people for like picking on him. But it's like, I think they're just fucking with you, dude, because like you're one-siding like a feud with me right now. And a lot's happened, you know, to me. And I'm just 17 out of school in Vermont trying to make it till fucking June and like rap on a stage, you know, for like the graduation. Like I'm not doing anything remotely related to you or them, is what I'm trying to say. And, yeah, and I think you just if they were fucking with you, it's because you're fucking with somebody and it's making it look like they're fucking with me like nonstop with no you know, like I'm not going after you. Like it's not 1 and 2. It's just 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Like you know, that's what happened. You know, Tim Walsh. But you know, never his friend, never his enemy, never anything to the guy. You know, he just became obsessed with the idea of something I'd said during that whole thing in the TV room, like on the TV show in Sandwich High School, trying to convince people to not kill me and frame me that day. That's it. Nothing to do with liking you or disliking you or thinking any of that was true. All right, the truth is you're a real creepy ass kid in middle school, man. And then when we get to high school, everybody's as creepy as you. Like all the older guys are just as creepy as you. They all talk that same jive. And I just, you know, I just don't dig it, you know. And again, you know, I don't know. But again, it boils down to, you know, you're not doing it for good reason. You just like these guys, you just want to bang younger girls. More power to you, too, you know. But it's what you do around that matters. Like, everybody wants to bang young girls, like, sure. But it's like, not everybody's willing to do that kind of shit to, like, get to, so. And this isn't like a good shoot, part 3 either. It's far from a good shoot. I can acknowledge that right now. Just like I said. It's just like I said, though, when I was a kid. Like, this is why I didn't want nothing to do with Tim. It's like, you have no idea how boring I find Tim. Or how, like, stupid I found this kid, Prom King Timmy. Or just how much of a lame I thought of Timmy, dude. After, like, smacking him in 6th grade. And then, like, being in that position where you have to, like, put him over. Like, put him over good. You know? Like, really convince some of these fucking people. And it's like, it's not helping me, but, you know, did he help me after by robbing Bill and those guys? I don't know. Probably a little bit, you know. And, you know, I don't know what to say, but like I said, it's like, damn, I'm already tired of talking about Tim Walsh. I really can't talk about, like, my other bullies at the moment. One day we will, but right now it's like, you know, we're just focusing on little tiny things. But I don't feel like this is even a good enough one to, like, express. I just wanted to put it out there. Like, yes, he was lying to you. Yes, he's just, you know, I don't know. But yeah, I don't think this is a keeper as far as shoots. So I'm just going to waste it by smoking a cig and sitting here trying to think of if I can think of anything else with Tim, and I don't think people care either. But you know, I'm trying to think. Prom King Timmy. You know, I don't know. You know, I don't know. Stay required, I guess. Yeah. Because I don't want to keep wasting fucking. Okay, so I haven't really actually like thought. Put that. I shut it off for a minute. Trying to think of anything more with Tim. Like the yearbook stuff was weird. Okay. You know, the yearbook stuff was definitely weird, and they had a yearbook, but it had like a bunch of McBride shit in it and a bunch of other shit, and they cut it all out and just made like a real simplistic one. But it was weird in the sense of like I don't even know, man. I mean, cause he like bought me a fucking yearbook of one of theirs, one of the real ones, and like I didn't want it. I didn't want it, and then I didn't take it. It ended up, I think, Encarnacion got it, and the thing about Encarnacion having it, he got it that night that Tim and all those other people showed up when I was tranked and stuff, and he's got me on live cam to the Sandwich High School, the fake Sean. Like Encarnacion showed up to take the yearbook. Like he didn't buy himself a yearbook, and he wasn't really in the school. He was in the sped class, so like I don't know. He didn't get a yearbook, and he wanted the one that Sean had of mine. And like Sean might have had like the actual like preprint of the old yearbook too. They took back from him. Like I don't know. Fake Sean was very obsessed with my class and like got, you know, did that. I don't know. And in that same mindset, he got real obsessed with it and thought like Christian and Coughlin were like real cool kids and, just fucked with like a Timmy and stuff. And then it came back to haunt him. That's how I put it. But like Timmy fucked with him back or all that kinds of stuff, you know. And yeah, you know, I don't know. He might have like driven him in a trunk for like 5 hours back and forth from fucking there to here or something crazy. The kid was upset. I didn't really get much of it, but yeah, So yeah, Tim's messed up a lot of things in my life, man. I really don't like him, and I never did. He's not like a cool kid, and he's not like anything besides just like besides some guy who said the wrong thing and I smacked the shit out of when I was a kid. And he tried to take advantage of that later on in life, and then I flipped it on him, so he'd never be able to say that again. And it sounds sane. So I don't know. I'd say he's the bully though, for sure. Like, and I think that's just so apparent. It's like as far as like you see, I could give you at least like for sure until 05 of him coming at me, in a non that state, non that school way. You know what I'm saying? So when people act surprised that like a Prom King Timmy song comes out, like they just don't know like what this guy's really done in life and how much of like a scumbag this guy really is, and just how much of a delusional person he really became, only because of like what I said in ninth grade, like just trying to not get murdered by like people, you know. Yeah, that's all I promised too. It's like, man, it's just funny. It's funny thinking back, but it's not funny, you know. It's not funny because it's almost like they're fucking with him. Like after my brother died, like, oh yeah, bring up the Prom King Timmy stuff because like my brother dying was just what it was. Like just a bunch of people who were like coming, who wanted my house to be like their flop house for the gangs, and you know, like I explained in the other videos, it's nothing I could really do, and like nothing he had anything to do with either. It was like when they started bringing it up, it was like at the strangest time. It was like a year later, and they're bumping him up to like get it going too, and like he just yeah, 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 yeah. He just believed the hype, or believed that I was being serious, that I'd actually like do that, or wanted to do that, or cared, or wanted anything besides not dying that day. So yeah, Prom King Timmy, arrest that motherfucker for real, or something, dude. But yeah, really cheesy part 3. to this series. Yeah, it's worth noting too that like uh like that day he was at the school, right, filming my performance of the last day of school graduation thing. He'd mentioned how Sean, the fake Sean, had just been there and fucked a bunch of stuff up. Like, he had set some fires, like arsons and sold some bad drugs. And Tim had said like, "Oh, is there some place I could? What's there to do fun around here? Is there anyone I can rob or set up anything I can set on fire?" And like that night, there was a kid at my house who was like partying, whose apartment building or house just burnt down too. And like Bill tried to kill him for crying, but everyone was drunk and we pulled Bill off him. It's one of the first times like I had to do that too, like stop Bill from murdering somebody mid drinking. But I'm not sure what like other crimes Tim committed, man. To be honest with you, like I said, someone robbed that bank in '09 too up here. I wouldn't put it past it. You know what I'm saying? I would not put it past it, considering Sean was at the house and didn't get arrested, and nobody got arrested after they realized it. Like I wasn't there or couldn't be blamed for it. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I'm pretty sure he's guilty of like a whole bunch of stuff, man. Timothy, for sure. And people are like lied to the whole time too, like thinking he's somebody he's not, thinking he's me. I don't even know, but not me. He's like doing like a version of like me and like like one of the smart kids in our class. And it's like maybe you grew up to be like that, but within seconds of like talking to him in '04, I could tell like, wow, you're just like a fucking like maniac still. Like, holy shit, and short but sweet, you know. Not really sure the crimes he committed, and not really sure if he was ever like stopped or how that stopped. You know what I'm saying? I'm not really sure of how much more he had done at that school in Vermont. Like, I don't know. I like stopped going to school, and even when I was going to school there, if they brought it up, I definitely just let it go in one ear out the other, or they only were bringing it up post being like drugged, or just like coming, taking advantage of the situation. And you might be bringing it up later, but you're bringing it up at like the worst time, and I'm in the worst condition. And yeah, because otherwise I'd probably be upset. I have no idea how I'd feel, is what I'll say. As a result, I don't know what else we could talk about. We could fill up another hour, but it's like, I don't know. We're going to take a little break though. What's up, guys? Kind of a little bit of a delay. A few hours there. I took a nap and realized we lost the last part of this video where I kind of just apologized to anyone whose last year in high school was ruined by like the Tim situation. And most of those people who'd say that though were also watching that same day. I was more or less almost killed by the gang that would call themselves like the alum of the school. When I come up with the Prom King Timmy stuff for Tim. So it's like I am sorry that that somehow became part of like everyone's school year. And a lot of the times they were just pushing him up here. But what I wanted to conclude, what I didn't really see on the end of the video, was yeah, I think Tim committed a lot of crimes, right? And anything he did to help me, like as far as robbing Bill and those guys, it wasn't really like helpful, and it wasn't really to help me either. He just like he didn't have the money in the first place. He was gonna rob them anyways. What I'm gonna say. He was gonna kidnap Sean anyways. He was gonna try to trank people anyways because because it was like a story they were telling that day up there in the TV room about using the long shot trank guns, the bows on people. So I knew exactly when I was hearing the story after it had happened to me from Ed and Kate, like where he got that idea from. And I'm not sure who else he tranked. Was I carrying a weapon in the apartment school? It's like, yeah, I probably had a knife on me. I mean, like, what's funny is I probably didn't have it that day. Because I probably did not have it on. And I don't know what he did to that cop. But that cop was shady too, man. Harris is a shady guy to begin with. Just a cop that showed up in a town with no cops and decided to start a police station. Very Wyatt Earp of you, but not. He wasn't a good guy, if I remember. Or also wanted to like put his hand in that mess, that Prom King Timmy mess, and that mess that I was like involved in. And I think like the main thing is like I didn't go to school the next year. Like I didn't repeat senior year, and instead Tim was there. I think a lot of the times, and yeah, I'm not sure what other crimes and what other lives he fucked up or what. And I can't really pretend like I care. I never seen him though. I never seen him after that night in '05 where they came for the yearbook and to pick up shot of that girl and bring him down to Cape Cod, which is also another crime too. You know, not that I wasn't kidnapped shortly like after that either by a teacher, for Christ's sakes, like a sped teacher from that school. It's a lot of rough stuff, and I just want people to know like who Tim Walsh really was before all that, and what they fell for was some of the dumbest shit ever, as far as being tricked over everything. You know what I'm saying? Like it may as well have just been the same kind of shit that night when they all think they're gonna go to school and be prom king. They all think they're gonna be Timmy's prom queen. Like this lady Kate probably thinks that in a way or something. Until the end of that school year that I was there. And shit like that. It's like damn, you know. I I don't know. Like I said, I really don't want to use this part 3 either because it's such a shitty part 3. Like there's really nothing to say, about Tim Walsh. Like good. Like I don't have any good stories. All I have is those bad stories. And anything he did good, he was planning on doing anyway, as far as robbing Bill and fucking up their plan. Or that's about it. All I can think of, He called 911 in '05 when he came up here. He just like took Sean and the girl or something, And I remember he was like, trying to get me going because I'm all tranked. He's really taking advantage of that situation. I'm literally tranked and like tied up to a degree in front of the camera for that school. And I just remember Tim was really taking advantage of it. It's like, believe me, Tim, if I wasn't on drugs, none of that. Like I would have just said, I'd like fight you. Is all I'm saying. Like none of that would have happened, dude. You had me tranked, and you're trying to antagonize me to the point where I get angry, but I'm drugged. And then he ends up like taking them like to Cape Cod. Like I don't even know what the fuck he did, to be honest with you. But I remember he was like doing coke, but not really coke. It was more meth. Pretty sure he was like doing meth that day. And then like firstly he does like offer Sean some, fake Sean some. It's really dark and really evil, man. And like the fact that this guy or these kids could still play victim is just so fucking great. Now that like I remember all this, like, oh yeah, what are you gonna do? Fucking tell him that I smacked you when we were 12? So by the time we're 18, you're trying to fucking murder me on a webcam, dude. Like, and like that's one of like 5 interactions we've had since the 6th grade, and it's just someone who has, yeah, someone that had like no real friends or no real enemies, and just like really wanted to be something with me. It's just like I could like only taking advantage of the situation. And who knows, man? Maybe one day we'll be in a jail together, and you could be like, someone's prom queen there or something. Like I don't know, dude. But it's like, after a while, I'm gonna be able to tell them all the things you guys did that were lies. Like just right down to like they stole a truck. How about that? One of the years I didn't go there, but they really wanted me there. That senior year, they really wanted me to go like be there. Like I ended up getting kidnapped by these people, anyways. But like one of their plans was to steal a truck and like leave it in a parking lot with fake gang tags on it, and like Eddie did it. That's how bad they wanted me to like I don't even know. I don't know what they expect of you either. When they drag you back there, kicking and screaming, it's like, what do you expect? What do you think? I'm just gonna like put on game face and start like wanting to be prom king, dude? Like this is like traumatizing. I'm being like fucking like stalked and like plotted against. Like, they're guilty of just everything within like, not that I didn't see a lot of other fucked up things like within that gang when they were gonna try to kill me. Like I'm not saying, I've seen some of the most crazy shit in the world, man. And we could talk about Lorenzo Munde, who has a diss song on him too. But there's not. It's like literally like the only time I interact with that guy, like outside of just seeing him once in a while, was that day. And but there's plenty to say about that fucking day. You know what I'm saying? But it's like it's not enough to keep a story rolling. I could just pretty much tell you the crimes they committed and the condition I was in and how I got there and how I got in that condition. You know what I'm saying? With guys like Tim, with guys like him, you know, or some of the guys that are trying to silence me, they're all just as guilty of just as many bad crimes. And a lot of them are like, older than 18 when they're doing these crimes. And it's just, I go on and on, but I just don't like Tim. How about that, guys? And, I really don't care, Tim, either. Like, yeah. This, because you should have just killed me back then, buddy. If you didn't want, if you guys didn't want me telling these stories, you should have just slit my throat, there, guy who I can't mention by name. But maybe you should have slit my throat like you made a big stance out. You should. It's like not, I don't know what to say. Just bullies to the max, right? Who who tried to frame you a lot back in the day. So I will be surprised how much of that stands up against what they were actually doing now that we're like older and adults. If it ever comes to that, because it could just be this kind of shit where I just want to feel good in a way of explaining all that, because I couldn't explain it back then. And if someone asked me what is all this Prom King Timmy stuff, it's literally just me offering to come back after 18, like, yeah, I'll just don't murder me or frame me for anything that's going to get me in jail past 18. Let me just, I'll come back when I'm 18. I'll be the big, guy that Tim faces and defeats for Prom King. Like, that's all it was, man. And the obsession was after, all that shit happened, my little brother dead or whatever, and my family moving and stuff, like they, re-brought it up, like, oh, let's do that. Let's not do what we were just doing, and that's why I became relevant. And that's why I kept relevance when they realized I was at school there too, because there's not much you could do. But we can do Prom King Timmy because that's PG, right? All you got to do is lose to them in a Prom King contest if you come back, and I just didn't want anything to do with them, Oh, I must have said it like 20 fucking times within that school year. And I said it when they fucking kidnapped me, the following year in 2005 and brought me there. Again, with a gun to me, trying to get me to admit to crimes and stuff. And it's like, wow, just saying the weirdest shit too. Like I tell you, like I only see Tim that one time. And yeah, it's like, it's all, it's not water on the bridge. It's not the past. It's stuff I'm living with today. It's stuff that still goes on in my head today. I'm still a young adult today. We're not in our 80s. It's not that hard to figure out what they did and what they still want to do. So, these are shoot interviews, and you're not going to get the fluff around it that you'd read on a tweet. Like that's the truth about Prom King Timmy. So if you guys fell for his shit, which I just ignored, and it's like I never really had a chance to ignore. It was only those two occasions I'd seen him like face to face that I can even say happened, like after ninth grade in 2001. I seen him that one time in 2004 after I performed face to face, because he's like, out in the open while I'm like, we're doing the graduation in a park. And then again in 2005 when I'm tranked and kind of like tied down, he's trying to get me going, talking about how he's gonna like, be banging the trank girlfriend and like, just a bunch of stuff, man. Just a bunch of stuff from people who never wanted to leave high school like Tim and like wanted to stay longer. I agree that they don't get to be, all this kinds of stuff, you know, to like little kids forever. I don't know, because at that point, man, I was so anti-school, not anti-school, but so leave me alone. By that age of 18, I just get the fuck out of here. And yeah, yeah, that's what I'll say. That's how we're gonna end this. As boring as it was, I'm sorry if it's not as interesting. And all I'm really doing is talking about some obsessed loser named Tim Walsh, who I might have helped, get a little of attention later on in high school. All right, talk to y'all later. Okay, what's up? It's been a few days since part 3 of the shoot interview series, where I think we highlighted Prom King Timmy. Part 2, we highlighted the DUC story with Bill and such. And 1 is just the shimmy of the situation overall. Today, for part 4, we are going to highlight and tell the story of Marissa, which is an ex-girlfriend I had, Marissa, between 06 and 07. But I also knew since 03. So I can start off in the beginning and end relatively deep into the whole story. So let's see. It is summer 03. And school, we're not in school right now. Yeah. Okay, so it's summer 03 and I got some weed because I've been working, so I have weed for the week. It's a good amount of weed. And Crystal decides to come by. Yeah, it's cool too how I got the weed. It was from a girl I would have preferred to have dated. She was like a lot older than me, and we were working together at McDonald's. And she got me all this weed. And so I'm at my apartment in St. Johnsbury or around there, whatever. There, yeah, sure. I'm at Sand Hill is what I meant. And I got a good amount of weed, and Crystal brings 3 girls with her. And it's like her friend Kelly, who's not that attractive, somebody else, and Marissa. And right away, Marissa's she's dressed very good compared to them. She's dressed closer to a Reese Witherspoon fan than they are. So she looks really cute, and also puts up a stink when she doesn't get to sit directly next to me. In a couch situation to smoke weed for a couple hours. Either listen to music or watch TV. I'm not sure what we're doing. As a group, we're just sitting there smoking weed. And it was early, if it's summer 03, you gotta think March up in Brockton. So it's so it's a lot to take in. All of a sudden you're in an apartment in Vermont with 3 girls your age, basically, sitting there smoking weed. Wow, life really, really just took a left turn there. It was a good left turn compared when you look back in hindsight. So, okay. So I know who she is now. You know what I'm saying? And continue seeing her throughout, not seeing her one-on-one or really, but, here and there, in a collection of people. Sometimes she'll have this person with her. Sometimes she'll be by herself. Sometimes, okay, but yeah, this is all through the school year until I see her after she brings Tim to learn. So I don't see too much of her, but throughout that whole school year, at some point too, she got a DUI when driving by my place with people honking to say hello, making a scene. It brought the attention of the cops. got pulled over, DUI or something. Nothing to do with me. Just it was my apartment they were yelling at. So so yeah, that whole school year, '04, I don't see it because she don't go to the school. She goes to a regular high school. So I don't really see her unless like it's like something like that, like coming by to buy weed or coming by to, I don't know, yell while driving by or whatever. But we're not friends either. And a couple times I see her with like Bill, she drives. So a lot of the times it's just like, quick rides. Like I don't know her like that. I just know she has a boyfriend who goes to the regular high school. Until the summer, I get to know her just visually a little bit more, I believe. In a crazy situation with Bill early on that summer, yeah, at the trailer park. And, I don't know. She's like trying to sleep with Bill, and Bill knows her better than I know her and just finds her like absolutely like disgusting. And I just like can't understand it because it's probably like summer. It's probably like in the summer of '04 after school's done and all that fucked up shit happens. Like we're just in the trailer park, me, him, and like David. It's like I don't even know we're like there, but like he doesn't actually stay there, and I'm not actually friends with him. But Major's like for all of Major's like anger about not being cool with people, neither was his family. Cool with people just coming to his trailer and like hanging out, partying wise and shit. So that's back then. So we're in the trailer park just waiting to get arrested. And eventually we have to take off. We don't get arrested. Bill doesn't get arrested for a bunch of shit that happens there and blames me in a way too. He always held it against me after that summer. Like, because he does all this fucked up shit. It's really not me either, because he's there days beforehand, and he's not staying there. He's just, like, going there, like, and, like, staying at camps, like, near there, and fucking shit up. And, like, I'm only there one night, and it's, like, a bizarre, crazy, fucked up night, where I, like, see her, and finally, like, and it still doesn't hit me that she lives there in this trailer park because I'm thinking she drives and she dresses normal. So she's definitely not one of these like Major type motherfuckers that Bill is like obsessed with, like, I don't know, finding like a spot there to like again or something. So it just doesn't work. Like, and I'm only there like one night with him, but a lot happens. And once it starts getting like real crazy, I just leave. And then after I leave, like his friends leave and he's by himself and he just gets arrested for a ton of shit. So he always does hold that against me too. And like, okay, so let's see. The next time I see her, because like after that performance and stuff, like beforehand too, like when she's tricked to bring Tim there, she she fucking gets us high really quick before we go fucking on stage. We smoke in a car or some shit. And so okay, so I do not see her again after that. After that, like when she's trying to fuck Bill, and Bill's like, doesn't want nothing to do with this chick. It's like after all this like long shit, and she's at a party and stuff, and I don't know, because like looking back, it's just like you're dealing with like the slut of like the class, like of her class. I don't think she's in my class either. It's just like a strange situation trying to timeline everything. You know what I'm saying? Mostly when like I have to like highlight different things. Okay. So okay, I'm just trying to like build it up. Like I know who this bitch is what I'm trying to say. So okay, here comes post 05, first CD's out. Doing all this crazy shit. My dad's back from Iraq. So it's like we're not really partying anymore. You know what I'm saying? Just one random night. Like I probably hadn't seen her in a good year, change or something. She fucking shows up with Crystal, and It's like they're looking for drugs. I'll give you that. So they're not really looking to just, it's basically, yeah, they want to like get drunk and do drugs for free. So is what they're doing. And she had just gotten kicked out of college, like after like, a term and a half or 2 terms at most, right? And like, just done like the whole like, like never coming back to the trailer park thing, I assume, and all that kinds of shit. So now you're permanently back again after a few months. you know, Very Seth. Fuck all y'all, I'm moving with daddy. In '03, and then you're back in a few days. And then fucking he always held it against me. Okay, so in that situation, right, we end up hooking up like, and it's tough too. It's not like the first night. The first night's like a 3-way, like, like I haven't been able to separate the two. Like I haven't been able to get alone with her yet. The second I do, like the next night, I finally get to fuck her and like agree to date like right then and there too. And like, it's almost like we just fast forward it really quick, like, okay, yeah, I love you. Yeah, I love you too. Okay, great. Let's like say we're dating. Let's just yeah, really, it's weird for me, it's weird for you, but it's like it's gonna change some shit. And it's like, at least she's not like working either. She's about to get a job, Price Chopper, right? And then so we're dating maybe a couple weeks. She gets a job, and then like I get a job after. I don't really like what I'm doing there. I'm like cutting fruit. She's just working the registers at like a grocery store. And it's cool. It's cool. But then like you just want it to be better like right away. You don't want it to be like so fucking shady and backhanded and like untrustworthy ass shit. You just want it to be like, something good. And like, you look past so much shit. And it's like, it is good for a little bit. And it's like, man, it just gets real like grimy, like right away too. Cause like, obviously my brother and my dad are like fucking lunatics at this point too. And they just want nothing but like me to go to jail. Like the second they see that like she's like a permanent fixture and something, because there's a lot of people coming and going at first. If my dad gets there in November, back in November, there's like, there's a questionable cast of people, right? And the only one that matters at that point, say, February 1st, '06, is her. Like, to me at least, like, I don't give a fuck. Corey, Major, any of those girls, you guys, like, nothing. I just kind of, this is like what I'm doing. And, like, yeah, like, whatever drama she brings. And, like, he fucking, they'd rather, like, try to get me put in jail. Eventually do. And I had to go live with Kate Campbell. And that's like early, if that's fucking February, by spring, like my dad's like calling probation officers and, trying to do everything he can to like get us put in jail or get me put in jail. Like, just so, I don't know. It's very strange. And it does work. And I end up at Kate Campbell's. And granted, it just, there's a few good summer memories there. Living at Kate Campbell's, not with Kate or anything, just like the things we got to do. Even if I just gotten played like in the worst kinds of ways, I still got to do a lot of cool things that summer '06, like with her, like as far as, because we couldn't just sit there and watch TV. And like we couldn't all, but we also didn't get half as much time together. But it's like we also did like a lot of other like shit that I probably wouldn't want to fucking do, as far as, oh God, like I worked at like a bike rally, like a camp for a weekend, like with the workers in the worker area. It was fun. Sounds weird. Did a lot of weird shit, I don't know. Not weird shit, but you know what I mean. Like, when, I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. Just trying to think. It wasn't great, like I said, like, by any stretch of the imagination. It was very, I feel like I just got played, as far as like being sent to jail, and like now I'm at Kate's in the middle of nowhere, and that girl has to drive 45 minutes to come fucking see me. And like we have to try to make it work summer wise, like in that situation, because I don't even move back in with my dad until fucking like October, when I start working at the school, and I'm only there for a couple weeks, and I move back into Kate's just with her by the end of November into the apartment part of Kate's. But it's like for a while, it's just really shitty, and like I don't know. Works out though, and I'm still making music and stuff, and it's like just really shady, because when I really start not liking Major, when he starts hanging out with like the guy pretending to be my little brother a lot, like he's still like, and you can't, yeah, it just really fucked up the whole situation. But there's a couple, decent things I can look back on and say, yeah, it's not a bad memory. Got that 1 second in particular. So we end up living together in November 06. Like we're at Kate's now. Like I'm not just a foster care kid. I'm renting an apartment and she's living there too. And that just creates more like jealousy, man, from like all angles. And it's like, it's not bad either. It's not bad, but it's not good. There's no such thing as Dollar Tree. And we haven't, like, and I haven't figured out, yeah, like, no such thing as Dollar Tree yet. So it's like, you're never going to have, like, everything you want. You know what I'm saying? And, like, and you're not really working that, like, yeah. Like, I'm only working fucking, like, 3/4 a schedule of fucking, at, like, dishwashing. So it's like, it's never as good as you want it to be, but it's decent enough that it's like okay, but it's like short too. If we live together, it's from November 06 to May fucking 07, and like so that's only like 6 months ish maybe. So it's like there's not much. It's not much of a. It's like yeah. And I didn't have nothing either in my life. Like I had like maybe like a bag of clothes and like just a tote of like notebooks and pictures and shit and old cassette tapes that we ran and filled up. And like so and then she had like a whole life, like not a life, but like because it's not a life. It's not half of what I like. What I thought I was getting into. It was like something different. It's like a broke bitch, but like a broke bitch whose parents weren't bad parents, but broke parents probably. And like, yeah, and I didn't even think she lived in a trailer park. That was all like news to me when we started dating. It's like, oh, you actually lived there and shit. We actually grew up there. It's like, oh wow, see, it just as worthless as if I was fucking Major's little sister or something. It's like just as worthless, like in the big picture, as far as okay, so you have like nothing, like I have to like meet this lady Kate. Well, I know she's a principal. Like I have to work all this out to keep you. Like you can't just fucking create something, which I thought it was completely different. Getting into it, and then yeah, you know, it ended badly because it ended real confusing. Like I said, like I'm pretty sure, like a lot. It was confusing during it, but like and I made a lot of good music, and I was using her computer to make videos and shit, and like it was really working, like building up, and it's like when people see it building, like all of a sudden naturally, like we're doing the online thing, like there's an online presence, and it's like building content and like finding slowly people from like my earlier years, and like it just really quickly like got like kiboshed, like I don't even know because you don't think it's by her, but it's like just people willing to fuck you over, and then all of a sudden like her willingness to fuck you over was like very quickly Like, oh, definitely, he's gonna fuck me over, so fuck him over even quicker. It's like, I don't think I was gonna, but like, it was dirty. Like, I have no idea. I have no idea because I've never known her afterwards. You know what I'm saying? I never knew her afterwards. Like, I would say if we broke up all the way back in fucking, spring '07, I never like seen her again more than a dozen times. So that's over 15 years. And like, you still live in the same fucking town that like her family lives in. She's in and out, you'd think, but it's like I've maybe seen her 12 times. And I don't know, I just didn't like her. And I just realized like how lame the story is. Like as a whole, like I could go into little tiny details and all that kind of stuff. And like tell all the gushy shit, but there you go in 20 minutes. And it's like, just like anybody else, you know what I'm saying? She knew all those people more than she knew me. And her cat had been killed by somebody, and by name association probably didn't like me, and for one reason or another was like ill-intended most of the time anyways. So it's like, and all you're really telling the story of is like is like a delusional, angry post like return home from first semester in college, dream shattered, you know uh gang rag okay with person, just ready to sacrifice you, right? Yeah, the first chance they get. And then one reason or another during that, probably started regretting it and see like and then once confident, right, was okay with the big leap. I don't even know. And it's just weird because there's other elements to it. There's like Gadapi, who was like a bad army guy on my behalf. Like he was like our babysitter when my dad was in Iraq. And then after my dad got back is when I got with her. But then like she ends up with his son too, like in the long run. Like after a bunch of legal shit on both ends, she ends up with his son. It's just like you can tell when a situation's been manipulated. You know what I'm saying? Like if you see me with a job, a girl, and a place that like technically is our own, and all of a sudden you split up, like you want somebody else to have this place, you want someone else to have his job, and you want someone else to have that girl. And there's not much to leave Eddie with except like, his freedom. It's like, but you're leaving me with my freedom, but with nothing else. You know, is like how something was like something boiled down to like some kind of incident, whether it was another dart incident or what. But it all boiled down to like a meeting between me and Gadapi, where that like is pretty much put out there. Like you're pretty much having everything taken from you, and like I'm framing you with all this bad information from back in the day. Like, and I feel confident that I can take all this and leave you with nothing but your freedom, and like you should be happy. And it just I don't think I was in the condition to even agree or debate or anything. You know, at the time too, it's not long post war, so you have maniacs and like worthless nobodies in the army with too much power and too much sway and things, which is probably not as strong or acceptable today in society. And I don't know, she did leave me, okay, because on the outside, it just looks like she left me for some like goofball who like told her some silly shit. He's like, oh, I'm a millionaire, girl. Time to, let me move in your place because I don't have a place. But I am a millionaire. So let's do this, girl. She actually believed all that too. Or something. And I was supposed to believe that she believed all that. Like, I don't know. I don't really care in the picture after it happens, right? But she does the same thing. She keeps coming back, fucking with me. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, she's left me. Now I have to write all these songs. I do a whole EP. I do the original Donna project. I do a bunch of like remixes when I do like In Your Arms Tonight, the Jay-Z remix, and it's like all these really, really, really cool songs. And it's like it only took 2 weeks for me to like start working again. But by then I'm living with my dad and brother again. So it's a weird situation, you know. But so she keeps coming back and fucking with me. And then I'm like hanging out with Corey, and in a way I feel like I'm fucking with her because I'm hanging out at the trailer park with Corey. And yeah, you probably like live or have to go in and out of there all the time. And like I don't. Yeah, looking back, it's like kind of my fault for even going up there, but mostly Corey's fault. But not, I don't know. I just shouldn't be going up there because it's like such a shitty situation that I'm not never been a part of, like fully or in a good way, or just never lived there. So I shouldn't be up there hanging out with Corey. Is what I'm saying. And she, of course, is there, and that shit happens where that window is broken as a result. But then a bunch of shit, like she gets in a bunch of legal trouble 100 times worse too, like a week later, involving like, destruction of like fucking mailboxes via explosive devices and shit, like silly shit that like gets you in a lot of trouble. Just like breaking a window, I guess, gets you in a lot of trouble. So trying to think. Yeah, and that, that's pretty much where it ends. I mean, there's a couple things, after all the legal trouble and shit. There's obviously online conversations, but there's never any more like sex and like stories or love. It's just like, pure hatred. Because I remember, because she's coming back and forth. So at some point before the incident with the machete in the window, she leaves like a majority of her shit at the apartment that we're moving out of, like slowly to that house. Just a bunch of her shit, and a lot of it's a personal shit. And it's like, I don't want to take it to the new house because it's after the machete thing. I just don't want her going there and like fucking with me like on a daily basis. So I just have to leave it at the apartment. Hopefully somebody gets it. And it ends up she doesn't get it and she just like hates me for it. And it's like, I have no idea what I could have done different in that situation after all that had happened at the trailer park. Like I can't just sit here with the shit, and I can't take it there because I don't want you coming there to like fuck with me there. And it's like, so yeah. So she hates me for that. We end up not getting in much trouble, actually. Once it like gets to court and it's like even halfway explained what happened, it's like, and a lot of it's like I won't explain it. It's just Corey saying one thing, them saying one thing, and then like, the obvious. And it's like I don't even have to say anything to the point where like we're just not gonna get in trouble because like, okay, you're not gonna do anything about like all these maniacs like fucking trying to divvy up his life and shit. Like, oh, it's crazy. So it's like we don't get in trouble when it doesn't look right. One time though, before I got off all the trouble, we're in court and stuff. It's funny. She comes through the McDonald's drive-through. She's purposely trying to fuck with me too. It's like, okay, can you just not, like, I'm trying to not do anything to be around you. Like, I don't go to your fucking supermarket. And it must be like 5 a.m. And I'm not even working. I'm just going to get breakfast too. And so I buy breakfast and I'm leaving. And I turn around. She's in the drive-thru. And I've probably been out all night drinking and partying with Crystal. And the night before, right, she had just come there with her to like get, like, I had bought a bunch of booze with my paycheck. And she came to my house after, but I let Crystal go get it for me. So everybody know you got all the good vodka. So this bitch calls me, right? Shows a bunch of dudes and Crystal and like wants my vodka. And of course I just give it to her. It's like, whatever. I really, really don't care. Like, I know what you want me to do, and I'm not going to do it. Have fun. But then I see her in the morning, and I just have like an orange juice in my hand, like a big bag of breakfast. I just want to go eat it. I'm like, hi. But there she is in the drive-thru. I'm just like, what a fucking bitch. Just like an election when he throws a shake at the limo. Like, I just kind of like, hook shot at it from like across a parking lot, man. But it like floated right to like her windshield right in front of her and just pow, OJ everywhere. It was fucking awesome, dude. So cool. It's like the coolest thing ever, dude. To like end like that story, But it didn't really end. For a couple of years it did. And but after 2010, when the music like really started, it was like you could tell she at different times she's like, got a kid and a husband by then. So it's like I'm not really trying to write music about her. Like I said, there's not much there. It really isn't. And except like hatred and like a fuck you. I don't really understand what happened. Kind of story based to it. And that's like all you really got like early on, if anything, about her. And once in a while she'd fuck with me, but then she stopped fucking with me for a couple of years, and then like a bunch of shit happened to her in 2014, which I just didn't believe or like understand, because it's like I don't even know, because you feel like all this bad stuff's happened to you, very similar, and then someone tells you a story which is like, that's just sounds like something like that's been in my nightmares that happened to me like a million times, but okay, I believe you. Kinda don't. It's like, I don't know, if you acted like you acted towards me, then I could see how something like that might happen, and, yeah, and never directly. It's like, and then, the last few years, like not now, but like, even a few years back from now, it felt like, it felt like I was definitely affected, by guys she was like sleeping with, if she was sleeping with Major or like a Lamazni, or like these guys wanted to sleep with her, or a little brother or anything during that time frame, we'll say of 2014 to even maybe beforehand, because I don't really know. Like I said, I wasn't like ever close with these people like after 2010, I'd say. The closest one I was to was Major for a little bit, but so these people like have this weird vibe towards you, man, when you're around them. You're trying to do something else, and it just feels like they're trying to do that. It's like I don't think I'm that gateway to that in any such way, unless it's like a gateway of like you're trying to do something bad to get near her from me. So it's a really shitty situation. Till who knows, dude. Right down to that bar incident where like where her friend is like the bartender, like before that guy suffocated me and stuff and tackled me. It was like, I just and you don't know her relationship like through that, through that bar. If that's her best friend that works there or some shit, like you don't know. It could have just all been swirl because of her. And this is like a real scumbag girl too, at the heart of it. You know what I'm saying? This is like a real scumbag and like bottom of the barrel, like Alison Pucci level gang rag. You know what I'm saying? Exactly, dude. It's like exactly like that. You know what I'm saying? If anybody knows like that, how people like control that girl, like only cause like I didn't really like her when I was like dating her for like a week ish, and not really. I was just like the guy in the group that like made her feel better about like how they were treating her. Like, oh yeah, definitely, you're my girlfriend. You're totally not just like whatever to them. Like I just met you, but okay, I wouldn't put her above that in any situation. If anything, not even as smart. I don't know. Maybe not smarter. Definitely smarter than that. But not doesn't have the money of that. Put it like that. Broke version of that, dude. So that's why it's worse. Like you're like just as broke as me. Fucking broke version of what they were doing with that bitch. And yeah. Fucking people driving by. So okay, yeah. That's funny though. It's a funny analogy, dude. Because some people get a better idea of what I mean by that. Like if she's like the chunky little fucking retard running around. Like she really wasn't chunky when I was dating her. Allison wasn't either. But you get it, like, just I don't even know, man. I don't even know. That's funny shit, though. But yeah, so the point is like, there's always someone with like a murder blackmail level hold on her. You know what I'm saying? Or some kind of Illuminati hold on her, where they've already exposed the Illuminati thing to her, dude. And she's all like flabbergasted, because not flabbergasted, but like she believes fucking, this guy probably knows more because he told her first. You know, I just remember Ben Lamosny like pointing that out at one point when we were working in the calf, right? At the school that she used to go to, that, she's like a hoe. Okay, I see it like this, and I'm on the alum of this school. You get the gist. Like if I'm on the alum, even though he's probably like the bottom of the barrel kind of alum, if you're just like pretty much a dishwasher manager, the manager of the dish room, that's all you are at this point, and I'm a dishwasher. Like all you really are is like the bottom of the barrel, the alum room then. So it's like, and yeah, you probably know something, but like you're probably not much yourself. And like, so, you're just telling girls like that, like, the little secrets, probably showing her the kaleidoscope of old YouTube videos, you know. Like, if you look really close, you can see that might be me. And it's like, no, it's totally not. But, it's like, but shit like that, like, seriously, like a big box. It looks like, looks like a tissue box, but it's like, like a kaleidoscope at the end. There's like a screen, and like you fucking like it pretty much just played old YouTube videos, and like that's supposed to convince people that like you are like some kind of powerful like Illuminati leader, and that's not just some toy you're using. So I don't know, but I don't know how you convinced her personally, but I just remember how like they would try to convince some people of that kinds of shit back then. So you're always dealing with that. You're never going to be the coolest guy to this girl. And yeah, there was just a lot of like, and then afterwards, it's like, it's the same thing. There's always going to be that hatred because you did so much fucked up shit. And then, like, so much fucked up shit happened to you after, and you can't figure out if it's my fault, if it's people trying to get back at you for me's fault, and it's your own fault. Like, when it boils down to it, it's like your own fault. Just like the last girl, it's like it's your own fucking fault for for trusting whoever first, like, and then like how it all spiraled out. You have to trust new people. Yeah, I understand what happened, but it's like that's your own fault. And like, I just don't appreciate the the misguided hatred of the situation in the relationship. And like people, because you heard the song Placebo, you heard the song As I Do Grin, but like those songs are dated. Like, it's 2022. Those were songs that like I would have put out in 2012 or 2011. And instead, I didn't put out anything really that great or anything at all about her, until like some like overnight diss record I made, like really messed up. Like just talking shit about like how much of a piece of shit she was. But it wasn't good, it wasn't good because I was so messed up that it's like the talent's not there. The beats are there. There's some lyrics. There's my voice, but it's like like the talent's not there. And that's what I'll say about a lot of the stuff I do when I'm messed up is like it lacks the talent. So, yeah, you just get a voice of someone who sounds like they're on drugs, and there's no like it's not tight enough. So, not really good. It's one of the worst mixtapes I ever made, but because of that reason. So and that's only 27. That's like 2017. I make that. So, and she's like pissing me off online probably too. So it's like you're trying to piss me off because she said something. She was saying little things to me around that time, around like 2016, 2017, like those like haha, like I know something, you don't know shit. like, oh, never mind, like, you know, like, oh yeah, your little brother or whatever he is to you, like, you know what I'm saying? Implying, like, you know, bringing up all the stupid little things she's remembering now, like the I know this and that. It's like, well, I still don't, and like we never had those, like, you know, we never had those moments during or after where we like openly talk about, you know, all that kinds of shit. Again, I never really let her get to know me, a lot like Bill and those people. I never let her get to know me. And if anything, I was very vague with like the what I was letting her know. You know what I'm saying? And with that, it's only because of time too. Like we were together like a year and a half. I didn't really get to know her, you know. And granted, I wasn't like you know, I don't know, what was I, 19 going 20, maybe 21 at the end. It's like I wasn't I wasn't ever taught to, like, you know, like living with just a girl, right? Like, you know, besides like living with my dad, it's like the only living situations I was really ever in was like, you know, forced foster situations or DYS, you know? So it's like, and those situations lack everything. All you got to do is go to sleep and play video games. And like, I did a lot of that there, like with her. It's like, but we don't do any of like the shit that you later learn, like, you know, as part of life. Like, you know, I just like, you know, I'm just trying to do the same shit, but it's like minus the system, but all of a sudden you got to like fill in for the system. And it's like, ugh. And, you know, she's not multi skilled either. Like, somehow this chick used to like sleep with like all the staff or whatever. It was like a rag in the kitchen by the bottom of her high school run. You know, like a cafeteria rag. Like, okay, cool, but you don't even work for the cafeteria. You just rag for it already. And it's like, but she has like no skill. It's like, how the fuck do you have, what do you like, not go to home ec? It's like somehow like I have like more basic shit in my, like basic shit about like regular life, like for this situation than she did. So it was like two things, like, I don't know. It just wasn't what I thought that was going to be. And I think I would have held off too. Like, and waited to make that, you know, waited to make that change in life. But, you know, but doesn't matter. Not now, but thinking like, oh, yeah, definitely. Because any other way would have like stirred it a little different. Because like whatever, yeah. It's like it was just so bad because, you know, it was like whatever you just did, like you behaved, you fucking finished, or worked on your second album, you worked, you did all this shit, and now it's gonna get all erased. The second she just takes off and doesn't come back and gives you the option of fucking up her shit and like staying there and waiting for her to come back and causing a scene there, or you can just get your shit and leave. You get the idea, get your shit and leave. And like hopefully she'll decide to get her shit and leave, then you go back or just never go back. And in my head, it was like I didn't really like Kate. She got along better with the lady, even though it was like my place. It was like regardless, like, and I don't drive. It's like, you know, like I don't want all that drama. Like, it's not even drama. I just don't want all that like evilness. You know, like you don't want to sit there while like her and the new guy come and like move her shit out, which is basically everything. It's like I'll just take my two things and leave. You know what I'm saying? You figure it out yourself. And she doesn't do a good job at figuring out herself because like the guy that, you know, she thought had it all figured out was lying. You know, it's like, no, he wants to stay here probably with you, you crazy person. He's lying about having all that. And it's like, so I know she blames me for a lot of that, but it's like, that's just your own stupid decision making. And I think I did everything I could, to make that go easy. And she just kept like coming back and forth, fucking with me. It's like the more you don't care, the more she wants, you to show up on Christmas Eve, fucking to get killed by Moon Day, within an hour of getting out, just to like not have to see you shining, or not have to see you happy after all that. It's real, it's real repetitive. It's like, yeah, man, I don't care. But she's also not gonna like, I don't know, she's not gonna fucking leave me alone. Like, she might break up with me, but like, she sees herself as, yeah, I don't know, she's not gonna work like that, because it's not gonna work both ways. It's like I could sit there and not give a fuck about her, but it's like she's gonna give a fuck about me the second I start like even getting back up, and she's gonna want to see me like, at my lowest like this, like she's still just comfortable with that, because she's still just able to see me at my lowest. And it's like, just give me one good run just to shove in her fucking face at the end. Like, nothing you just did mattered, because I didn't give a fuck this whole time that you've been looking down on me. It's like, and just watch me have this good run. It's like, it'll never happen either. I could care less. But it's like, that's like, if I ever interact with her again, I'd have to be, is what I'm saying, is I have to be like a fucking millionaire, and like, taking pictures on a yacht, and like, having cocoa at a ski resort with like, models and shit. Like, I can't just like fucking show her the next bus video of me talking shit or something, or the next mixtape, or anything, to think that could like win it back over. Because it's like, okay, you weren't actually like feeling it at first, you were just there for drugs. And you know like, and I don't have any drugs, I'll never have drugs to draw you in with again. I bet, yeah, I bet you if I had like a bunch of fucking painkillers, I could probably like take a picture of me holding a fucking bottle of painkillers or something, and get a quicker response from her then, and have a better chance of seeing her or something than fucking than if I just like, send her a mixtape. That's why I'm saying, like, it's like, I'm not saying she's a drug addict. I'm just saying, like, if I knew her the way I knew her, and how like we had gotten together originally just based on her wanting drugs, and like and much like when we met, like, she just wants to smoke my weed for free. When we got together, she just wants to do cocaine for free, probably, or drink for free. Like, I can't remember. And, so if I did that, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, so it's pointless, is all I'm saying. Like, to do anything like that, But there were those two songs in the Blair's Cove thing, But they were old. They're like 11 years old for the most part. Just reworked and put onto like newer beats. I was a little drunk, but I did the intro on one and stuff. It's like, I just want you to know like how little I like that girl, like, as a person. And yeah, like, it's one of those things where like, you're not like an empty shell, you just real close minded, you into what other people are into, you know what I'm saying? That's what I'll say about a lot of people up here. I'm not hating like the culture they grew up on. Like, if they like country music and they like fucking country activities, it's like, I just don't think you like all that. Like, if you were exposed to like other cultures, I think you'd have a better mixture of a personality and outlook on life. And it's like, then all of a sudden you realize that it's like, she's gonna steal your outlook on life. She's gonna steal different little things of you too. Like, like, she's like a big part of you is probably still a part of this bitch, and it's like so fucking annoying too. Like, when you don't see the girl that like you just see like a lot of like a lot of what you inserted in there. And it's like, you know, like, because you slowly end up hating those little things that you loved about yourself, whether it be bands, your favorite bands, or, maybe activities that you enjoyed that, you don't want to see recycled, or I don't know, it's just so weird, man. So weird with that one, because it's like, so weird. And again, like, like I wouldn't put it past like it being some kind of high school related bullshit too. You know what I'm saying? I really wouldn't put it past that. If it's, if one of the first things I can bring up is like her incident with Tim at the last day of my school at Learn back in 04, before the forum. She said she was raped by Tim, like bringing him to Learn, where he knew was, but he was lying. He said he didn't know what it was. And like asked somebody at their school for a fucking tour guide. And they sent her. It was probably that guy, Ben, to be honest with you. Same fucking dude. Just, low bottom loom kids who are trying to, ask for free rags. A lot of people drive by today fucking staring right at me in the bus. Like, it's like, I'm just kind of cutting promos, man. I'm not like filming you guys driving by. I'm just talking. So, but, but yeah, about her and Tim, it's like, I forget where we're going with that story again, but, just trying to think. Oh, yeah, so I don't know. Trying to think as far as like, yeah, it's just not a good story. You know what I'm saying? Was she sexual? Yeah. Yeah, she definitely gave me a lot of free sex, a lot of free boyfriend, girlfriend feeling sex, I think. A lot of clean, like, because people get laid and stuff, but it's like, the difference is like, like clean when you're just like, yeah, like normal sex, I want to say, is the difference. Like, boyfriend, girlfriend sex, a little different than just getting laid. So she wasn't a bad person or girlfriend. She was just like anybody else, man. Just like anybody else. I'm not letting you know anything. And anything you find out, or hear or are told is probably bullshit. And it's like, it's up to you to decide and not to like fuck me over in the long run, or, not believe it, not ask. It's like, or it's like, I don't know. I don't know what to say. We're still under an hour, and I'm supposed to give you some kind of great story, because this is like, this is supposed to be like some kind of great epic fucking story that affects me so hard, when it really doesn't affect me. Afterwards, just what I told you, like legally it affected me a little bit, but there's supposed to be some story that's like so grand and so great and so bad looking upon me. Like, oh, why is he so depressed or sad early on back in 08? It's like, it had nothing to do with her either. Like, everything that happened, like, slowly after in 08 and stuff, a lot of that was lies. A lot of that was just people saying, I think he killed himself. You really believe that, like, I'd move by autumn 08 to try and dishwash on the island and be at a sober home, and like, you really believe I'd kill myself, throw fucking needles like all over my bed, and just I stabbed myself with bad drugs and like collapsed in the bed with a suicide note, like about like, Marissa, I did a cut on Marissa or something. Like, that is I don't fucking believe you. I never got to see like anything, because it's like, whatever scene they created, you know what I'm saying? It's like, whatever scene they created, right? Because that's definitely the high school fucking with me. If it's because I'm not that far away, and it's like, oh, hey, it's like there's people from the high school in the sober house too. So it's like, whatever scene they created to look like the death scene, wherever they found my body, it's like, and then around my bed, just like like someone took a pack of needles and just fucking threw them like around there, being described to me, and just like really shady shit, dude. They didn't expect me to wake up, is all I'm saying. And like I did wake up, and I just like I just want to make sure that like a lot of those a lot of the bullshit is because we'll see right that then right there, dude. You're only like a month in. You're not even in Vermont. You're not even doing anything. It's like it's fucked up, but it's like there's not a lick of depression going on in '08 when that happened. I mean, my cousin had died like 2 days before, but very similar. Well, I didn't know that well, and not that far from where I was. So it was like, if you ask me, it was just like some kind of, some kind of like murder, and it's supposed to look like something it wasn't, you know. So, but no, it never affected me except like I'll say this. I just felt like okay, so if it ended that spring, right? Say we went all the way till the next spring, I think there'd be a great story, but there isn't. You know what I'm saying? I think there'd be a fucking amazing story if it had lasted another year, right? Like as far as like us making, because we had done like one song together, like I just think that year there was a lot more of the good part like was right there for that year. That like was really bad for me just sitting around waiting to go to jail working at McDonald's, but there was like a lot more to that story that was really good if it had lasted like an extra 6 to 12 months. Like I don't know, and I felt like it ended early, but that's the only thing I'd say. Like that if this story sucks, if it doesn't really do anything to add to the rest of the story, besides just oh yeah, there was this fucking stupid ass bitch that really fucking kind of fucked everything up for one reason or another somehow. It's like at some point, not all the time as far as I know, but maybe. But I'd say it's like my bad. It's just not that good of a story. There's no real magic to it. A couple magic moments, okay. Any magic? No, there's the moment when it's like the second time we're fucking and we just like really it's almost like I don't even know. Like we just agree that we both love each other and that we're dating right now. It's like okay, cool. And it's almost like a just both like trying to exit out of situations or at least slow down situations that we're both in. It just feels like we're doing it for another reason besides what we're obviously just gonna fit in there. And then God, so that's kind of a magic moment, but it's ruined by reality, the situation. But then there's like another one where it's like raining, it's like spring, it's like pouring, it's like early on before like my dad and Sean start fucking me up. We're almost at an hour and we're running low on battery time, so I'm gonna wrap it up. But yeah, the moment I was talking about is it's like raining, and this is like before, I have to go to jail and like move out of the apartment on Pearl Street and stuff. It's like pouring, but it's like one of those sunny day pourings. And we run in, and like Placebo, we've just been playing that Placebo song. It's in the water, and it's like I don't know. There's like a magic moment, and like we get to the top of the stairs, and like I don't know. Like my dad like opens the door and just gives us this like weird like creepy look, which like I don't know. It's that jealousy look of like confused, not confused, but like I don't know when you just see that like okay, it was almost magic is what I'm saying, but then like my dad and my brother like really fucked me over soon after that. It was like a really close to magic moment that we had like in the rain that moment when we were running inside. It's like it's almost like the look of like you just ran into like his worst enemies, like mostly at the moment, like you just ran into like a traitor. Like we're just trying to get out of the rain, just go to my bedroom from whatever we were doing. It's like I don't know, but that's what I'll say, Yeah, all the magic I knew at that point was sucked out of it, or or like my dad had just seen and we're like about to experience some kind of weird magic, and like he wants to destroy it, and they did, you know, with all the probation officer calling like the days after that, which really fucked it all up. So to be honest with you, you know, but not really fucked it up. Like I don't know, I don't really know what to say. It just felt a lot like the Major thing. You know, he's not sharing. It's like I was never into like I don't know. I don't know. I just don't like the idea of, because you know you just see people get in trouble a lot, like you know they do a lot of time for prostitution or that kind of shit, you know. And you don't want like, you know, is why I never liked having like a girl that's just hanging around sleeping with all of us. It's like I'm just not a fan of that, you know, because I don't get it. I just really don't understand, you know. And I assume that's just what she was, you know. So, and I just, you know, just never was. So, yep, it's not a good story, you know. Shit, the other one's better. The other one's better, but just as worse, just as bad. It's like, you know, and that's the only two. And like, you know, I feel like I didn't let anybody down on the love stories. It's like the real stories, there is no real story. The real story is just, you know, me, and I guess at the end of it, it's like my real love is just creating music. You know, it's like I was never in love with her or the other girl. It's like I just want to like slow shit down in my life and like be able to focus on music and normal stuff. It's like, yeah, like nah, I wasn't let down. Like, and I wasn't heartbroken. I was aggravated by the situations, my bad decision making on picking people that I let close near me at those times, and like be those kinds of people when looking back, there are way more different and better options for those two same situations. So yeah, all right, good talking, and watch out for part 5. We have not decided yet what we'll be highlighting, but hopefully this brought more insight into different things, maybe, at least. I give you more of a picture of there was no there is no love story, no. All right, later. What's up, everyone out there watching? We are back live from the bus. For another part of the shoot interview series. You can check out as it, you know, comes out on the archive or all together. So today we've been talking a lot of Krayshawn on Twitter and that kind of shit, and like, you know, and I'm leaning towards like fucking making some kind of like autumn track to like start off an autumn project real quick for before Halloween today. You know, I'm just looking outside, like the leaves have already started falling and shit. It's getting chilly. Jacket, sweater weather here, as you can see. It's definitely like my favorite kind of weather at this moment. You know, makes me think of a lot of cool music and shit. You know, like like in 2004 or maybe still 03. Yeah, like September 03. You know, listening to Twisted and shit for the first time, like heavily, you know, like smoking up and shit, selling weed and fucking having it kind of a couple years late on the album, but it was fucking Freak Show and Green Book. So I had like Green Book fresh. You know, Green Book's not that old, and Freak Show is brand new to me, but like, you know, 2 years late. So I had like all this fucking cool Twisted to listen to, and you know, like not a big variety of rock CDs at the time up here, but you know, in the early days of like writing my own music, after being a fan of music growing up, starting off with like shit like R&B. I was a big R&B fan. I liked hip hop in those R&B songs too. Like if there was a rap verse, I'd always enjoy the rap verse a lot. Just as much as I'd enjoy the main vocalist hitting a high note somewhere in there. Then I liked rock music, eventually. Still liked rap and R&B, But at that point, never, I liked ICP for like a good year there. As like a 13-year-old, I was a big ICP fan. Probably 98, 99, right till they played Woodstock. So like the year before that, leading up, I was generally a big fan of ICP. Like on the low, I'd listen to it like just by myself at home and shit. As a kid playing video games, I still listened to all their tapes and everything. But then I didn't really listen to any of it. Listen to Dark Lotus 1 the summer it came out. But then nothing like repetitive that much until like, Freak Show and Green Book from Twisted. Like I played a lot that year, that fall, That's like what comes to my mind when I think of like fall music. Like Green Book, I can pump the weed with the sun, like the power of a wizard, like it's just some really good shit, man. Like Afraid of Me, I'm trying to quote, but I can't at the moment because I'm so blazed. But like, it's some really good hits on Green Book, in that 17-year-old first year in high school, been a long time, but last year in general. And like, just that whole cool, trying to be a rapper and a duo at that. Just, it does a good job that autumn. Later on, like D12 came out and it was more about all that kinds of shit. But that autumn 03 was definitely all about listening to Twisted, like rap wise. And I had like Necro, some underground Necro shit by that winter. Like not legit shit, just like tape shit. Like I had Necro's whole CD fucking copy like from online. Like someone just had Napster and I just took my tape deck and recorded like a tape of it playing all the speakers. That's how bad I wanted like some Necro shit to listen to at that same time. So I had a lot of like cool Necro songs I could play as I played at night, after my own shit would play. So I was, so that's how I got into Necro too, or heard so much shit years before ever using his beats and all that kinds of shit. I had already like, heard his shit more, just as much as I heard my own shit, because I had it like on the same tapes, as I'm making my shit. You'd want to play the whole tape back so you get a whole good side of Necro. The other side, just like me, it's like, and I'd be listening to Necro, like trying to get anything close to that, but like the beats weren't, he had a lot better beats. And eventually I'd use some of those beats too. But, an Alien Ant Farm was always a big inspiration. Silverchair, Blink, Cold. Those were a lot of the albums I was playing those first initial years, writing music on my own. After March 03, like up here. That was one of the things I was listening to. I was still listening to Nirvana, but I was like in a phase of Nirvana that was like meant for like a younger dude, like because I miss so much, like being in juvie so much and not really having Nirvana. So like, when I'm up here, I go through the whole unplugged phase when you watch Nirvana Unplugged a bunch of times and, fall in love with it and drink tea while you're watching it or smoke some weed while you're watching it. And, so I went through all that like up here, like just as like a catch up, just to like get beyond it. And yeah, so I had to go like fast forward through a Nirvana phase, man. And it's like, and it dragged on because then like my little brother or fake little brother, whatever, wanted to be a big Nirvana fan too. So even when I'm past my prime as a Nirvana fan, right away you got the next biggest Nirvana fan right next to you. So it's like, fuck. So it stays stays relevant too long in your life, is what I'm trying to say. Or more so than it would have been. Like, Nirvana. Like, would have never been that much of a tie if I had it, a different way. Because it really wasn't like that big of a part. I was into so much other shit, but like anybody, it was just delayed. Like, I didn't see any of it till like 03, like I said. So I got to enjoy it, but like really post after everybody already enjoyed it and got through their phases, like I finally get to enjoy all the demos and shit and all the documentaries and all that kinds of shit. So, yeah. So Nirvana is a big part of like me creating music, but not a bigger part than Silverchair or Twisted or Necro. It's just the first thing that comes to mind. But it really wasn't like as important as you think, or at least like I don't know. So yeah, other shit. Like rap music, Ghetto Boys. I remember liking really early on. And obviously Sir Mix-a-Lot and the MC Hammers and Vanilla Ice. And never the biggest fan of it all, you know what I'm saying? Like I was a bigger fan of like Criss Cross than all that. Or Boys to Men, even much bigger fan of like them than any of that shit. But I still knew of all of it and like, was a fan of it generally. Like the verses you hear in songs or stuff, or like like the Dre verse in Blackstreet song. You know what I'm saying? Can't really remember it right now, but it's Dr. Dre that has like a verse in it. He's like a rapper, but so that's probably the first time I'd even heard a Dre verse 100 times. At the end of those R&B songs back then in the '90s and shit. Don't Leave, I think. I don't know. Can't remember the track, but yeah. Trying to think what else, man. If anything really inspired me. Like early on, I was exposed to like Cypress Hill. Like even before a lot of ICP, I like heard a lot of Cypress Hill and Shaggy. Obviously from like more city radio, but like Eastern city radio. So shit like that. And so I knew Cypress Hill was just like, I don't know, I just didn't like it that much. Like later on, like it was like the first like gangster rap albums that like I'd heard was probably Cypress Hill. That was probably like age like 12 or something, like fifth grade. I remember hearing a cassette copy of their CDs. My sister had made me, and at the time it's cool. Like songs like Boom Biddy Bye Bye. It's like you listen to like a horror movie or a gangster movie. Like as a kid back then, listening to those ones like first, and then but then later on, like I didn't really like them after hearing like ICP. I like that style more so than all that. Like anyone, I heard a lot of Tupac and Biggie, but like not a lot, not as much as you'd assume until later years. A lot of Big Pun, and then it's like hit radio. Like whatever's big in New York is big where I was growing up. But like almost a little bit different of a version. You know what I'm saying? Like back then, it was still kind of a difference. Like a Boston hit wasn't like a New York hit. It wasn't the same hits. Like, but now it kind of feels like the same thing. But it was still just a little bit different. Like because there was a lot more pop and shit inside. New England type fucking radio compared to like New York, which is all Diddy and shit. So I had a lot more exposure to like shit like Nickelback or damn, even early on, like, Where Have All the Cowboys Gone? Like, shit like that are, like, songs that I know well in my head, even to this day, Like, so it's like, I was exposed to a different kind of, brand of music than a lot of these rappers and shit. And then even more so, like later on, like when it was your personal choice of what you want to hear more of, it's like, yeah, I want to hear like those like fucking old O Town albums, or the old like boy band shit that like I didn't get to hear, and I want to hear all the necro shit. Like, I have a very wide variety of fucking taste in music apparently. I want to hear, like, I remember one of the first things I wanted to hear was like all the new shit Tom DeLonge had made after Blink was one, and just Silverchair, like Dissociatives, like things I wanted to hear post that, you know, or the things that really interested me, or any extra rare Nirvana recordings, and it really doesn't get much. You really don't get that rare, and that good as shit. Besides, like, there's like a few Nirvana rare ones that are good, but it's like, there's just not that many. After you hear like after you hear the Beatles cover, and you hear some other covers like Seasons in the Sun and like sappy versions, different versions of sappy. There's really not much, so it's like, I was more interested in beats and hearing songs that I didn't really get to enjoy a lot, or new songs that I wanted to enjoy, and just that kinds of shit. When it was finally like my choice to listen to music, that wasn't even until like fucking 2005. Like, I never had that outlet with a computer that I could just figure out my own way through the internet of finding music to listen to and shit like that. So that was a long time till I really wasn't just running off radio hits and bands from hits I heard or TV things. Nowadays, a lot different. People don't. People aren't as exposed to shit. Excuse me, it's kind of like fucking stoned out here talking about music on a Friday for no reason. No reason I should have to add all this to something, because like no one's gonna watch this thing, me talking about music that I liked or disliked. So I'm trying to fast forward, because it was really like that too. I just liked like a lot of rock music. I remember once in like the Swell Season band that came out of the movie, I really enjoyed that. I really enjoyed just so much, tons of shit, man. Over the years, and mostly like the last 10 years, really getting to enjoy and create like strange shit. All the shit I enjoy, it's not as it's not as fucking exciting as you think. Basically like researching tons of shit, watching tons of shit, and then you know creating around it. I don't know. I don't really think this is a good one to keep going on. We're 15 minutes in. I'm already out of shit to talk about. As far as rap music, like music I make, is just like any other person. You work to your strengths, and you avoid your weaknesses, whatever those are. And like, I don't know, conforming to the rules was always my weakness, or not weakness, yeah, weakness, but like, I don't know, I don't know. I was always so abstract with it, that like, if there is any rules of hip hop, like I'm breaking all of them right away. And yeah, that's how I seen it. You know, try to seen all that. Like, I'm just gonna break every rule right away, and just say, a lot of rules were already broken just by the creation of hip hop. So me breaking every taboo and every rule that's been built up since then shouldn't be an issue. I'm gonna use whatever beat I want, and I'm gonna say whatever the fuck I want, and probably use the N word, and probably say some diss tracks by name and all that kinds of shit. Like, just it's gonna be an asshole, and Yeah, yeah. You know, and I don't know where that came from. I think it came from like thinking that it wasn't gonna be, that much shit. Like, always having that like short track mind of like, this will never get off the fucking tape deck. Like, this is just literally me doing what I always wanted to do, like make music and not be involved with like, all the street shit, like not be going out, like I might be selling weed, but I'm inside most of the time, working on music in between, and yeah, I think yeah, yeah, more or less, you know, and it was just always kind of like it was never it was never something that like I could take serious or think that anyone would take serious till after everything. And I don't know if it was because the shit was good, because no one gave a fuck by '08 about it either, in a good way. Nobody believed in it or anything. So, fucked situation by then. I like, oh, yeah. Even doing it now is a lot like that. It's like, it's like a way to burn energy, but it's like, I don't know, you know? I think I'd rather burn energy playing like 3 hours of video games, you know? But it's, it's good to enjoy shit, but it's like maybe I just don't enjoy music anymore. I don't listen to it as much. I try to, but it's like I just, you know, so much on my mind and shit. It's like I just don't enjoy. I don't like really enjoy fucking just music in general. We're gonna try to make a song a little later, but maybe do a making of. I don't know. You know. Okay, it sounds stupid to me too. Like, let's talk the muses, huh? Over the years, like, cause I don't know. Like I wanna be serious about like, oh yeah, yeah. I'm such an in-depth artist. Like, we use muses and shit, and like, tying a lot of music that I like too, like a lot of this shit, because I know a lot about a lot of music. The shit I don't know anything about is probably what they're into. They're into like techno and like early day fucking California modern gang rap. I really didn't never like the little B's and Gucci's and that kinds of shit. I don't know. To me, that sounds offbeat, like the early version of whatever all that was. It just sounded, I don't know, something about it I just didn't like. You know what I mean? And like theirs didn't really sound like it either, but maybe it does to other people. Like all sound like to me, it just didn't fit in with all that Tyler Creator bullshit sound. I don't know, or however they are. Just like, I don't know how to describe it. It just was like the only things like I have no real knowledge of, to be honest with you. I know more about salsa music than I do Little B and that whole fucking thing. So I think you probably say vice versa about me. So at different points. So I'm trying to think like, because they, in particular, you obviously think of like Cray, Be Nasty, and Little Debbie, and like the connection through the years, since it's autumn and we've done a few autumn ones that rotate around them, and it's like like Witch Hunter 1 and 2 mainly. I'm thinking, and there's like 13 Days of Halloween and like all this other weird shit. So it's like, but then there's like, the Ariels and the way back, like the Lexi and Leah Loves, and even fucking, like you said, like Francis Cobain and Paris Jackson. And thinking of all the songs we've made, just endless amounts of girls. Like, you just think of the list, and some of the ones that I focus like more on, lyrically. You definitely think Krayshawn, and at some point it was we were doing, goodness, there's like a lot of stuff repetitively that added up to a lot of stuff. But I guess like I guess the one that makes the most sense, or like is just because it's a rappers too, so it's like probably easiest to relay that kind of energy or give a fuck, I guess. Because otherwise, it just seems like you're trying to like still be a part of other things via your music. Like that's still just rap music, and like, but if you start making it about wrestlers again or all this other shit, I could see doing some kind of autumn project right now, like more so than whatever Blair's Cove is to somebody. If it's an autumn project or if it's a summer one or a winter one, like I have no idea what it is to most people, if anything. So, and I'm just trying to think of like more music I've liked that's influenced stuff. Silverchair really did influence a lot of my like. I really liked Silverchair, like still do. I still think a lot of the music is way better than like a Nirvana or I don't know because I like heavy shit and it's got a lot of heavy music in it and I like the singing. It's just it's its own thing and I really enjoy it. Some of Daniel's shit afterwards is good too. It's not like you can't look down on it. It's very good. It's not like he's out there with an acoustic doing shit songs. Like he's still doing big grand music, but it's not. It's definitely not Silverchair. But it's nothing to look down at either. As far as I liked a lot of it. I like Dissociatives. I really like this solo album. And I think Kurt would have done the same thing probably. You know, um, I have not liked Twisted shit in a long, long time. I don't like Twisted shit. Anything beyond Independence Day, I just never fucked with. I didn't like. I didn't like the vibe. I didn't like the sound. You know. Oh, actually, the Christmas album came out after Independence Day, so I like the Christmas album. I'll give you that. It's probably the last one I really liked for Twisted was the Christmas album. That was really good. You know. And obviously the peak, I really liked Heartbroken Homicidal at some point. That was like my shit. Like fine, like after all those years, it was like a good album to finally hear and enjoy. Trying to think, but I haven't fucked with this shit in a long time. Cold shit was always good, still is good. You know, like the latest Cold song was really good that I heard. I had a cool video for it and everything. So yeah, that guy's always good. So like, I don't know. There's not much I can. Not much I'm a bigger fan of. Like a fan of myself. But then like when you listen to other people's music, you're like the music's generally still better and put together better. It's like, what do I think of my own music compared to like other people's music? Like, I don't know. I think I spit some really good shit, man. I think I do a lot of cool things with like bending words and all that kind of shit and singing. I don't know. I don't think I'm the best at anything. I don't think I'm the best rapper, writer, mixer, promoter. I don't think I'm any of that. To be honest with you, but I think I'm good at it. I don't think I'm the best. Like obviously not, but I obviously have more talents than most people. Like when it comes to like a full package or something, I have to fucking film this shit and cut this shit and like, you know, do the little visual shit too. Then write it, record it, mix it, and post it. That's a lot of shit to fucking do. Even if you would just do a one track, like a fucking season, you did all that with it. It's a lot to do by yourself. It really is. And it's not as fun. You know what I'm saying? When you do it by yourself, it's not as fun, but there's a chance that it all gets done the way you want or close to the way you want, but it's not half as fun doing it yourself, like for sure. There's never really any good stories when you do it all yourself. It's all just basically like, I got high and worked on it and then went back to regular life and then had a moment and got high and worked on it again, you know. And that's basically like how a lot of like the projects that you do by yourself end up, So We were at 30 minutes. Trying to like think too. Like I want to like talk deeply about stuff, but it's like so much of it's like what you assume. You know, so much of it is just silly. Silly and just you want to be you want to show your talents. Your talent is a really weird one. But you don't think it's weird. Like I don't think it's weird at all. But people look at it as weird. That you can just write a bitch a song. It's a weird, annoying talent to some people. Okay. We're gonna take a pause here. I'm gonna go make myself a coffee and grab some smokes inside. We will be right back, but you'll think I've been here the whole time. All right, we're back. Talking music. My music, other people's music. Shit. Eminem, huh? My first impression of Eminem was Hi, My Name Is. All the TRL shit, just like everybody else. And at the time, I was like a fan of like Kid Rock, Limp Bizkit, all the Backstreet stuff. Everything on TRL I was a fan of, Fan of ICP, fan of Metallica. You name it. Like a lot of shit was on that show. Those first few years. But so was M. And it's like, I don't know. At first it was like real childish. And then real like druggy-ish. And then all of a sudden like gangster. Or like, something that was too far-fetched. And then, that was about it. I remember like seeing of him, and I just, I liked it. None of it. Like I didn't hear his first album until 2003. Like I didn't hear the Slim Shady LP until 2003. The first one I heard was the Marshall Mathers LP, and I didn't like it. Or I did like it, but it just didn't have as many hits as the Slim Shady one, like fun tracks. I think I would have enjoyed it more had I listened to the Slim Shady LP when it came out at first, because I didn't really listen to it. I didn't like the song Hi, My Name Is or whatever. I wasn't blown away by it. I thought it was like garbage, to be honest with you, compared to like what I was used to as for rap. But eventually it caught on to me. Those years I liked the Eminem show. I liked a lot of those songs. Encore I liked, but that was late. That was like up here. That was like after I finally heard the LP. But yeah, I liked Eminem. I just hadn't heard the Slim Shady LP, so I didn't have any of those like favorite first songs, because the Marshall Mathers LP really didn't have that kind of music on it. Something like back when Mark Wahlberg was Mark, shit like that. If I had heard it right away, I would have liked it. I just didn't like Marshall Mathers LP at all. Like it has all the hateful shit towards ICP. It's not really even funny. So it's like no one cares if he doesn't like ICP, but it's like not funny too. So it's like annoying in two ways. It's annoying because it's not funny, and the ICP skit before that, when they're making fun of like a rapper who's just like over like a drum loop, fucking, it's kind of funny. I just didn't think the whole, gay thing was funny, or whatever the joke was. Maybe, but a lot of people found it funny, and then I just didn't find like anything on that CD like that good, the Marshall Mathers one. And then Eminem's show, you get some more of that, that more the more more songs you can actually like have fun with and listen to a bunch of times. You know. And then and then hear nothing till like Encore. You know. And Encore was up here. I enjoyed that too. You know, it was alright. That had some good songs on it. Had some real annoying songs, but you know, those are the better ones anyways. For someone like me. And then you know, the D12 stuff came after Encore or right before. That was all good too, you know. You just like the songs that M's on though. You don't really dig the ones that like he's not on. So I don't think they really achieved what they wanted to as a group. When, you know, all the Eminem songs get played big and the Breakout Star is bizarre, and that's just not really what, you know, people think. And then all of a sudden, you know, he's pushing G Unit, and that just kills whatever credibility his team had, or his group, the group he was in, even had. So that's what he's trying to be taken too serious as like a gangster or affiliate of gangsters. And yeah. I just like, I felt more of it was funny because it's so big too. And it's like, how do you fit into being a white rapper if you're not Eminem's fan, or if you're not like 100% Juggalo, like wearing face paint, screaming "fuck M" or something? And none of them are doing that either, by the way. You know, there's no, at that point, there's no one really standing up to Eminem. They're just like, you know, taking the shit. Not taking the shit, but they're just defeated, you know? And I never felt like that. Like I was doing it solely for the Juggalos either. I just felt like, because, you know, I had things to say about them too that weren't the best things, you know? Just as much as I had to say about him. Like I didn't like some things about them as time went on that I didn't like about him too. You know, so it might just be because, you know, they're from that area, the same area, or at least the same state. It's like, you know, just like, you know, there's certain things about both of them I don't like musically and presentation, just overall, like it's, you know, I don't know, like the same thing making fun of itself so it can be bigger than one of the things. It's like, yeah, I just didn't want to be either. So, you know, but most of the time, yeah, I was just kind of dissing him, but also not, you know, not fully not fully on that Juggalo bandwagon either. You know what I'm saying? Like, but I was dissing him for sure, and like not even really for any reasons. I was more just clowning it at first, like on those records back. You know, turn up my headphones, the snare. You know, I'm a, you know, N word like Eminem, like on the, I forget what intro that's to. I think it's still like a Eminem remix to Jimmy Crack Corn. I could be wrong. I don't remember when I fucking yell that or what year. I'm just being a dickhead, you know, because some of the shit was funny. Even then, though, I didn't even know what a snare was. I asked the guy I said it to after. I was like, "What is a snare?" And he's like, "Oh, it's a drum, or it's like the main drum or something, or like, you know, a boom at the end." Oh, okay. So he wants to hear the last drum of the three better. I get it now. I don't know. Maybe it was like an effect or something. I have no idea. Shows you how much like I knew about all that kind of shit. Even by that age of like 19, I still, you know, I had no idea what a snare drum was. You know, and why Eminem would want more of it in his headphones other than making a joke. If I could think back to like the first time I was just like openly saying "fuck Eminem" randomly, was that time. Was when I, you know, I did the whole I need snare in my headphones too because I'm a, you know, whatever, like Eminem. And yeah, it grew on from that too because I really enjoyed, like, you know, when What was that album, Recovery? When that came out, I really enjoyed that. You know, like so many of those songs were really good. That was a really good album. You know, like from someone who like knew Eminem's music from, you know, somewhat the beginning, from we'll say Marshall Mathers LP more so than just Slim Shady on the radio. It's like, you know, that was really fun. You know, there were a lot of cool tracks on that, like some Alchemist shit that he did, like the Untitled one, that was fun. There was just so many endless good ones on that, on Recovery, you know. But that was probably the last one I enjoyed. Like, I didn't listen to any other ones recently. I never listened to Marshall Mathers 2 or, you know, Kamikaze or Music to Be Murdered By. Like, more than, you know, just to skim through a couple of the tracks. So, you know, as a fan, I just didn't, you know, or just as a listener, I don't know if I was ever a fan of them, you know what I'm saying? Some of it was a fan, man. I don't know, you know. I'd say it was, you know, I guess, but not really, man. I don't know. I just seen it as something. Oh, something people were like letting win. I don't even know. It's like you think of like Everlast, you think of like ICP, you think of Cannabis, you think of all these guys are like, you know, really didn't go, you know, go that hard and like really go for the win. I don't even know. You know, Ja Rule. It's like not that you think these guys are capable, but it's like they're so far from capable of something like that. It's like just so amazing. I think is what interested me. You know, like oh, just showing no fear. Like I'll did some 30 times in a row. I'm like shit. You know, like I already did a better job than all you guys, and you guys made millions or lost millions or made fans, lost fans trying to do that. Something that I've done for free, like endlessly, without fear, like at MGK, not wanting to, you know, not wanting to go another round. It's like that's just ridiculous, you know, to think that a year could go by or who knows how long, and like you don't respond again. It's like I don't know. It may be in some ways that only certain people would know, but it's like on a large scale, you're not responding like at all. Like I never see it like that. I'd have to keep going, is what I'm saying. I think it's funny. Do I think he's ever heard it? No, probably not. You know what I'm saying? I had a lot of interactions with Crooked Eye at some point. Who's a rapper on one of his labels and one of those like runoffs, like like shit. D12 didn't work that good. Shit, fucking the duo with Royce reunion didn't work that good. Shit. Try this Slaughterhouse bullshit. And again, just like the Eminem tracks get played, and you have like guys that are like semi like already in the game, but like now they're just tied to that, and like other people like see it. Like I don't know, but yeah, I interact with Crooked Eye a lot, so I don't know what if he ever heard any of that shit. Like I could care less too, because it's like so it's there, it's there. If you hear different things, there's probably plenty of fuck Eminems in there, right? Like Kim. That was a funny track just out of nowhere, but there's shit like that all over the place. For sure, for sure. But it's not one or the other. It's just me seeing something I had no problem with doing that other people seem to have. Everybody wants to be Eminem, right? But they don't want to be the guy who's proudly facing Eminem. Like okay, you're the biggest fan of 8 Mile in the world. You want to get out there and you want to bust a 16 that's gonna crush some motherfucker, right? It's like okay, well, I'll be that motherfucker, but like I'm not, I'm not gonna get all sad and shit. I'm probably gonna respond with some good shit. There's a difference. Or in a couple weeks we're gonna come back and I'm gonna have all this kinds of cool shit memorized too, and do a bunch of cool shit. Like it's not gonna end like that. We might get to that, but it's gonna go beyond. It's gonna go beyond one fucking 8 Mile battle victory. Like it's gonna continue. It's not gonna just stop like the movie that you enjoyed. I think Yeah. And instead of dissing all those people over and over again, I just focused it mostly on M because it's like, you don't want to diss these people who, again, like never didn't grow up wanting to be that verse in a R&B song. They didn't grow up wanting to be the midget or the ODB in a rap crew. They didn't grow up wanting to be in a fucking boy band at some point. They didn't grow up like, that way. So it's like, it's not about it's gonna be like missing, that I lost that train of thought too, to be honest with you, what I was going for there. As far as talking about whatever the fuck I was talking about. I forget now. So back to music, huh? I had a lot of good times listening to music, like in a car, like when you're, because in high school for me, mostly at those two different points, it's only like two times I'm actually free and living with the family, like in high school, and like most of the good times in between that is just not going home because it's obviously like a quiet war brewing for me to leave and somebody else come in and be in charge of everything or something or set the mood. So I wouldn't be there and things wouldn't be normal. It could get all crazy. And people wouldn't be all self conscious of me seeing them do lower grade things than I would. So I can size down listening to music at its purest, which is just driving around getting high and playing a CD, you know? And like and even if you're like being in a car with your worst fucking enemies, like that's all you're trying to do is get high and listen to a Blink album, or get high and listen to Linkin Park, or get high and listen to Stained. Doesn't matter. That's just how I have a lot of cool driving around moments, I guess. But it's like the things that are surrounding it are like really bad. And the people that are in the car with you listening to these songs that will later shape everything you think of music and everything and how you make your music. You just really don't like those people. So it's tough, but I did have a lot of those moments. Like trying to think, like Linkin Park CD. I just remember how cool that was. Like listening to all that kinds of shit, like all at once, like rap and fucking heavy metal and just everything at once. It was really good. You got a little boy band bullshit in there. Feeling it was like the coolest shit to have. Listen to those like hybrid theories like right away, and be driving around listening to them. You know, yeah. Had lot of good times listening to music driving around. Blink 182, obviously, a lot of. Not a lot of like ICP though, or Nirvana, Necro. Like as far as when I was a kid, like it was just really straight up like rock, and most of those days rock, and like the closest things you get to rap is like Limp Bizkit and fucking Linkin Park, or maybe like a quick rap verse on like a song. But that's just like those couple years, like 14 to 16, like only being out for a little bit of time and just being around people are gonna fuck you over. And what you should be doing is finding like a location to record your own shit. But everywhere you go, they just want to like fuck you over. And then, you're just stuck in a car driving around listening to fucking sad songs, Kind of like forever stay on your mind, I guess. But I'm trying to think too. Trying to think of any like anything cool. I just really can't at the moment. I don't think this is gonna like stay as a part either, like a part 5 music, because it's like I'm not doing a good job and we're losing daylight here. So we'll call it quits for the day and probably set up to record a song. So I might play some of this shit here beforehand. We're at 18 of this, and that last one was like half an hour. It's like an hour of me talking, then we're gonna go right into me working on shit. And it's not gonna seem like any difference because I'm just gonna hit pause on this. What's up, y'all? lighting's a little shit in here. Oh yeah. Yeah. I don't really like the beat, It's weird. It's not there, Kind of like a weird hook, huh? At best, it's gonna have to be like 2 different vocals. Her love surrounding me for days. Escape, there's no way. Her love surrounding me. Escape, there's no way. Her love surrounding me for days. Escape, there's no way. Surrounding me for days. Escape, there's no way. Her love surrounding me for days. Escape, there's no way. Her love. Like, hold me down till you held me down. I'll be doing it now, but I'm way too proud. Hold me down till you held me down. I try doing it now, but I'm way too proud. Hold me down till you held me down. Like something in between there. The singing part is short. Her love surrounding me for days. Escape, there's no way. Her love surrounding me for days. Escape, there's no way. You know, like hold you down. It's like, yeah, I'd have to like lay it down, but I think I got something. I think I got an idea. It's a tricky one to figure out. I think I figured it out. That's my point. Her love surrounding me for days. Escape, there's no way. Her love surrounding me for days. Escape, there's no way. Her love surrounding me for days. Escape, there's no way. try something. Holding you down till you held me down. 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 Alright, hold on. That's just. Her love surrounding me for days. Escape, there's no way. Her love surrounding me for days. Escape, there's no way. Holding you down till you held me down. 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 Alright, hold on. I think I say it too much. I had to skip a whole fucking bar. It's like tricky. Holding you down till you held me down. 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 Alright, try to lay it all. Her love surrounding me for days. Escape, there's no way. Her love surrounding me for days. Escape, there's no way. Her love surrounding me for days. Escape, there's no way. Her love surrounding me for days. Escape, there's no way. Down till you held me down. Holding Holding you down till you held me down. Holding you down till you held me down. Holding you down till you held me down. Two more of those. Oh. Take a couple hits off this bliss. Smoke a cig here. Trying to think. First one, where did I put the bliss? What the fuck? Where is the blunt? A couple blunts kicking around here. Definitely want a cookie. Oh shit. Blunt. Oh, yeah. Her love surrounding me for days. Escape, there's no way. Her love surrounding me for days. Escape, there's no way. Her love surrounding me for days. Escape, there's no way. Her love surrounding me for days. Escape, there's no way. Holding you down till you held me down. 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 I have no idea how those sound because it's so low, so it's hard to get back. Her love surrounding me for days. Escape, there's no way. Her love surrounding me for days. Escape, there's no way. Her love surrounding me for days. Escape, there's no way. Her love surrounding me for days. Escape, there's no way. Holding you down till you held me down. 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 Love surrounding. I don't know how it sounds though. As a whole, that might sound pretty shitty. If I had to guesstimate the importance of each vocal there. Excuse me. Yeah, love surrounded. Oh, what is up, guys? Welcome back. So this is a second version of the highlight of my little brother Sean. We're gonna have a nice little conversation about, about Sean Gallagher and who's become Sean Gallagher or what became of Sean Gallagher. So, okay, I am the oldest boy of 8. I have 5 sisters, 2 older, 3 younger, and 2 younger little brothers. Sean is the oldest of the 2 younger brothers. My first memory of Sean, I was about 4 years old. And we're at the hospital. And, my mom's kind of bumping me up too. You're going to get a little brother. And I got like a little My Buddy doll. And I'm practicing having a little brother and all that jazz, right? I think. I'm about 4 years old. But for some reason, this might be a dream. Or this might be what happened. So I'm about 4 because it's real descriptive too. So I'm about 4 and we're in the hospital, right? And, my mom's supposed to do some kind of baby swap. She's supposed to have a girl swap with this real young girl. This girl's probably about 13, 14. Her boyfriend's like 17. We'll say. So there's a variety of reasons why this is happening. But okay, so they want to switch kids, basically. And within that time frame, my mother had some kind of miscarriage or just never got pregnant. And the girl's boyfriend too didn't want the son. He definitely didn't want a son. He's young. He's 17, and he's kind of bullying me too, like to talk to his girlfriend who's about 13. And I'm about 4 years old to convince her that I needed a little brother that I was going to treat really good. This was still a good idea to give her kid to us. Okay. Just some dude working a crossbow, full camo outfit, right across the street. I reckon. But okay. So I'm pretty sure that's how we got my little brother. It's a weird situation too, like with the boy with the girl's boyfriend, right? Who I'd later see when I was 16, and he was there to be a part of the fake Sean's new foster family thing. Like he was working at a pizza place in a really weird situation that I was in that I came across him. And this is post what I think was Sean's murder in 01, so this is summer 02 when I came across this guy again after 4 years old. Convinced my 13-year-old girlfriend that you need a little brother so bad. She's over there crying. And that could just be like some kind of weird dream. But as far as I know, that's how Sean became a part of our family as the 5th child, my little brother. At that point, I had 2 little sisters and a little sister. So now you have a makeshift little brother. And I remember, there was some kind of joke about his favorite color being yellow. And I don't know if it was really yellow or just like one of those things where people pick it out. Like people just pick out your favorite color for you when you're a kid. Like, oh, his favorite color is yellow. We paint everything yellow. It's his favorite color. I remember that. I remember not long after my parents got divorced. Not long after my parents got divorced, not divorced, but right after they separated the house, my mother wanted my bedroom, and I had like downstairs bedroom. My little brother had his own bedroom upstairs, Sean, and she wanted my bedroom, so she had me call my dad and ask if I could stay and like live with him out in Boston instead of living with her and everyone. And he said no, and then she like you'd really leave me like for that? I'm taking your bedroom. Go live upstairs with your little brother. And it was just kind of shady, almost like that guy walking into unmarked woods with a crossbow. Shady, a little shady. So a little shady. It just seemed all set up. It even has like a 7-year-old. I was like, what the fuck? Just tell me to go move upstairs to Sean's room. Why do you got to do all that? So we share a bedroom until she dies, and then Tom's, he has it real hard with Marty and Tom's for sure. A lot of times it feels like Tom's torturing me by torturing him. You know, and that's like the worst part where like it's your little brother and you feel like a responsibility for him. And here are these people taking it one step further than punishing a hyperactive kid. Like they're doing it for their own enjoyment, which later becomes an ongoing theme when we move with the step family. You know, it goes from, making him run in the rain, a 5, 6 year old with a 10-pound boulder, around in a circle, for hours, or do 1,000 mountain climbers while people eat cookies, like just insane stuff that Tom would do. Wasn't as like fucking like heartbreaking to see him not fit into the situation of like the step family. Like there was a real young girl his age, like a year younger, so he's only a young kid, he's only maybe, second grade, third grade as we're doing all that step family stuff. And like, it was just sad to see him not like work within that, like, and have a good time, as like it turned into like, your punishment is no presents on Christmas, like insane shit, or we're all gonna eat sundaes and like laugh as you scream and cry. It's like, wow. Not like me personally, but like, like their little collective of step family and my father and him. It just like was never good for him, and it was always bad. And I remember the last time I come back from juvie, I was like 15, and he was telling me how bad it was, that there were people coming and going at night, like after my dad would leave to work, and my sisters would have, there'd be a lot of guys coming in and out of the house, making him sleep under his bunk bed while they slept in the bunks that we shared. And just how how weird it was, like having to live in an unruly situation. When I wasn't there, my sisters would have guys over, guys would show up, you have, gangs that they want to, same obsession. I had a sister, Jessica, who was just real evil in that high school phase of, she's ready to risk your life and your safety. And, and our whole family, like towards the end, just to party, just to have high school parties. Cause like, she probably felt like such a loser in high school, or, like the dirty slut of like her class or whatever, that like her big thing was having parties when no one was there. And like she would go to the the highest extremes to make sure that like it was only her and the stepbrother Brandon, like whatever sexual creepy thing they had going on, they like to have like big parties together and stuff, and it was like creepy. And it's like really what tore the whole thing apart, because she wanted like money, so she wanted to be in on like selling the house deal. This post whatever happened to the real Sean, they're still trying to finagle like money out of the situation, thinking that they'd sell the house and still live out there when they ended up moving out here. So it just ended up blowing up in her face anyways, like the whole, gotta keep Eddie in jail so I can party. My gang will happily come over and hang out, and I'll be popular, to be honest. And it's, yeah, it's real apparent when you look back to that. She was like one of the main, main issues with everything working post my mother's death, like, just as a family in general. And, not that Melinda and Kristen are any better. It's just a lot of that, step family stuff was like, it was mostly her, and mostly her pushing everybody else out of the situations, and it getting really bad, and people being generally more sane than her, and then her doing it again to you, as far as trying to get people out of the situation. So she'd have her own bedroom, like with Kristen. She didn't want anyone to call an ambulance when Kristen was dying. She's like, I want this bedroom though. Kristen's trying to take her bedroom back. It's like, I don't think she should have to die over that. And, like, you want to have a party, so I should die, or I should go to jail so that you can continue having a party. It's real insane stuff, real insane stuff. And to this day, she still tries to make everybody feel uncomfortable, like right away when you're around her somehow, in some way. She tries to just bring stuff up, and it's like, did you really kick Sean out of your room, like the real Sean, like that night when he was hiding after he hit me, and which led to him being chased and shot? That would be a good antidote to start out with because she likes those real awkward things. It's like, so what happened to Sean that night when your gang took over the house? You know. So okay, having to tell the story a second time just sucks. But okay, so let's see, what were we talking about? We got Sean. We're living in Woonsocket. Bad time at Tom's. Real shitty time at the step families until whatever happens that night. Like I said, he'd been telling me about how bad it was. And I'm about 15. Then all that shit happened. Where I'm drugged and stuff. And because all these guys want to come and hang out at the house who've been hanging out that last 6 months that I was in Juve. They all want to keep coming to the house and like hanging out with Jessica and Melinda and Brandon and trying to like, like make that their gang den. And my stepmother's on board for this to a degree. Like she wants to be a den mother. It's her dream to be a den mother all of a sudden. Like she's always dreamed to be a den mother. She's just getting some little boy dick, so she's happy. More or less. Which is one of the issues too that she had with me like the year before. Like I remember. And like I just said that I wasn't attracted to her in the least bit. Plus I thought she was like a normal lady. I didn't know that they were like super creeps. But then again, like what are like just taboo related people? Like I don't know. Like you're in this situation not to build a family. You just want taboo sex for your son. You want taboo sex for you. All that creepy shit. Plus you want to do things like sell my IEP for like for some work. Like you get like the teachers, like the lady's gonna get your name out there to some people and get you some upholstery work as long as you sign away my IEP. Just real shady shit towards the end with that lady. The stepmother. And on top of it, like, the whole Sean got murdered thing, and they never reported it or nothing. He's like, suspicious ass looking rigs. Nice ones, though. We're just chilling out here, trying to tell this story. So, okay. So the night that I'm pretty sure Sean gets killed, right? Like, is the night that I was telling another stories that I get drugged and stuff because they all want to like start partying at my house again. You got like the Dowlings and the Newells and Jessica's gang and all these people that want to like take over the house. And minus me, it's gonna be heaven. Just like back, it's gonna be the Playboy Mansion minus Eddie, y'all. But so I'm drugged and stuff, and I get raped by Raphael in like a weird situation at Davenport's, and then like somehow my dad gets alerted to come down there amongst many people just to hey look, this is Eddie's dying body with a trank in it, or he's been drugged and tranked. Anybody want to help him? My dad left me down there too, saying like he was gonna start his own den now. Like it's not a family anymore now; it's his den with his wife, and I'm not allowed in his den. Just gonna leave me there, and which is like what makes them turn on him too, because like they want him to do something with the body basically, and so they turn on him real quick after that, and that's when my body's brought back to that house, the step family's house, and Sean and me are by ourselves because he's been stabbed, and the stepmother and her kids have all fled. So Sean's like just trying to hide me, or hide himself in us, and he hides me in Jessica's room in like a cupboard and runs or tries to run. He might have hid in Jessica's room, and she might have like let everyone know that he was hiding in a room, cause a commotion that he runs, so they don't really get a chance to find me. And he gets shot in that situation. I'm not sure what happened to his body if that's the case. I was told and bragged to about that, and explained to that Newell thought it was me running, so he shot Sean, like my actual little brother. And I'm not sure what happened to his body. I'm not sure why he wasn't ever reported missing and stuff. But then, and I'm not there for all this. Like, I'm still asleep in a cupboard for I don't know how many days. I just wake up and the house is empty, right? But, besides, like, I wake up and Jessica's coming downstairs to get clothes. She's been brought there by Jenna, this girl who's friends with Melinda, right? But also, like, trying to take control of the sale of our house. She like holds a gun to me too and has me sign a piece of paper and then tries to set me up with fucking Cale Jones and his stepsister. Like the whole lose your virginity. Cale comes from under the bed. He's gonna shoot you because he like slit his sister's throat. A couple years before it, I'd been saying like talking shit like, y'all notice this dude probably killed his sister, right? Well, I wasn't really talking that type of shit. His stepsister was, and I just agreed with it. But so I get back home. And Jess is there, and she has said something like, if you're alive, that means Sean's dead. Or something, And then, she does apparently try to kill me like the next morning with all the guys. She ends up leaving with like Davenport, Darling, and like all those guys go party at his house while me and Brandon stay up there all night. And he like admits everything, like more or less. To me, like, all this crazy, like evil shit. And he ends up taking off with fucking Dugas, of all people. And I'm end up there by myself, right? And I cut through the rear of his yard to get to the truck that's stuck on the power lines. And Blake stops me, like halfway cutting through. He's like, what are you doing? I'm like cutting through to hide over there. He's like, don't light the thing on fire. But as I'm cutting through, they're looking for me. Like Jessica, Ryan, all those people, they're like looking for me. And like, go around the house. And he's like, it was like the craziest thing I'd ever seen, man. Like they ran down, like literally wheeling knives, like a dozen of them, dude. Like 5 minutes after you cut through my yard. And I was like, no shit. So, they were very much on that, like, and then, that's when I get, end up going to the school, like afterwards, and they end up going hand in hand. They all think they're signing back in, and like, they're going to be like prom kings and stuff. So that all happened like that day, like from the truck, I walked to the school, like, they're looking for me to kill me. When I meet my brother too, I remember Encarnacion asking me where was I hiding that morning. And it's like, I was hiding in the truck, man. I wasn't really hiding either. I was just kind of smoking a cig before I walked out to the school. That they were having somebody again, like pretend to be me or some creepy ass shit. And so from there, fucking, the next time I see my brother, right, I want to see him because I'm back from the summer, right? I'm back from the summer, and the first thing, like, I already have like a meeting with him, like set up when I come back from living with my mother's family out in like the Quincy area-ish, and so I'm back in the summer. It's summer too, and like I'm set up to meet up Sean, but it's like he's in full on I'm not Sean mode. My name's Stan. Trying to ask me like if he could join like Encarnacion and Felton's gang, so they're not really like rats. They're not really in a gang, I don't think. I tell him about Devin. I'm like, maybe you can meet Devin. New Sean, like, and I'm perceiving it like my little brother's traumatized from whatever happened that night and just like wants me to think that he's 2 years older than somebody else. But in reality, it could very well have been someone different. He said that key worker Craig, this maniac who was like trying to run a gang of DYS kids, like he was a key worker. That means you like work for the system, but he's trying to start a gang, like a street gang made of the kids, which is ultimately who killed Sean, like, Newell being one of his main guys. In his little gang of DYS kids he was running out of the Hyannis office back then. And but he said that guy found him at the empty house, like right before we're meeting, right? He's in a foster home, like shelter, like a bunch of kids. So he said that the guy seen him at the empty house and was like, aren't you Sean Gallagher? And took him to that thing. Basically just trying to cover his tracks, I think. But by then, the house is already empty and stuff, so it doesn't look right anyways. Like, it doesn't really look right. But, I mean, it could just, like you said, all just be, But people are mentioning it, too, along the way. And I'm just like, I still haven't seen a body, man. Like, that doesn't make any sense to me. And a lot of it felt like, I don't know. So, okay. So I meet him and he's like, throwing it all out there that like, then by the end, like I thought it was Sean. I'm like, see, I knew it was you, man. Why are you fucking with me? Because it's been a few months and I just had like a horrible time getting back to town. It's like, I literally just met your dad, I think. He was working at the pizza place, like being all creepy and shit. because I'd showed up and yeah, it was really weird when I got back into town. But I'm pretty sure his dad was working at Meeting House Pizza. You know, I have no idea. And then but it's like the first person I see too after fucking Bizarro like drops me off. Like I get $10 from Seth, and I get some pizza. And I go to Meeting House from the A&P parking lot, and fucking, it's like his dad at the counter working or something creepy. And like, you know, I don't know. It's like a weird situation. It's how I like end up back. Like, it's how yeah. So to explain the pizza thing, it's like the beginning of like something, or like the end of something. Like, you know, like whatever they do. Like I've never been there for the end of the year when they like party like as like a high school. Like everything's all fucked up. All the wires are echoing. All the like, you know, it's all creepy. Like, you know, the control panel was taken over and like fucked with, you know, so everything's haywire, right? And like, um, yeah, so I'm already all fucked up and I just want some pizza. But like, I think I get drugged and I'm like stuck there, like in a nursing situation in the back where they have like a place where you can sleep, like in the pizza place, it's like a liquor store back then. There was a pizza part to it, and in the pizza bag was like, you know, like a, you know, dishwasher place, you know, like a place where you could pass out. I think I was like, I'd been drugged real heavily too, and like put through a jungle juice and then sent back to fucking Quincy and then all the way back again. Like I'm just out of it. So I think I was out of it for a few days, and then like somehow ended up at Christian Blackledge's again. Like before he left to football camp, and was there until he got back, and then but okay, so I meet Sean, and then I don't see him again, right? Until after Devin dies in October '02, so 20 years from like right around now. He like shows up at Jessica's place, right? She's like working at a bar, and among many things, he's acting normal, but then gets close to me and asks me where his knife was. And I'm assuming it's a knife that like was at Jessica's house, and I don't know. During an altercation where like him and Devin, like Devin had been robbed too by that guy Dowling, like right before he took off, like to fake his death. But like it just sounded like, you know, him and Devin had done something, which he later tried to blackmail Devin with in '05, like to pretend like he was his best friend. It was funny, but you know, so you know, I obviously didn't have the knife, and I didn't see the kid again either until Sheffield. Like I'm up here in March. He's probably up here like April, but he's up here like trying to like strong like bully me, like telling me this is gonna be like him and Devin's like you know this is supposed to be him and Devin's fucking thing, and it's like, well, Devin's supposed to be at his aunt's house hiding in Vermont, not at my stepfamily's house, like being a fucking queer. So I'm not sure what happened. I'm not sure where he is. It's not gonna be a safe house. This is in GTA. You don't even have weed. Never mind guns and money. You know, he's a little punk dude, like just acting like an asshole. And he must go in and say to the step family too, like the same thing, like, "What happened to real Sean? What did you guys do?" Because we have to leave like the next day. We have to like move out of the step family's like compound down in Vermont. Like we have to go to St. Johnsbury to the town and move there into a 1 bedroom. But whatever he does to them too to piss me off. He pisses them off, you know, trying to like get all Devin stuff from Brenda and all that kinds of shit. I don't know, you know, just again, like, you know, because at this point he's like real obsessed with like my class. Like here's a kid who's 4 years younger, like by the books. I don't know what his age really was, but he's trying to like hang out with kids 4 years older that I knew. So everything, you know, everything's like, you know, bullshit. You know, like these guys are just using you, like in every way possible. Devin don't give a fuck about you. Christian just wants you, just like in 2010, so you can like, you know, buy the perks, spend whatever money, however you're getting this money anyways, like, you know, whether you're robbing a bank or I don't know. But so, you know, he visits again when we're in Sand Hill, and it's not that bad. He's a little bit annoying, right? But he's really not that bad at that time. You know, that must be summer '03, you know, but by spring '04, I don't want anything to do with him. because he's like fucking, you know, trying to hang out with Christian and Coughlin, trying to like be in my senior class when he's in 8th grade, like just being really weird, dude. You know what I'm saying? Ugh. And it's like, you know, and he's like, you know, then all of a sudden he shows up though in spring '04. Oh shit, and he just wants to like live with us in Vermont. It's like, whoa, this is like weird, but I guess it's legit. And he stays, but you know, he's still doing the back and forth thing. You know, he's still trying to you know, like be a part of the senior class, like and like Ben Avery dies, like he gives some dope that he gets from somebody to Ben Avery, and Ben Avery dies, and he's all sketched out about this. And like him and that kid Jason Tenney like burn a house, burn the fucking trail down, like a house burns down, kills a guy. It's like it's all this crazy shit that I just don't understand how he kept coming back. Like not coming back, but how yeah. How it doesn't matter until like he photobombs a bunch of pictures and like Tim wants to talk to him. And I don't really know how mad Tim is that day that I perform. And I finally talked to Tim, and he tells me how he did the yearbook for my class up here, like all how he's been here on and on all year and like turned these people against me and shit. It was like, wow, I see how you did that now, but I didn't notice. No, but also needed to talk to Sean because of all this like shit. But I didn't know how serious it was until like, you know, after he probably mentioned how fucked up it was. But he was slowly but surely trying to fuck up here really quick too again though, you know, and like I don't know, it like probably slowed it down. I just remember, you know, because he's still trying to get me to go down there like as much as possible, you know, and I just didn't want to go down there. It's like, you know, he's trying to do, you know, yeah, he committed a lot of crimes, you know, armed robbery, the arsons. What else did I say? The shit with the Ben Avery stuff. He wanted like me to go there, right? Get killed or something and like blame for all this shit. So I really didn't like him, dude. Mostly like, you know, so like that next year, right? He's like going to school up here and stuff. And like we're still living together. We still smoke together, watch cartoons once in a while. But I just like really don't fucking like him. You know what I'm saying? Just because of all that shit. Like I really don't like you. I don't like Christian. Don't like Eric. Don't like any of that shit. I wouldn't have known about any of it if like you hadn't like kept trying to pull me back in. And like you know, slowly he must be getting like jealous and stuff. Like, yeah, the first chance after my dad leaves for Iraq in '05 spring, you know, they do that shit where they trank me and they're like raping that girl. And, you know, it all ends up with like their sped teacher trying to like trade me to a gang down there, get him back from foster care. And he ends up like raping her and she ends up getting raped. Like, he ends up like the bad guy. It's like, do you understand what he's saying? That like my little brother's dead and he's impersonating him. And he's trying to say this kid Devin, who's like a part of this like creepy dude Craig key worker Craig's gang, right? And like he's trying to sell drugs and gets robbed and scared and like tries to hide, and it gets taken too serious, and like there's funerals and there's all this shit. And then the next thing you're trying to tell me, he's like trying to frame me so he can like move up to live in Vermont because he doesn't want to stay with his aunt. He wants to stay with my like step family. So he wants to frame me for his fake murder. And it's like I'm the bad guy somehow, that like I'm still here, like just living my life. It's like, do you realize like how odd all that is? You know what I'm saying? Like you'll never be able to explain all that to like a non-gang member, like a snitching blue. You're never gonna be able to explain all that to a non-snitching blue and be like, oh yeah, he's the bad guy though. Like we're the good guys. We're just trying to impersonate you and let you be murdered or framed as your little brother was murdered. And I'm just happily pretending to be him. And I don't think Devin was really his friend. Like I said, all that wasn't to get Devin out of hiding and bring him back so Sean could be the coolest kid in Sandwich High School or whatever the fuck, like by the end of it, he was trying to say it was all about. It's like, no, you and that kid Mark wanted to rape that girl. So you tranked me really heavy. He had tranked her. You guys are like passing her back and forth, raping her. And then he tranks you because he doesn't want you to like snitch also or see what's coming next. And that's what happens, you know? And, you know, and then all of a sudden it's all about Devin. And, you know, it's more or less like he's going to snitch on everybody because of what just happened with this girl and Mark. So he's like, got me on webcam, and they just, I don't know. It's just like the most insane series of events ever, and it just ends up with him on, he's 100% definitely, he's like, I don't care, I'm definitely going to jail, I'm definitely never coming back here. It's like, the first taste of DYS he got down there, he's calling me crying, asking me to come down and get him. But he's really not, he's trying to set me up again. And like, it just doesn't work again. And like, I don't know, I know that like, yeah, yeah, yeah. So, after '05, it's like real sketchy too, because none of it's like registering. Because you get tranked, it's like you don't really remember before, during, or after that well. It's all kind of blurry. And like, him having to hang out with me and Corey was really weird. Because there was always like a line of hatred, but I couldn't really point out like where it was all stemming from. It's like, wow, that all happened. So yeah, obviously he'd be upset. And like, yeah, it was real tough having to date Harissa because again he falls in love with her. Like, oh, I love her too now. You just did that with the last one, and I think something like that happened again. Like, I'm not sure. Obviously, like right away when I started dating her, like the story went, my dad starts like calling POs and stuff, like all that kinds of crazy shit. Like they're real jealous of her, and he instantly falls like in love with her again. Like just like the other one, he's delusional. If like I'm a friend with someone like Major, he's got to be best friends with him. He's like a Stan. His name might be Stan, and he's literally what people describe as a Stan, like a real creepy dude. If you ever meet him, he's been like a heroin addict for like 15 years and never arrested for heroin. So he's ratting or something, man. Like, I don't know. So I gotta live with him, right? And he's just fucking my shit up, and it's just real creepy. All the way till 2010, man. It's just real creepy because that's when like he starts trying to go to Cape Cod to like live a Christian and becomes like a full on heroin addict. And it's like I wonder too because I see him hanging out nowadays too with like Marty and stuff. Like I know that like just as well as I know now. Maybe I didn't because it was presented to me and I was like, bullshit, you're a fucking retard. My dad definitely knows. Jessica, Melinda, Tom. I don't know if Marty and Kristen know. So you see him around them a lot too, like later years. Around 2017 when like Goff tried to kill me. Before that, you'd see him like, going to Christmas there and shit. It's like, I wonder if they know that like you're probably not Sean. Like, what was in question? Or are they doing it just to, I don't know, you know? I have no idea. It's so weird. So yeah, it sucks, man. It sucks for like a long time. But I don't really have to see him too much until but I do. Like a lot of the times when I'm leaving Vermont, I want to just get away from him, because he's dating Corey's cousin. One of the many reasons I just want to get away from him too. Like is why like I leave Vermont in the first place a couple of times in '08. But by 2010, he's not with the cousin, and he's like freshly back from being a like Christian. Did the whole like I might be on the draft list thing, so that's like, and like took Sean along for the ride. Where like you tell your whole family 4 years after high school that you're on the draft list finally, based on your size, and everyone gathers into your apartment and they realize you're not. You look like an idiot, but at least you got everybody there. All right, I'll skip that one, Christian. But that was like maybe like at the end of that whole thing. Sean like I don't know tricked me. He said he had to go because he like after he moved back he like tried to bring a girl with him too from Mass, and like ends up taking all her shit like her truck and all this kinds of shit because it doesn't work out. Like she's not gonna live with us, dude. Like after how you just acted like around with me with a girl, like you're insane. You've like raped girls and like attacked me and tried to murder me. And like duct tape my mouth and put me in a closet so you could have sex. Like you're a fucking weirdo. Like no, you can't have a girl in the fucking live here, dude. Like I'm not like that. It's not. I don't want to be around you with that kind of energy ever again. So it's like, so yeah. So by 2012, he's got a truck and like he like brings me down to her storage unit to go pick up the rest of her shit, but like kind of like it's his shit. Okay, fine, cool. She might be coming back, whatever. But then we have to go to Christian's and we have to go to Marty's. like at first we stopped at Marty's. It's like, wow, dude, I haven't been here since I was a kid, and it's like creepy as shit. And then we go to Christians, and like it's creepy as shit because they're trying to fucking buy perks or heroin, dude. It's like, wow, man, I just was coming up here to help you move your shit real quick and drive back, and now he wants to like sleep like at Christians. So we have to sleep there, and it's real weird, dude. It's real creepy. Like Christian's like petting him like a dog, too. It's like really creepy, that relationship. Like a real dog, like petting him. Good boy, good boy. Whoa. And then so we have to go to Marty's in the morning. There's a moment where like he's sitting at the table and she looks at him, right? Kind of like where Sean would sit, but not where Sean would sit, on the wrong side. She looks at him, looks at me, and looks real angry. I'm like, still at this point, I just think it's Sean. She's probably angry because, like, he had stolen some drugs from her, like, when he stayed there for the summer or something. So I have no idea why we're here, buddy. I'm just with this fucking retard. So we head back, but after that, like, after he tricks me to Black Legend Marty's, right, we're not friends. And it's like, there's all this other shit happening, too. Like, I get, like, set up by, like, these crackheads like Crystal and all these people. And he's still buying like heroin from them and stuff. And I just, it ends up breaking out. Like, I just don't want nothing to do with them. Right. And we start fighting, but like, it's a one-sided fight. I'm not really fighting him back. It's just like, dude, do whatever, dude. Like, at least I'm going to remember this, you little fucking queer, all this bullshit with like drugging me. And like, I can't remember half the shit. It's like, just do something that I remember that I'm going to hate you for. And I'm probably not going to fight back, but I'll keep getting up. And it ends with him like trying to take my head off with a golf club, dude. And it was like a bad head injury for a long time. Like, I couldn't talk like this until recently, and it's from that head injury mainly. And like fucking so after that, like, I really don't talk to him. Like, the Andrew stuff does happen in 2017 where that kid suffocates me and crushes my chest at that bar, and the next week Sean's taking pictures with him, and it's like, man, he's a very open, like, even before weed was like legally, openly sell weed, openly be doing heroin. It's like he's either some kind of super rat or the luckiest like criminal ever or junkie ever, dude. The only thing he's been arrested for was like whipping his dick out at a gas station a couple of years back. Like, I don't know, And like, it's like, yeah. If it wasn't him too, like, he's a big, like a lot of it, man, is him saying how he's not Sean. In 05, making a big thing of it. I'm not your brother. So I'm coming at you like I'm not your brother. Like, I'm not coming at you like your brother. I'm coming at you like, some guy replacing your brother wants you replaced by Devin. Ah! And then, he's doing it all in 02 when we first meet. It's, pretty convincing, or you got some kind of creepy split personality thing going on. But, and like, there was always that weirdness too when like I wanted to make music with him, like all the time. It's like, it's not your little brother, so he's not gonna think you're the coolest guy in the world. Like with Corey didn't want to make music after he figured out that I wasn't the coolest guy in the fucking world. You know what I'm saying? And I was just like, and like, granted, he didn't know anything. He just took the word of Sean or something. It's like, I might be the coolest guy in the world. Like, I didn't lie about nothing originally. Whatever made you think I was so cool that you wanted to rap with me and shit. Like, he never seen that. You know what I'm saying? I remember in 02 him saying like he was raised to hate me. Like, whoever he is, Stan, he was raised to hate me. And there's no way he's going to be able to like approach me as a little brother because, in his world, he's supposed to be replacing me, not Sean. In his mind originally, and this is all just like a new scenario. And little things that my actual little brother wouldn't have been able to say to my face, or I don't know, my little brother obviously liked me, is what I'm trying to say. These are things that like, you wouldn't be able. My little brother wasn't that like imaginative either. He was kind of really special ed. Now this guy isn't. This guy's even more like special needs. He can't even write, dude. Whoever this guy Stan is can hardly write. So like you don't know the alphabet like on lettering, like Jesus Christ. So so was my little brother too. My little brother was illiterate, so it's just kind of parallels where it's like I kind of honestly believed it was him. But looking back, it's like, yeah, Mostly that whole part where it's like, you never made music together or did any kind of cool films. Think Sean and Eddie from like, 99, like bullshit. Like, if we had given them a camera in 99, you'd have like, a whole backyard wrestling series or something. It's like we used to do, you know what I'm saying? Or just anything. Like, musically, like, if it was my little brother, it would have happened. But this was like some guy who just never thought I was cool, dude. And like the only times he thought I was cool is when he wanted to steal something, like a friend or a girlfriend. It wasn't just generally thinking, oh, like a fake, like, it's just creepy shit, dude. I don't know. It still creeps me out to this day, dude. Like, because I just wonder, do I think my dad would still play along? Absolutely. Absolutely. Because, he's having that complex probably. Like, man, like, this guy's been my kid for 20 years. The other kid was only my kid for 10. It's like, well, the first guy was definitely my little brother for 10 years. This guy's just been a maniac for the first 10 years trying to kill me. And then the later 10 years, pretty much the same thing. So, it'd be real cool to get to the bottom of that. Case of split personalities, or is it really just some dude Stan who looked like Sean, is somewhat related to whoever that young girl was, and just wanted to replace me? And then this happened, and then he got comfy, and then tried killing me a bunch, and then met the rest of the family and wants to join that whole scenario. And then for one reason or another might still be doing that, or they've all realized too. Like, I don't know. Or they know or they don't know. Like, my aunts and uncles and sisters about like who he really is, or that whole thing. But yeah, I do wish, if that's the case, I do wish my little brother from Original was around, because yeah, he wasn't. Yeah, I don't know. I just always thought that maybe Christian was a lot cooler with him. Like, that whole thing where you're like, why don't you think I'm cool anymore? It's like maybe Christian just acted way cooler, because Christian was always kind of a lame with no friends. So it's like obviously 18-year-old Christian would hang out with, a 7th and 8th grader or whatever, let him hang out. Not that it's, like whatever. I'm sure you guys had good times. It's just like, and that's probably how he see me, like not as cool is what I was like perceiving, but it's like, man, the reason I don't hang out with Christian is like really seriously bad shit, like his family literally are those like kidnapping, like sell fucking children type people, dude. So it's like, I really don't like him. And like, the whole lying thing about like his leg and all that shit, when it was like, that was just your brother and your Uncle Dan who shot that fucking glue into your knee before I ever met you. Did you get, the cement put in? And did that happen with with your leg, like rolling around? Yeah, maybe, but it's not what's like causing pain all day, every day. It's the clumps of glue in your kneecap. So, yeah. But yeah, so I never liked Christian, is the point. So it's like, I didn't think he was being cool. Was he cool with having to be? Yeah, that's what I'm just trying to say. Like, why, like, I just thought the sudden change of like, relationship. Like, this kid doesn't like me. This kid doesn't think I'm cool. He just wants to like absorb everything I am in a weird way, but doesn't like me as a person. It's like, oh, it's probably because Christian was like extra nice to you or something. I don't know. Would he like rape some girls with you, or give you some bad heroin to give Ben Avery so you get a seat on the bus? Like, I don't know, dude. I'm not going to do that kinds of shit with you. I'm not going to share a girl with you. I'm not going to do any of that kinds of shit with you. I'm not going to, do any of that. More or less. It's like how I was as a big brother, I guess, to this guy, if I could have been for that like short frame of time. A lot of it was, like I said, a lot of it was that weird feeling of like someone trying to bully you to come back to Sandwich so that they could frame you for what he did. He did like an armed robbery, he did a bunch of arsons, the Ben Avery stuff. Like, it was just felt like someone bullying me right until my dad, like, right, like, yeah, Just felt, in that whole year that he was in school, leading up to like my dad going to Iraq. I just really didn't mess with him and talk to him because I didn't like him after all that. So when my dad did go to Iraq and he's got his pal there, Mark, and they end up doing all that to me, it's like, I'm not that good of friends with him. I don't talk to him every day. Like, how's your day? How was school? Like, how many tranks did Tim give you today? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, dude. I guess, it just wasn't that though. I think there always was that with my little brother, like back in the day when he was a kid, is what I'm saying. That's why it's so strange now that I look at it like, wow, all that time I just thought it was because like Coughlin and Blackledge, like, let you rape some chicks from my grade or let you do heroin or whatever instead. That's why I wasn't cool anymore. But I see why I wasn't cool because, it's Sean. All right, but like I said, what nightmares are made of, baby. If that shit's true. So, all right. Talk to y'all later on part 7. But that was part 6, highlighting Sean Gallagher, my little brother, possibly really named Stan. Some creep just pretending to be him. Hopefully that explains a little bit of why it's so fucking confusing. What is up, guys? We are back today, huh? Last time in part 6, we highlighted Sean Gallagher. And the guy, I think, is pretending to be Sean Gallagher. 20 years strong now. Or just his split personality disorder. You'd have to watch part 6 and make your own decisions. Today we're going to stick on family. We're going to focus on my 3 sisters, Kristen, Jessica, and my younger sister, Melinda. So Kristen and Jessica are both older than me. Jessica is 2 years older than me, and Kristen is 3 years older than me. And right away, I'm going to mention that Kristen was a bully. As long as I remember growing up, Kristen was a bully. She was an insane sociopath bully. And this is early on, too. I'm talking like, 5, 6, 7. Early on, And, she was just insane. She was very jealous of like, her younger siblings, as in, like, Jessica, me, or Melinda. And she was very tormentative. Like, enjoyed harming, like, dropping babies and shit. Just really, really insane older sister stuff, which later grew into like a bully situation by the time, middle school or high school came in, or real life later on, just as adults, any way as you could. But okay. I remember like being real young, like my sister, like my mom was like a young mom to a degree too, but not really. But I remember her and my 2 sisters were generally close, Like it was almost like having 3 older sisters, to a degree. Like my first like memories of like a family atmosphere. It was like having 3 older sisters and like a little sister. But that changed, that changed later on, like for sure. For sure, it got a little stronger, but then like like 100 degrees, like once, because they're just still kids, like they're only 8, 9 themselves, and it looking back, it's like, man, we when we were just like a 4-kid family, it wasn't bad. I remember Kristen had all the new kids on the block shit a fucking 10-year-old girl could fucking dream of. Same with like me, like, I had plenty of wrestling toys and we had video games. It was good in the first house, and like, it was good, it's just, once we started like adding on more kids, like, we had Sean, and that's a questionable situation of like, did she even give birth to Sean? Or was it like a child swap gone wrong without being able to swap a child for Sean or something? And like, by the time she had Joey, we had already moved, or right after we moved. And, I don't know my sisters that well either at this point. Like, even as a kid, like, I'm like very, I like to be by myself. I like to play with my action figures, I like to play video games, mostly when I was really, really young. I used to, I like to watch Nickelodeon and all that shit. It's like when we moved to the second house, it's like we have none of that. We don't have any of our video games. It's really weird thinking back. We don't like all have TVs in our rooms. We don't, it's a very weird situation when I look back to like when we moved, from house to house. It's like all of a sudden it's like a lot of the shit didn't come with us or something. I don't know. Or maybe they're just toys that broke. I have no idea. But it was a bigger house, but all of a sudden we were just a bigger family and like a lot poorer. Let's put it like that. And and Joey was disabled too, so it added a lot of stress. And like, you know. So like right away too, like before my mom dies, like they start the gang shit. Like we're in the city. We're living in a city, so we're not in public schools. Kristen is at the end, and she's only in 8th grade, but it's like she's not in public schools for that long either. It's like a late start, so it'd be real shitty anyways for you. And it was gonna happen to us too eventually, I believe. But so like like right away, there's a lot of like gang activity around us, and their choices of gangs, like to this day, still follow them. I don't believe that. I don't believe I actually joined a gang down there either. There was just, if anything, it was like, all gangs against me, you know. But mostly the gangs that like they chose, like Jessica, like had chosen some pedophile, like bad PD, creepy ass gang, you know. And it's like there's a little gap in time when Kristen's not there, and like Jessica literally thinks she's like the den mother too. She thinks Jessica's only like 11, but she like thinks she like runs the house, and she's a real mean, like it's a real one too. Like I don't really even know Jessica this well. I like stay out of her business, like I don't know her that well. And all of a sudden, like Kristen's not there, and like I'm drugged, so like I'm drugged and going through a series of beatings from new boyfriends and bad police and being hidden in places like cellars and like jail cells as a 9-year old, and being fed like feces and stuff, like so that you like you have like bacteria issues like as a kid. Like I remember like like I couldn't see, because they're literally like smearing like shit in your face. Like it's like a really dirty city we were from, and just really bad people, and like a lot of them are obsessed as early on with camcorders and stuff, like portable ones. It's like a couple years before Blair Witch too, but like the whole idea of doing that handy cam style film was already popular. You know what I'm saying? Like on lower level, like TV and stuff. Like people would send in like things that they made that looked like Blair Witch, and they put it on the news like this might be real, this might be fake, and it draw a lot of attention. But so people were doing that too. Like a lot of the majority of this they're filming, and it's different people too. It's not like the same people doing it. It's like and it's like something they've been doing for a couple of years before we even moved into that before we even moved into that house. So, and Kristen decides to join like the gang of like what happens too is like Celine is big. So, Kristen learns a couple Spanish words and, meets a couple Spanish girls. Some of the people in this gang too that she's like trying to join aren't Spanish. They're just illegal. So it's a group of people that are some Spanish, some Mexican, some fucking Iraqi type people, type group of people in the city, just all, trying to, stay in America. I don't know. But so this is like the gang she wants to join as like, because she watches this movie, La Vida Loca, and it's kind of like Blood and Blood Out, but like a girl version. So she, that's another, it's like, I think it's a story about a white girl joining like a Puerto Rican gang, much like Blood and Blood Out. So what I remember is that like, she becomes obsessed with like we're not Spanish. We have no Spanish in us. The only Spanish she is like, someone who can speak Spanish. And, I don't even remember her being really about the culture. It was just like she wanted to be like a whore in a Spanish gang. Like, and that's what she was achieving. And a lot of bad stuff had happened too while she was like staying with somebody from, like the schools or something. When it's like mostly Jessica getting her run at like being the oldest and like really really bad stuff. That probably looked like, you could flip it and try and be like, I was the bad guy or something, but it's like, no, it was definitely the pedo gang that you were, being supported by, along with the crazy like store owner lady. Like her pedo son just got out of jail and was pretending to want to date my mom. Like, he had heroin too. He had like 3 grams of heroin. And they're not really sure either who my mother's daughter was. They're trying to say it's this guy. It's like, and she's relatively young, but like, I don't really believe it. He didn't even believe it. The whole idea he was trying to do was just trying to like, he's trying to like convince these people like of himself over a 10-year-old. I'm 10. This guy's like 20 something. He wants to date 11-year-old Jessica, but like trick my mom. Like, oh, I like you. I got heroin, more or less. And, gets what he wants. He wants to date the 11-year-old. And like, and yeah, in that mix, I just remember like the first time running into him after, because yeah, just turned into like same thing, trying to frame me, trying to, it was a situation where I'm just collecting cans, but it's like I'm not. Like Jessica's. This is how evil Jessica becomes. Okay, with this whole situation and how unfair it is. So after like a long time of being held at like a police station as a child, like hidden because of what the police had done to me and like what associates had done to them, it's like a diddler gang. So they let me out of my house, right? But just like bring me back to my house, right? But just so that Jessica can say something about, can you go collect cans and like give us the money for the house, because this is our gang. We need you to help support us. Like I can't do it all. Sleep with these pedos. It's like something about this is just not right, because it's like, because a lot of times, yeah. A lot of times, like my mom's absence in this situation, and Jessica's just taking advantage of the situation with some pedos to get back at like me or Kristen, like feeling like, she'd been not watched over or something, and she's gonna be queen of the pedos at age 11. And yeah, so she asked me to go to the cans, and like, the cop pulls right back up as I'm getting the cans, right? And Sean, my little brother, the real little brother's like begging me. He's like, they're setting you up, Eddie, but I'm out of it. I'm like, oh, I'm just trying to get some cans so we can get some money. He's like, no, they're setting you up, dude. They just put the cans in there. The guy's gonna arrest you for larceny, saying you stole the cans. He's gonna beat you and mace you and just gonna put you back in the jail again, so that they can continue raping, your sisters. And it's like, wow, that's really dark and evil, and that really happened. And with Jessica. But Kristen was just as bad towards the end too. When Kristen got back, she was dead set on having her gang kill me too. Because they were like hiding my mom's body after like some kind of a situation where they're trying to find new like den dads and stuff, and she gets murdered pretty much with bad dope, like bad cut. Nowadays, they be talking about people cutting tranquilizer into fentanyl. Well, they like the Catholic Church or the Catholic schools would, they'd have powder like tranquilizers, like shit cooked down to powders or just came in a powder, and that's what they would put like, you know, same idea. Like that's what they would put in like to drug like children. Like it's the school got shut down too because it was like a big pedo factory. But fucking so yeah, somehow she got somehow like she's out of it, like like you drank, so you're out of it. Like I've had it happen to me, but like I, they probably like suffocated her and then hid her in Jessica's closet as a conclusion. So during this time, right, Kristen just doesn't know who my mom is. It's like pretty sure they're hiding her in Jessica's closet, but it's like she wants like her gang to like take over now. Kristen, like her little Puerto Rican gang, it's just as bad. It's just as crazy. It's just as evil. She's drugging people. She just does all the same bad mistakes right away, and like then that happens to my mom, like during Kristen's little run at that, and like yeah, that's what I'm assuming really happened to my mother. And So where were we? Okay, so yeah, so Kristen, she's the super. She wants to be like the white queen of like a yeah, white queen of some illegal gangs, like just illegal people. Like none of them are one race, and she ends up trying to like start a branch of that gang when we move away from there finally after my mom dies. She wants to run the Vato Senors, but it's really not like it's like Jessica's gang is the people who like follow us right away and try to like relocate, like believing that Jessica's probably still like the leader of the den. She's probably still doing whatever that was, and I don't think that was the case. And it made a lot of tension early on, like that like living with Tom and Marty and stuff. A lot of confusion. Same with Kristen. Kristen slowly wanted to start a gang like like her Vato Senors, which is basically she's tricking guys in my grade to join a gang, right? For like white guys, but they could be in the Spanish gang, but they're Vato Senors, and they're mainly there to be raped by like the gay gang leaders. It's the only reason why anybody would ever co-sign something Kristen would do, but it's like a joke almost, like on white people in jail or kids. Like I remember certain, like by the time I got in juvie, like I knew not to really mess with Spanish or Puerto Rican guys in a gang sense, because all they wanted to do was have you be raped by the gay gang leaders, which is sketchy, but yeah. And so we're far away from them. My mom's dead. We're living at Tom Marty's, and like Jessica's gang is trying to like move into Tom Marty's, which they later do again when we join the step family. And ultimately, what happens to that whole family and stuff, like they say stuff about Marty's being like our childhood home and stuff. It's like, no, Kettle Drum was technically that, I'd say, Jess, and like you destroyed it, and now you're just like pretending and telling people that Marty's house was our childhood home, and they were really bad people, so they're just going along with it. So, so yeah, so it made it real difficult too. You have Tom who just wants the pedal love. Marty and my dad are working, and Jessica and Kristen just want nothing else but like my murder or my exclusion from this new family to bring in like their random gang members, and like she wants to like, I don't know, like you said, like ruin every situation I could possibly have as friends, like that first year with people by making fifth graders. She's an eighth grade girl. You're gonna listen to the eighth grade girl probably, like you probably like her more than you want to be my friend. And believe in this. You don't really know the ins and outs of what she's trying to get you to join in the first place. And she's like taking virginities like real young. She's really sleeping like she's putting it out there. And it's not really a strong gang, or gang ties aren't strong enough that like later on it's pretty bad for her by the time she gets to high school, because that's when they start really paying attention to people as far as gangs and who's trying to run them and create them and all that silly shit. So she sticks out like a sore thumb. So plus the whole time she's like telling people I'm gay, talking all the jive, trying to say that we're in her gang and all this shit. And we're only like, we're just trying to be quiet people, at least me, at least I am, but it's just really creepy how that all plays out, like at Tom and Marty's, and just all the friction there. Jessica and Kristen, like it's not being directly told towards me. It's mostly coming from Tom, like in sketchy situations, like at a table after not remembering really how we got the table, and I have to like sit there with Tom for hours on end talking, and it's like, man, all it boils down to is like your sisters. The only time your sisters let me pedo on them is like after I do some real bad shit to you. And right now, like you're waking up from some bad shit or something, like those type of memories. So it's like, it's a lot like what like confuses the whole situation with the Marty thing. It's like, who are you guys blackmailing, Marty, or are you guys blackmailing Tom to go along with this shit so Marty goes along with it? You know what I'm saying? It's like, who are you guys blackmailing to say all this like childhood home shit? It was a fucking year, and it was torture, and it was insanity, and it was with a dangerous fucking recently released from the Marines criminal for killing children and torturing them. One of the first things he tried to do was teach me and Sean how to light fires when we first moved in there. He brings us to his woodshed and he shows us a lighter and he's like, I want you guys to light something on fire in this neighborhood. Just anything but my house. Just go, because he wanted us to like get sent away so he could like pedal on the girls all by himself. This guy's like nuts, Tom Rand. But so he's teaching us, like, it's so scary too, because like we're in the woodshed, right? And he starts lighting different things on fire, like up top behind him. He's like, look at, see how it's all growing? Like all of a sudden this place is gonna be engulfed, man. It's that easy to start a fire. And then puts it out, but I'm like scared shitless. And like he gives Sean a lighter and he's like, go do it, guys. Needless to say, I throw the lighter away. And then Marty asks me like did Tom give you a lighter or anything like that? It's like, yeah, lady, obviously he's nuts. He's like insane. An insane pedophile, war criminal, torturer of children, Tom fucking Rand, dude. Of all people, he's going to take care of the post-mother death children for the most part. Great. So, okay, yeah. So by the time we move with the Steph family, right? Kristen's not there that long. Like it's that like, she's in high school. They're not like giving her hand over fist money for shit. Like, she's not working either. She's still only like, 14 or 15. So, she's still like looking for a part in this family that they don't want her. Like more or less, like they just really like, she's causing so much drama, Kristen, like at first. The Steph family, they just didn't want her there. And it's like no one wanted her there. Like I didn't want her there. Jessica didn't want her there. No one wanted her there. Because she's just so insane. But I didn't like want anything bad to happen to her. I just, wanted her to like, I don't know. Stop being such a bully, Stop being such a whore and a bully and like a fake gang member. I don't know. Wow, I know what Viva La Raza means. Like, it doesn't mean like I have to like be a poser. It's like, geez. So, like, yeah. So right away she's like gone, right? But then like, I'm just in middle school again. I'm not really like, I don't give a fuck about Jess and Melinda for the most part. I'm just worried about myself. Or Kristen and stuff. And like, there's an incident where Kristen tries to kill herself, but she's in high school and Jessica's in high school by then. And I'm still in 7th grade. But, so they're in high school together and I think they're clashing because here's Jessica's gang somewhat already involved, like, trying to whatever. And Kristen's like trying to do it and they're like embarrassing each other and like cutting each other's legs out without each other knowing or trying to. Or at least Kristen might not be and Jessica does, like to a degree. And so Kristen is like, so the thing happens where it looks like Kristen's tried to kill herself. But what happened was like, I don't know. I think the same idea, like you start in gangs, blah, 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 so I think she was set up to make it look like a suicide. You know what I'm saying? And that's the last I ever like lived with Kristen at the house, though. Like at a house, so. And really hadn't been much before all that. It's a little iffy because I really don't pay attention and like, she's such a burden when she's around Kristen, mostly when she's a teenager that like minus her, it's just like, it's like heaven in a way, but it's like not because it's a real evil situation. So, but like Jessica doesn't want like Kristen to live that night. Like she wants a bedroom, and she said something about Kristen's gangs, like Kristen's like trying to do gang stuff, but like Jessica's already like a certified G in her own mind, like on a whole different wavelength of gang, like some creepy ass shit that's like boiled over from the last state we lived in. So we okay, yeah, but it doesn't really affect me too much. Like I don't, it doesn't really affect me too much until I'm 14, where I'm getting out of Teamworks. This is when it's all like, this is when it like, when I come face to face with it all of a sudden, like I'm out of Teamworks, right? And it's like, Christmas Eve and stuff. And so I get out, but then my parents after Christmas, right? We're all there for Christmas. And then the day after Christmas, they all leave. Like, but like, I don't remember them leaving. I'm pretty sure my stepmother drugged us, and she like drugged everybody, right? It's a real fucked up story. So Jessica and Brandon, like I was saying in the last one, are obsessed with big parties. I just got out of juvie. I don't want to get in trouble, but they're like obsessed with partying and being these party people. But Brandon's not showing up because he knows that this works into. She just drugged the whole fucking family and me and Jessica and like not kidnapped them, but like brought them all half passed out to New Hampshire. And the plan is because Laura's sleeping with this kid Powell, who's in Jessica's gang or something, dude. And something had happened with like, she was pregnant with like a rival gang's kid or something, and this guy performs like an abortion by hand and like really hurts her. So Laura is setting it up to help this kid because she's fucking this kid. So Jessica's out cold, right? And I'm out cold in my bedroom. And her friend Maria wakes me up, and like I head down to Christian's because like I'm pretty sure I'm like, Kristen, dude, something's like really bad. You're like, yeah, I think like there's a gang that's gonna like kill your sister. The plan is they're gonna run in this like Spanish gang who's Kristen's gang. Like everybody was like related to Kristen's gang. Who also kind of know Jessica and like her gang ties and why they just did that and all that kinds of shit. So the plan is they're all gonna these females are all gonna go one by one and stab her in the gut while she's asleep, and then throw the knife on the passed out me in my bedroom. But they're thinking it's this kid Powell, but it's gonna be me. And this is all like Laura is like working too to work it against like yeah. And I've only been out for like 2 days. But I'm able to get the Christians, and we're able to clear the house quick enough, by alerting them. And once they realized that I wasn't even a kid, they, all kind of, it didn't happen to, make. And then I did meet the kid for like one of the only times, like that same weekend. He'd come and was saying like how like it's his bedroom, like he want like like he is dead certain that like he's doing all that Illuminati horse shit too. Like this is my life. It's like I'm supposed to be sleeping in that room right there. It's like that's my bedroom. My little brother, dude. You the guy like fucking bullying him and like touching him and like making him go under his bed and sleep like under the fucking bunk, you weirdo. And you the guy who like just like almost like you like literally ripped the fucking like another gang's like fetus out of my sister like weeks ago, like, and you're trying to like convince me that like that I should be in jail still. Like I just did 7 months. Like I have no idea who the fuck you are, and you creep me out. But these are the people that like Jessica trusts or like more than a me or her own family. Like probably to this day, I don't know. So, and that's leaving out some, so like, the people that circulate around that guy Powell and Jessica and, all that. So that does happen, and we do stop it. And then I do meet that guy that one time. And it is Kristen's gang, which is so weird that they're like still friendly. It's like, man, did you even know that? It's like, so I'm trying to think like, okay, so the next gang shit. So the next gang shit, right? Because I'm only out for a little bit after that. Next gang shit was like Kristen trying to do her own prom King Timmy thing. She's trying to bring gang members to the high school. And like I crossed paths with it, almost being killed for Kristen's knee by the football team or something. So that's the only reason I catch wind of that bullshit. But, then also again, you got Jessica's gang coming after me like full speed ahead. And then, oh man. But then, I go to juvie again and do LEAP. And that's when it's like Jessica's gang and anybody like, because her gang's not that strong and all that shit. And these people, and I don't know how much, because, one of the things I remember about the thing with Ryan, with the kid Davenport and stuff, where like I'm set up somehow with drugged, but like again with Jessica, it's like same thing with those girls. It's like at first you're okay that I'm getting drugged at Wallace's, like because she's like, oh, we're getting free lunch, cool, Jess, yeah, favorite sister. Because I don't remember any of this shit. I'd hate her fucking guts if I knew that. And I remember too, long time ago, like when my mom first died, we were in Canada, and my aunt Joanne was telling me one night, she's like, you must have like no memory, because like your sisters like really don't like you, and like I think you'd fucking hate them if like you did remember any of this shit. So it's like now I see what she means. It's like holy shit. So so yeah, what happens is she's okay with it again, but then it happens to her. The guy stabs her, just like he stabbed me, like, you know, after I'm drugged when I'm in the basement. And he stabbed my dad that night, right before my little brother gets murdered. She's trank too. And like given to Ryan from him, like he had said something real shady, like about like Rags and his gang. He likes to drug them and trank them or whatever, so that there's no, you know, arguments. Like, you know, because Ryan's like a big, tall, like goofy, ugly dude, and he's like, a, like trying to sleep with his girl, that girl who like tries to sell the house with her fucking stepmother or something, causing all that shit around the same time. And it's like, you know, he's already trying to impress her by having drugged me. Like, he's like, I don't know why he's down here, but it's like, you do. You had them bring me there so she could like watch me die and like swing the billy club I'd given him, which I think he later used to kill Vinny with. Like, but she's like smashing me over the head, dude. I'm like out of it, and the guy comes down and tranks me. They're tranking me. This guy's tranking people, but you know, he tells Ryan like, you know, that Ryan, like, you know, can have some fun with tranked out Jessica. It's like so creepy, and like, cause I'm just trying to get Jessica to come and hang out with us. And this guy's like bugging out and shit. And Jessica's just as bad. You know, she's like, I don't want to be a taxi. Ah, it's like I don't think like I don't see how you're a taxi. You know, just because you like drive from one place to the next and hang out with people and you smoke weed for free, but you're just using it as like a creepy excuse. It's like what did you do? Like, but you want to be like the party, like you're willing to risk everyone's life and safety so that you can have a party over the weekend with our stepbrother. It's real. That makes a lot of sense. But okay, so it's like really a big portion of her fault. You know that all that happens for sure. And then you know, later on, I can't really point out. Oh, like we haven't even gotten into Melinda because around this time is when Melinda starts like picking her gangs, which she picks like, you know, that kid Randy Newell eventually, from my memory, is the one who murdered Sean. So there's like two different gangs almost trying to like take over the house, and it's just my one bed they like are kind of fighting over. It's like a bed and a bunk with my little brother. It's a very small room too. But obviously, they're also planning on killing Sean and replacing him with somebody and replacing me. It's very creepy with Jessica's gang. Like they're very open with this. They think they can do just about anything. Like they thought that the guy who stabbed my dad with the trank afterwards was saying how he was going to send Powell to the Boston fucking post office to work his dad. It's like, this is how it is, man. We just do this. It's like, I don't think so, man. I think when you rewind it and start explaining it, you guys just sound like maniacs, right? Like, you know, like older than the kids that you're messing with and younger than the older people that you're fucking with too. It's like, I don't know. I just, you know, I don't see any guilt in that situation, but you know, so that's like the gang that Melinda chooses, you know, and instantly, because she's going to like the other school, she's going to the tech school. So she's just around a bunch of idiots, right? You're only, you know, 14. So it's like, you know, you're just making all these real stupid ass moves. Not moves, but you just pick like the wrong people to, you know, because instantly they want to move in. They think it's like an open den. It's like, no, this is like our step family. Like this is our two families like that got married, dude. Like, and Randy Newell's just dead set on like replacing either me and my little brother. And I believe he murdered my little brother, yeah. But Melinda wasn't there. Melinda was in juvie at the time. And these guys are just going off the cuff. Like Randy's trying to hang out with like Ryan and all those guys. And they're all just on the mission to kill me for Jessica, who's trying to like recruit, who's trying to like be the main rag in their thing, you know, just to have them turn on me too. So, and it doesn't really work for her either. So, so yeah, so yeah, I'm trying to think. And then the next gang stuff really after all that, because the next real gang interaction is like when she's trying to make gang moves after Devin's murder on me, and it doesn't work. Like, you know, it starts, you know, if you know anything about gangs, right? It's like some girls get real big headed, like Kristen. or Jessica, and like, but they don't understand like how one and two it is. Like when you're not just with one gang member, when you're with multi, they think very low of you. Like I just remember being 16 at Leap, and my bunkmate was Spanish, like a real vato, and a real vato, real kid, good guy. You know, we didn't really argue, we didn't really get along, but somehow towards the end, he thinks he's like considering killing me so that Kristen can be promised to him, and it's really strange thing. And but also giggling like I want to kill you for her, man. She's a rag, but I like her. She speaks Spanish really nice. Like, great dude. Definitely not. You know, and same with Jess. Same with Jess. Like it just what I was saying. Like it doesn't really work out. Like after a while, there's no endlessness to your whoreness. Like maybe once it'll work and convince people. You never convince a room that you sucking everyone's dick is a good idea if they murder somebody. You know. But that was the other girl. But I'm not sure of her tactics. But that wears off is what I'm saying very quickly once you're titled a rag, and not like a wife in a gang or something. Like once you're titled a rag, you're like just a joke, and you can ask and beg and plead for that kind of shit, but and they might go right to the ledge with it, but then not do it just because like I mean, who gives a shit about that kind of shit sometimes. So my point is like so that October she's definitely trying to make some moves like as I'm sleeping in a car, but it just doesn't work out. And that would be a trend because then in '05 it's a lot of her moves. Like I haven't talked to you since then, and like I'm being brought to see you and Melinda, who are both probably real worried about the death of Sean and this fake guy pretending to be Sean, and what do I really know, and the condition I'm in I really can't help, and it's like that's how they like it anyways, because I could easily just flip it on you and be like, it's both you's fault. Obviously, like, I'd blame you and your friends or your gangs that were hanging out at the house before I got home. When I got home, they wanted to continue that trend. And then Melinda had like that new gang that wanted to just like, assume that this was just some, open den or something, not just a step family house. So being like misled by insane people who were like following Jess since we were kids, claiming her in their gang willingly or not willingly. So, God. So yeah, she arranges that '05 shit to a degree, to a like why, like who set up the meeting. You know what I'm saying? Definitely wasn't me. I didn't want to see you in person. And the whole thing is she's saying that her gang, that it's tough in her gang right now for her because like she had to hand like I'm not dead yet, like she needs to hand me over to like a rival gang so that she's better off. That is what she says too, right to my face. And like I'm out of it. She's like, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. When I come back, if you're not here, I'm just gonna think you left. And like she's really cold about this shit too. And like this is the same time when the librarian gets raped by that gang, that like the same gang that killed Sean, like Melinda's little connected gang there. And it's just and it's like I'm not really causing the problem. The problem is that you're in your 20s now, and being a blowjob queen in your 20s isn't as fruitable as it really could be. Right, like right now it might be good, like she might be diddling little boys. She's like a teacher, so it's like maybe you can like convince like 4 or 5 kids that you're diddling to like be in a gang with you or something, or another as a queen or some creepy shit. But it's like that's what was probably the problem back then. It's like, yeah, because once you get labeled a rag in a gang, nobody really wants to take it serious. Like some guys might, but no guys are like ready to like, I don't know. Point is, she was like trying to blame me for something that I couldn't help with. So I can't help that you're getting older, and like blowjob queens in high school like don't like continue on usually. being blowjob queens. I don't know. I have no idea. I didn't really go to high school. A lot of that, I'd blame you. So that you could, do whatever you guys did. You could be the, 5-minute cool kid. Like you're a fucking, no one knows who you are for 4 fucking years, except that like, that like a bunch of fucking like lower class losers like hang out at your parties or something, and it's creepy shit that goes down. like, so you get 5 minutes of fame at the end for like, and all you have to do is like totally fuck Kristen over, totally fuck me over. Like you just have to just so you can get 5 minutes of oh, is Jessica having a party? Like she's the most fun. Jessica, can I come? Like just that 5 minutes of of popularity you're willing to risk like people's lives and safety and everything all together, just like our family. Like in the long run, it's like it's just another gang move for them to try to sell the house and like profit. It's like they're not going to give you like a dime, and if they do, you have to steal like my portion and try to murder me again. And, like it's just endless with her, dude. It's like because when they did sell the house, she did that shit again. She's trying to like convince. It's I don't even know. That wasn't really. That was more. That first time was just Coughlin, more or less, and like Davenport. They're all mad that she's not calling them or inviting them to her party of the empty house, and she's mad because she thinks I'm gonna like take some of the money that they left, and she wants all the money because she's already not getting like whatever she thought she was getting. So she's already again just ready to let somebody murder you just to appease her, and it's just insanity. Like she should have been in jail since on and off since her whole life. She'd fit way better in with like crackheads and all that shit than Melinda did. It's like because Melinda again, like I don't know, Melinda's a little more on that other edge of like it's gonna be like a halfway Crip gang with like some white members and just a rag, I assume. And that's how pretty much what I perceived in 08 when I seen her, like in Hyannis. She was on the end of her days there as a college blowjob queen. Like, you get your college money and you just spend it on heroin or pills, and at the end of it they, you're fully junked out and you either die or you go through the system for the rest of your life in a pathetic manner. But my sister Kristen took her to New York for a while and then, kind of repeated that thing. So Kristen left her and then we had to get her, like me and my dad. Stories told that Sean got her at a bus station, like in Vermont, but it's like me and my dad actually went to her apartment in fucking the Bronx of New York, dude. So to go and pick her up and bring her down, just to show her that Vermont wasn't that bad. Like it's not that bad, Melinda. There's still a Dunkin' Donuts. You can still drive a car. What's sure there's drugs if you ask enough people, which she later did. But there was some more gag shit with like Jessica and her husband Steve. I remember that Christmas. Died. That was real shady shit. That was just more being presented like Jessica was his whore, and like he's trying to entrap me with he wants to give me money from their profits, like the sharing of account. He wants to give me money from it instead of her gang. It's like, well, I don't know, dude. Like I'm not a gang and I ain't taking a cent, so I'm not sure whatever happened with that. But there was a lot of gang activity there, and she's like setting me up again. And it's just like relentless with her. You know what I'm saying? It's just endless, endless, endless with Jessica. And like, in 2015 when I was down there, I kind of got tricked into thinking that girl was gonna give me a haircut and like that Feldman wasn't insane anymore. And as soon as I got there, I realized. And then I'm like at Jessica's for a couple of days, and again, tricked by her to go like visit my other sister and meet her. And it's like, or not tricked, but kind of like blackmail. Like I have to do whatever you want to do to like stay at your house for the night. Like okay, and like it's like and I just got a whiff of it, like okay, so you definitely. The only reason you're not doing something crazy like normally right now is because you think like I'm gonna come to your wedding and you're gonna do it all then, and I just never went because it's like I already got the sense of what's going on. I don't have a full memory yet. I don't remember that Christmas. I don't remember 05. I don't remember any fucking thing. But it's like as soon as I got like a whiff of it, I knew enough not to go. Is the point. And like since that I've remembered all this. Like wow, I would have never spoken to you like once. Like I'll probably never speak to you again after letting you know what I remembered about Sean. It's like, do you remember when you said you'd meet me halfway and at least like admit some of this? It's like, no, she's on that whole never happened. Marty's with our childhood home. What? Does that family? Yeah, you know that thing you completely fucking ruined by the end? By being like a psycho bully. Like, same thing as Winsaka, just you give her that chance of like being like the head chick, and she's just instantly like insane. She's ready to like chop everyone's heads off and just like boil it down to like, you know, her and her gag. It's like you're a fucking scumbag, Jessica. And she does all that family shit. It's like you're the furthest thing from a family person. You're a gang like rag who like just wants, I don't know, to like fuck with like the people. Like, who knows, dude? Like, you just suck. And but Kristen sucks too. Melinda sucks too. Like, all in that. I just like when I look back, I've had a lot of interactions with Kristen's gang, you know, in bad ways, and Melinda's gang. Obviously, Melinda's gang killed Sean, in my memory. So it have, you know, all collectively tried to kill me, frame me many, many, many times. But it's like, you know. But yeah, we don't share gang ties. I'll tell you that much. If I have any that are legit, you know, which really I don't, as you can see, how my life played out all the way from back then to now. Even Elite with that kid, like I was saying, I was bunkmates with the kid. Like, we never talked gang, you know, we were just friends. Not even friends, just friendly bunkmates. It's like I'm just not interested in a lot of it because of all that. It's like, man, you know, gives you a bad taste when you know, when it's a fresh gang and they're willing to like murder people to get some pussy, like Sean and Mark in 05. You know, they're ready to do the worst kinds of shit to people just to get some pussy, and it just really shows you, like, you know. And you never get away with it in a million years if it was anybody but me in that situation. Never. You'd still be in jail probably if it was anybody but me. Maybe not. Maybe you would be in jail, but still, you would have never got away with that as a whole, because you're doing it to other people. You're affecting them. Same with like Prom King Timmy. You would have never got away with half that shit. Mostly the shit you did in Vermont. It's like, wow, you know. I'm trying to think of more gangish shit. I mean, you know, to this day, I know Jessica still, you know, probably still talks to some of those people, and you know, still fancies herself, you know, to I don't know, you know, Melinda definitely. I don't know, you know, I don't know anything about them now. You know what I'm saying? I know like what Jessica's doing is like very. It just feels very, because everything with Jessica now just feels very like, you know, like a gang set up on somebody. Like, you know, when she's doing the whole like looking for like lost family members thing, it's like, oh God, you know, you're just such a dirtbag though. Like, if you ask me, like, you could never trust the situation. Like, you know, like, I still have nightmares about fucking getting like, well, get like pressured to go there with her. It's like, wow, like, I don't know, you know. But no, I don't talk to all three of them now. Like, Jessica, sadly, Jessica was like the one I was like close to. I just never like seen all that. You know what I'm saying? Until like recently, it's like, wow, you know, like, wow, you know, if I don't like Melinda and I don't like Kristen, I definitely don't like you. You know what I'm saying? And she's very much on that, like, Eddie's crazy. That's gonna solve everything if I just say that over and over every times. You know, or bring up something stupid. It's like, okay, but we're gonna elaborate on it. Like, you could bring that stupid shit up, but it's like, I'm gonna elaborate on it. You know, like, oh, was it a black kid? Like you and Melinda that time? It's like, yeah, I remember that, but there were black kids or Chinese kids, a lot of people. And it was your boyfriend who threw like a Molotov cocktail in it because he wanted to like frame me. Like, you knew that, you know? Your pedo boyfriend who lit that thing on fire for real. Like, whatever happened with me and Melinda, it was just like a little smoke fire. Your pedo boyfriend threw a Molotov cocktail in there. And then we went to Dad's. Like, we went to Dad's, like he did it while we were at Dad's. And like, she knew this was happening, and she starts a fight with me at Dad's. And I'm just like out of it. We're just arguing. Dad takes us back there. It's like, shit, dude. That's crazy. When I get back, the guy's already like framed me. He tried to tell the guy that like I like torched it and left with my dad for the week. They were just like, they just really wanted to control the situation so they could like, um, stop having like, like I don't know. My mother was just a fucking idiot. Like the guy had 3 grams of dope, and the town was probably dry, and she just let this guy just do anything, and that's the truth. And then regretted it, because the guy was a nutbag, dude, and like something happened towards the end, right, with that situation with my mom, that pedo, and Jessica, where like where something happened that was bad. Like the guy like threw a TV out the window or something, like right through the glass and shit. And because he was mad that like, because like me and Kristen had come back, like somehow me and Kristen are there the same day, like, and we're making fun of Jessica for having a TV or asking her where she got it from, and she like told us, but like at some point like we're not there, but the guy like threw the TV out and like hit one of the kids or something, like I don't even know. But then my mom flips on him, right? Like flips the script, like, oh, I'm not cool with you dating my 11-year-old daughter now. You know what I'm saying? And like like yeah, just my mom was she was a drug addict and made a lot of bad choices, but I just remember that moment. It's like one of the last moments I remember listening to my mom. Like it's almost like I'm out of it, but she's like telling me this for some specific reason. Like she's on the steps outside and telling me all this shit, like what just happened. And like yeah, she didn't know what to do, so she like brought Jessica to the, she was like scared in a way too. She's like, yeah, I brought Jessica to the hospital to get a rape kit done to her. And it's like I didn't really believe my mom either. I just like, she's just trying to play stupid and all this shit. And this guy was like a creep, like trying to pretend like he like died and stuff. Just trying to be smarter. And it's like you're not really smart. You're just playing with like children and my retarded mother, and like having help from bad police, more or less. And yeah. But yeah, so something was always wrong with like Jess, because like that, that time in the sun with like like she's 11, she's got like a 30-year-old boyfriend, and he's like letting in older guys to like take our place. These are your new brothers, and she could just be like in heaven in her mind, dude. Finally being able to like sick them. It's like I never really did anything bad to her too as a kid. It was just like it's just like we didn't form a gang first and let her be the head rag or something. Was her anger back then, if I remember correctly, and it might have escalated, but it's like because she kept like being such a like, you can't stay at this house, my house, like like really insane for an 11-year-old. I just, remember too telling her, you gotta regret this when when everything bad happens. It's like, and it really did. I don't think she regrets it. I think she still looks at it as like she's the, like, she should, you should be dead, just sucking dick and telling people to kill people or something. I don't know. She does this weird thing, like, looks all mad and shit. It's creepy. But, and Kristen, like I said, Kristen's just as pathetic with the gang stuff, like I said, dude. Sam Melinda. Girls like that. They think they're smart and they think they're so above the league, but it's like I'm still alive. How many times you guys as a collective try to kill me, let me get killed, or know of me being almost killed and plan to be killed? It's like, or framed, It's like you guys aren't that good and your gang ties aren't that strong, or they don't think of you that serious. Keep trying. I don't know. But yeah, so that's pretty much all I can really say. It's like I'd like to say, it's like, God, let's say some nice shit. Kristen, horrible fucking person, bully, snitch, liar, whore. And you could pretty much say that, but just in a different version for all three of them. That's not nice though. I don't know. I got, like Jessica never liked the music. Like somehow she got a bunch of cool music, like from somebody. It was probably from my stepbrother or someone trying to fuck her. I don't even know. But she had Silverchair and like Nirvana and Stain. She had a bunch of good albums I listened to. But but it's like it was like a fake fandom that she had. It wasn't like a real fandom. And Kristen was all right in the music. I just feel like again, it's just one of those things where like no matter what, if I like salsa, you want fucking French onion dip. I'd want French onion dip. You probably want salsa, but you get the idea. With her, Melinda, Melinda's not bad. If it's a hit song, she'd like it. Um, I can't say I've really had any fun with them. I never had any fun with Melinda. It was always really bad, and again, just felt like I was being set up for gang shit on her behalf mostly. Then, yeah, not many good memories with them. To be honest with you, I have nothing to say to any three of them except rest in peace, Sean Paul Gallagher. And oh yeah, what I'd say is like. A lot of the bad shit is all three of your faults. Mom wasn't perfect either, but I'd blame three of you for a lot of it. And just that manner, whether it's Kristen wanting to party with the money mom left, or Jessica wanting to party with the money they left. Or Melinda, again, just wants to do drugs with money. I don't know. And never just be normal, I don't know, let me enjoy the normal things that they pretend to enjoy just to say they're enjoying them. Yeah, we had such a great time at Marty's Christmas, being super awkward and upsetting everybody but us by being there, because we can't just do this by ourselves, because obviously we're just some fucking scumbags who are blackmailing them in a way. Yeah, be totally unsafe. And it's man, yeah, I have nothing to say to him, but most of that is your own faults. Same Melinda to this day. Melinda up here in Vermont, I know at some point she was selling heroin and doing all that shit, and then she got pregnant and was quiet off about it, trying to murder me again, doing the same thing, working with the gangs up here. Melinda did the same thing up here, as far as trying to maneuver into gangs but not really get anywhere, and then try to use a drug connection as a reason to be in charge and stuff. And then once it cancels out, all drug dealers, it gets bad for her, I assume. And she did the whole "I'm having a baby" thing. Yeah, that wasn't insane. I didn't just try to kill you at a dentist office again by using blackmail and or sexual related blackmail or drug related blackmail and gang related blackmail, just get people to do something bad. It's there's just a never ending cycle of this kinds of shit with them. So it's one of those things where it's it just piles up to a point where it becomes obvious with Jessica, Kristen, and Melinda, my sisters. So we're going to leave it there. A little shy under an hour, a little shy in an hour. Another thing, too, about Melinda, it's a lot of that guy, Mike Dowling, who was in his 20s when she was dating him. She was 14. But a lot of drama and a lot of shit was caused by that, too. And, yeah. And just her connection to the guy Randy, who to this day I still see her as friends with on Facebook. It's that is the guy who shot your little brother, most likely, Melinda. And I don't know. You just think that whatever bond they've made through gang is not of survival or of any kind of good. It's all just bad, and it's it'll never be your family in a picture all together, or your family at a table all pouring eggnog. It'll always just be bad now because you guys kept just picking gangs. I don't know, over just being normal, quiet people and falling into those roles of we're not the best dressed people, or went out the best, went out the richest people, the most popular. It's like, but they just wanted that bad. They want, that anything besides what Eddie can do for us is better. Just like with the can thing, and then rub it in his face. You're 9 years old, and maybe every Wednesday you collect cans, and you spend it on candy, not thinking. And now all of a sudden your mom's like trying to give Jessica the book when it's no money. It's just like monthly food stamps, and now Jessica thinks she's like running the show when you're only like 9. And they just want to rub it in your face, dude. That maybe you were like a bit selfish at 9, 8 year week, because like you just ride your bike for 5 fucking miles. You're only 9 to pick up a bag of cans and get 5 cents each, or do it by weight. And like, yeah, I guess you just don't notice that, like, it's like, I don't know. I try, like, I was always a very lonesome person, you know. So it's like maybe I should have went home and shared my candy, but it's like the things that followed that were unbelievably bad, Jessica. And you are like one of the worst people I could ever imagine, no matter the age. But yeah. So that's how I describe it, dude. That's how I describe the situation. It's like maybe, maybe I didn't share my candy, but it's like the things that followed. Maybe I didn't join a gang and have you guys put in it unwillingly or something. You know, you get what I'm saying? Now we're gonna join a gang and have them kill you. Yeah, same idea. But yeah, we're gonna stop there. 1 hour even. All right. See y'all at if this is part 6, right? I think, or 7. See y'all the next part. All right. Peace. What is up, guys? Huh? We are on the final part of this interview series, part 8, and we are gonna highlight friends, whatever that means to you. Might mean something different to me. So we're gonna highlight my friends from beginning to end. You know, not many around anymore. No, if any. I don't think I have any. Nah, I taste disgusting. A K-cup hot coffee. I swear, there's nothing more disgusting than K-cup hot coffee. Like, why? Why can't you just put like extra thick shit in there? Because it's like, no matter what, it'll taste like shit without like extra thick cocoa mix or something. Okay. Friends, huh? Friends. I'd say my first like friend, or someone I'd consider like like as a kid, you're talking kindergarten and stuff, was Todd Chicoine. And later on, becomes a horrible person with a horrible family and all that stuff. But but so early on, like, we're friends. But in that sense of like, I'm a small kid, but he's smaller. So okay, the two small kids are best friends. But it's like, I don't know. And in the journey of being friends or best friends, and then in a group of friends, one day he, said he didn't want to be my friend because I was a crybaby. And it was like during like a tough day too. So it was for such a small little thing. It really hurt my feelings. And then I'm like, I didn't care either. Like, I just never fucked with him. But then, like, this kid Hunter, who I'd also say at the time was like a best friend as a real young child, always like had this way of starting trouble. Told me to go, like, like, say something to Todd, like, who's a crybaby now, or something stupid, like something so small, something so simple. You know what I'm saying? But then Todd is an actor, or trying to be an actor back then, so he has some abilities to put on the waterworks, and I guess goes home and tells his like father and or brothers that, like, he's been bullied to the max by this evil ex friend Eddie Gallagher. And yeah, they retaliate, like, adults against what was that, 8, 9 back then. And his family's really who's who put that film into the reel for the class originally of me being like, fed like again just shit and piss and like, he took it to the max. We're only like fourth grade, and this led on like more and more. But that was an original best friend who by fourth grade, did all that. Like, and a lot of it was like, at first you're the cute small kid, but then you're the creepy like, you know, um, you're the creepy kid all of a sudden. Is what I remember. You know what I'm saying? With all that, extra flamboyant acting ability, not really being around and stuff. It's like, it's like I don't see how it was my fault. And I don't know why he said that to me originally. It's just something real mean to say to me that day. And maybe we were playing sports and he got, hurt and was like, upset about that. And someone even said to me to go say it to him. Like I didn't even organically think to get my win back, like verbally too, not to the, because yeah, he probably thinks by fourth grade that his whole reputation's ruined. And it's like, that probably ruins it way worse than anything else could. But Hunter's the same way, just kind of like just another guy, like, who I can't like compare him to any other friend either, but it's like he's a tall dude too, so I'm small. But one of those guys, right, that a lot of people don't want to be friends with, and I'm the only one who will be your friend and like laugh along with your jokes and shit, because generally I find you funny, but not really like me. And first chance he can to like screw you over, he will. And I remember he said he stopped wanting to be friends originally, like in like third grade ish, saying that he didn't want to be friends because I had an IEP. So later on, like his interest in being like my family's father or something, and also providing the really bad heroin to my mother. Like I hadn't been his friend for a little bit is the point, or at least that school year, mostly because I wasn't there due to what was happening to me. But yeah, through like the school and stuff, he's in his head at some point he was there trying to become like the father. Like, I'm not really sure. Towards the end, we're like it was really bad. And one of the people who tried to move her body originally was his brother too, who who I believe is like was the real Sean's father. Yeah, but much like Shakur, I never see these guys after my mom dies until fucking '09 again. That Christmas, Steve Dinsmore, like somehow he's an alum, and these guys like all of a sudden like know Steve, and they're coming at me drugged, like questioning me and all this creepy shit. I do my best to play it off like it's all groovy. And, but yeah, so that's the only time I see them after that. But I know of a lot of bad things that Hunter had just done too. As far as like he tricked a lot of people from out there to like a mass area. Some classmates died and all this shit, and like was putting it on me too. That like I didn't have a MySpace, and like the whole point, a lot of these people were coming to hang out with him because they thought that like he was my friend. But like I wasn't in contact with anybody even at that point. Like musically, like I vanished from online and was Cactus Jack in Ohio or Cleveland, wherever he had that head injury, homeless or whatever. No, not really. I had a lot of issues going on, but yeah, I wasn't trying to re-meet up with people like him and shit for sure. Nor did I remember him. You know what I'm saying? I could have remembered people like in '09, like life had been moving so fast. I could never have remembered him naturally. Or Todd, who both did come through that party. That's why I say it's such an evil experience have going there. For holiday festivities with Jessica, and one of the main things you could mention is that night, like after getting kicked, because I gave up on it early on. I was actually at a rehab and got like kicked out for talking to people about Devin, trying to figure out what happened, and a lot of them still confuse themselves, like by the whole like no one really fucking knows, dude. Hey, no one really knows. Devin, like I probably knew more as a whole. And yeah. So my next set of friends, like right away in 5th grade when we moved to Mass after my mom dies, is well, I'm almost friends with like Nate Burns at first and Bordley, but both get a little too aggressive, like with the bully shit, yeah, yeah. You listen to me. Like it's like, no, I'm not really that kind of kid. Most of you put hands on me or anything, mostly back then. So I end up being friends with Markham and Martin and fucking Kelly and Randall. So Craig, Chad, Brian, and fucking Connor. And we're like, like a 5-man, like weird thing. It's like, you'd think, and you had this how a boy band starts. You guys meet in like the 5th grade and only care about the 5 of each other and who's dating who and who's doing what. But like fucking Kristen is in 8th grade and we're in 5th grade. So, after a couple months of like really good shit, you know, as far as being friends in that dynamic with those 4 guys, you know, it was really cool. It was really cool, but then instantly they don't want to be my friends for one reason or another because of something Kristen has curated in their minds or lives to achieve that. We not being friends, and we had like a little handshake, like this before the shield too. Like we'd all put our fists in the middle. It was cool, and it was almost like they were being really nice because my mother had just died, maybe to me, but and all the girls were really nice in the class. Yeah, like all the popular girls really loved the 5 of us, and they really were nice to me. It was the strangest differ, from what I was leaving and say like a 4th grade to 5th grade for that little span of time. It was really really cool. It was like some shit out of like a fucking like a Sandlot type movie. It was really really neat. You know, like I got my first girlfriend, like being their friends and stuff, or like a girl, like non-forced girlfriend. Like I had girlfriends before that, but they were all like forced, like gang style girlfriends or gang wives. And and it was like Tara Reardon and like Jill McCardle, and that's where I got to know like all those girls really well. And I always be a figure in their fucking thing. But like yeah, which later on we reprised in like 7th grade. We all become friends again. Like after that happened to Kristen, like not long, like before they like faked Kristen's suicide. And I'm pretty sure it had something to do with like Markham's sister, in the same manner of like, her telling them what she's done and like them just, drugging her while they're interrogating her, then dumping her body, and just in case if she dies, like make it look like suicide. So, so yeah, then we're not friends, and I don't have any friends for the end of 5th grade. But 6th grade starts, I start naturally making new friends, like mostly after we move away from Tom's house. I start being friends with Jake Long. We're very close for a while there, and like very personable too. Same with Chris Myers. We're friends for a long time, but then like we get in an argument about fucking like his like he doesn't want to hang out at his house because like I'm not putting his dad over enough. Like his dad's like a Heisman Trophy winner and all this kinds of crazy shit. Has like a bedroom full of fucking football trophies, and I don't know how to react. I'm not a football fan, and he's like, if it was fucking world title belts, man, like imagine if this was like filled up with fucking WWF belts, dude. It's the same thing to me. Like, and what are you just gonna do? Like, act like my dad's a normal asshole and talk to him normally and tell him all your stupid shit. And like, he doesn't want me around his house. He wants to like hang at my house, and like, so me and Myers just, and like, Jake's also like our 3-way best friend, me, Jake, and Myers, and like, so kind of like by that time in 7th grade, like it's just not possible to continue those. And by then, I'd already started being friends with Christian too, who stayed back. in 8th grade to be in our 7th grade class. Like, I mean, stay back in 7th grade and joining our class in 7th grade. So I'm friends with him more, more or less best friends with him, and like kind of stopped being best friend with Jake and Myers, after all that. But generally two nice like kids too. But it was really about that too. He had a room full of football trophies, and I didn't know like how to put it over. All I seen was fucking trophies. Like, I don't know. I don't know what they all mean and shit. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, if it was a room full of fucking wrestling belts, I'd be like freaking the fuck out, obviously. And like, yeah. And I couldn't take him to my house because, I don't know, and take him to the house for that reason too. Like I want to go to your house though. Like I'll go to your house and hang out with you and like meet your sisters and shit. It's like, you know, I would, dude. Like, what do you mean? Just like sit there and watch TV? And like, it's like, I don't know. My family's fucking weird, man. They're like, you know, I don't know. You don't want to like set that example, like, because I don't want my sisters bringing like guys home or shit like that. I don't know. We already had like a lot of kids living there. Like, just having somebody with you after school watching TV doesn't make any sense. So it just didn't make any sense, and our friendships kind of broke off, me, Myers, and Jake. But um, so yeah, so I started being friends again with those four guys and adding Blackledge for the remainder of 7th grade and 8th grade. We're all pretty tight. Plus, I've made friends, pretty close friends with like Randy King, and Brian Hart. As like, I don't know why. They really weren't my friends too. Looking back, they were just like, some kids in the Kerwin's class that like I also didn't hate, but I felt like I was being set up to have to hate, so I was extra nice to. Yeah, and then they didn't get like all crazy and shit. At least right then they didn't. Like, it was like slowing down something. Like, I felt like Brian was like set up to like be there, so we'd all pick on him for being a goth and eventually like shoot us. It's like, so I'm gonna be extra nice to you instead. And it's really how it went. And with Randy, it felt like, I'd just known him from church already in CCD, like, so like weekly church school. And like, he was very, hey, I'm Eddie. Hey, I'm Randy. My favorite color is blue. Oh, that's cool. My favorite color is orange. I love orange, man. I was going to say that. Or, I have a crush on this girl. That is like the love of my life, Eddie. So right away, like, when Randy moved schools too, like I knew to just like kind of, face palm and fuck away from me a lot of the times. But when it came to that kinds of shit. So let's see. Yeah, you get to Christian, who like right away is only my friend because his uncle Dan Wood and mother are just looking for like not illegal but like foster kids, to kidnap and sell to sex trade. Like, they're part of some New Bedford, diddler gang trade off thing. Like, honestly, he explains this to me and just tells me it's like his family's way of life, like how they generate most of their money outside of small labor jobs. But his uncle did try to kidnap me. Like, his mother did drug us, and I don't really remember much of that. Besides like calling 911 and a lot of this spotty other shit going on. And it was like really too like the last straw with like the family with Kristen too. Somehow that plays in with like them not wanting Kristen in the step family anymore. Also, like how that ends, like I'm not sure. And it's not that big of a part in it, but yeah, that's like the first like couple weeks of being Christian's friend. I get kidnapped by his uncle Dan Wood, and but able to access a phone and dial 911, and then it sets off a chain of events where I'm not kidnapped and stuff. But then I don't remember it, so I'm stuck being Christian's friend, and I'm going to his house still, and I see his mother. And this goes on for years too, until 9th grade when he like addresses all this shit to me one day, trying to frame me and get me murdered over his knee, which he's not telling the real story of in the first place about having some kind of antique Super Bowl final game, knee glue in case of like super emergency, shot into his knee after maybe tearing some ligaments, because you got, next week's the last game of seventh grade. I got to play. It's a big game. I've had this antique for years on end. I'm going to, in some situation of all being messed up and him being, like his career's over, everybody over dramatic. Like, I don't even know him yet. That happened between him, his uncle, and his brother and his brother's friend. And they never really told Betsy that. But, so a lot of her actions. But it doesn't matter because right off the bat, she's just trying to drug a Mexican child and sell it with Dan, which happens to be me. And so no matter what she does or what she doesn't know about the deed, doesn't matter because in the beginning you're still trying to kidnap children. So that's Blackledge, and we stopped being friends too at that point when we address all this. Like we're not really great friends. After that point, after that day, and I do see him, several times after, a couple times in 10th grade, and then I see him obviously in 09, and then I seen him in 2012, and we're just not friends, and I don't know how. And just another one of those people that that did so many bad things, right? Before 2010, and would always say they're just gonna kill themselves. It's all fake. It's all fake anyway. I'm just gonna kill myself. But then, like a normal person, you grow up and you grow out of that whole high school thing and all that. Normally you do, and you obviously don't want to kill yourself. You have children. You have income, you have a girlfriend or a fiance, all these normal things now that you didn't have in 09 after a series of insane events that you did on your own with Sean or Coughlin during the 04 senior year and after. It's like, man, you're just like a bad person. So I don't associate with Christian, and you know the last conversation we had was pretty bad, probably. It was probably on that, I remember all that shit now, buddy. So don't be trying to fucking Black Tony me. I remember just about everything. So let's see. After Christian, okay, now it gets juicy because after Christian, I start being friends with Ryan Davenport, and I start being friends with Josh Bizarro and Seth and fucking Sean Parks, who later tries to impersonate me the year later, in school, there, that's my name, and people know this. People who've known me for years are letting Sean Parks be in a sped class for me as I'm drugged and being hidden in a situation, before my little brother gets murdered. This guy's at the school pretending to be me. But at first, we're all friends, and they all live at the projects down there in that town. So I start hanging out there, and, it's okay fun for a little bit, minus Blackledge. I finally get to just act normal, and smoke weed, and, but it's not normal, it's not normal. These are the guys that are into doing jungle juices to people, and these are really bad guys that and they also are just a group of people that this teacher Height is planning to fucking, really fuck with to make sure they're not there by 04 to mess with Timmy's prom king status. So yeah, I'm stuck with all those guys right off the bat somehow, because we're all in the class together. So I'm paired up with them, and they're doing, it's worse in a way than if I was with Christian, because these guys are just stealing everything. You know what I'm saying? And there's other people stealing shit from the high school stuff. I remember one thing was supposed to go to P Town and do a scavenger hunt as a group, and then all of a sudden there's this other group that's gonna go do it before us, and it's all based on me too. It's all me. I'm supposed to find something at the end, like a bus, on the beach, and it's supposed to you're supposed to get a free instrument or something. It's some weird thing, dude. I don't even know. But there's all these other kids fucking with us, and I don't even know. It's all Ryan tries to make it all about him getting a pipe. It's dude, we're supposed to be doing some other shit, And you guys are like fucking like just like pretending that we're here doing it with these guys, and you're just letting them do it all. It's like so lame, dude. So so it's like and we're all friends until like we're not all friends the whole time. Like those friendships don't last long at all. Because also at that time I stopped being friends with Anthony and Carcione, and he's friends with them, and like so the whole thing is like built around like setting me up ratting so him and Coughlin can go about high school feeling as if they have a better chance at being like the coolest kids in the world because I'm not there. This is like their delusional thinking, Coughlin and Incark or Pablo, whatever you want to call him. So and I meet Feltman at that time too. This is all right after I stopped hanging out with Christian because he, tries to blame me for the knee and all that happens. He gets a knee scope and they find some glue and he's obviously lying about the situation that happened between him and a bunch of people over his like heroin pills. I mean, painkillers and like a situation with him, Devin, and that kid Tony, where like some like the school was getting searched. And he had passed dope to somebody, wanted it back, but I don't even know. It's people, again, all the more reasons why I'm not friends with Christian. Soon after, I'm hanging out with Davenport, I'm hanging out with fucking Parks and doing all that kinds of stuff. And like I'd become friends with Jill too in 8th grade, and so this is only 9th grade at the end of it, and like like we're still friends at this point. Like I remember doing a lawn and shit for her parents, and like bringing some of those guys. Well, actually, I didn't bring any of them. Like I was doing other projects with them, like lawn care, like services and shit. But then I went to her place and did it myself, and it's one of the last. It's very quick. It's very very quick. It's only we're all friends for like 3 weeks, and then I don't see Ryan till I get back from Leap, and that's when he's got his basement. Like one of the last things we do as a group is like clean out Ryan's basement and set up the couches and the TV, all sit down and we all smoke the weed we just bought from the lawn care shit we did. So when I get back, I'm like secondhand invited to Ryan's by Pablo, but it's just like a setup because like Ryan's obviously not thinking his friends coming back from jail or juvie, who just set this place up and now there's a bunch of people who hang out here. It's like no, he doesn't want me there. And the only reason he wants me there is like he thinks he can get back into high school if like he's a part of my thing because he's gonna be following me around and shit when I'm there or something, And the point is like he's just an asshole, and like lacks the idea of like like some of the original people are still here, but it's like it's really just about me and you making music down here, dude. Like we're supposed to have like the tape deck, we're supposed to have the tapes. I'm not sure what's going on. Like, you're supposed to just pop out the fucking tape deck and have some beats, and we're supposed to just be here by ourselves. And that's why you have a tape deck, but I see how it's been scavenged already. And it's like, got no tapes, and you got no mic, you got none of that. And you're not going to, like, go make a beat CD because you're an asshole. And it's like, we don't, and then the stuff happens where, like, he has me brought there after I'm drugged and stuff. And so we can impress, like, the girl. And we're just not friends, Like I have to continuously pretend like we're friends or something, or I don't even know. Yeah, because I'm still like, because I'm just around them too much, like because this is all the same little time frame. Like there's only like 3-4 months. If it goes from November '01 after 9/11, it ends, by like early spring. This situation, like when my little brother's murdered at the end of it, and he's just not a good kid. Like, like I said, Ryan Davenport's like, he's at the dialing guy when I get back, and he's been raping my little sister and hanging out at my house. So it's just not your buddy who was raking leaves with you a year ago. This is some like kid who's like ego is out of the fucking like world as far as like, he just like doesn't like me and doesn't want to be my friend. Like, it's so fucked up. And it's like, I don't know, I don't know what to say about Ryan, because then later on, like, he wants to switch the narrative. It's like, man, I remember all that shit. It's like, wow. So I'd never see him again either after Devin's funeral. Like, when I see him for a couple weeks, I buy weed for him and shit. But, like, and after, like, he sets me up too and all that shit happened, I still see him and, like, it's because you're trank, so you're confused for a while of what just happened. You're just looking for weed again. And you totally forgot that Mike's next door, like with a broken leg, for real. Yeah, man, I'm calling back because I just had to call him Daddy since I killed Vinny, and he had to help me like move the body, and I've been calling him Daddy in front of everyone, so I'm not even upset at you right now. I'm just thinking like, and I'm still dazed out of it, and he's still using me in situations too, as he did beforehand, like knowing that I'm like being drugged at Wallace's still. Like every time I get free deli food, they're probably drugging you to a degree, and yeah, so yeah, me and Ryan's friendship like doesn't. It's like I talk to him, and it's like because I'm confused about a situation a little bit, but it's like I think I realized by like early like 2010, like 'cause he's online trying to be like a bully to me, and it's like right away I stopped fucking with him. It's like I don't know how that comes off in real life, but however you're doing it online doesn't seem right to. It seems like you're threatening me like right off the bat. It's like, yes, I know everything. I know a lot of shit you told me, and I'm in another state right now, and you're fucking worried. I get it, and it's 2010, but it's like you're talking shit, and I just never really thought of him as a like I just keep talking shit to him, and then now it's like I remember all this. Like I remember why I'd be so surprised that you come at me like that now, because it's like you weren't even, you know, you weren't even coming at me like that. You were coming off real suave back then. Like, yeah, I did, like, and then all of a sudden it flips on you, much like those girls. Like, you're all good until this fucking chick's gang runs down here and ties your whole family up and fucking steals all your shit in the middle of this. Like, you're all good with it until it blows up in your fucking face. So again, it's like, how could I feel sorry for him or think any lower of him? And yeah. So let's think of some. And I was never friends with people like Dowling. I never liked Dowling. I actually was never friends with Vinny either. Casually, I knew Vinny a little bit from high school, but was never friends with him. Dowling, I was never friends with, man. Right off the bat, he's talking, you know, uh, being in love with 14-year-old Melinda. He's like in his 20s. It's like, I don't know, like, not just how bad they want me to like get killed or like go to jail so they can hang back out like in between my dad being there. Like, great. So I was never friends with that guy, but I think it's some more friends because then we're in Vermont. Do I have friends from juvie? I mean, some, because yeah, it's like you mentioned the camp kids, and before we get to Vermont, which isn't much either, because we're just basically Bill and Corey as friends. I'd say everybody else is just like a strange, like fake thing, if anything, that was related to them. And then I was probably friends with Crystal too in Vermont, I'd say. So, my 3 friends I made in Vermont were Crystal, Corey, and fucking Bill. But before we get to, let's talk about the camp kids like Morales and McVeigh and Bardick. No, like we weren't really ever friends. We all knew each other because of camps and stuff, but I guess we never had beef face to face, like in a camp situation or in a juvie situation. But when it became real life, they definitely presented it like, I don't even like you. It's like, wow, because juvie and in camp and every other situation, you've always been, pleasant. You've always been sociable. You've always been completely different way. Like, it's all a surprise to me now we're in real life, like, which that's real life too, but we're in a situation where I'm just like at a Davenport's or at my stepfamily's house, and now all of a sudden like we're arch fucking enemies. So yeah, I wouldn't call them my friends. Would I call Devin a friend? Someone I wanted to be a friend with, and just like yeah, at one point we were friends, like real short. I was just as long. I was friends just as long with him as I was, let's say, trying to think. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Like I said, like, yeah, we were friends. Yeah, 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 we were friends. But obviously, obviously people do desperate things in desperate situations. So I don't know, what to say, But at one point we were friends. When he died or supposedly died, I felt like we were friends, and definitely felt like I needed to go to his wake naturally. Yeah, had no plan to go to the funeral though. That did not happen naturally. But the wake, I felt naturally I should attend because I felt like we were friends. Yeah, you can tell me otherwise, but some of those people are probably who he had to get away from in the first place. You know what I'm saying? Who would say that or tell those kind of stories? Try to think though. Dimitri, I was friends with Dimitri Camp for sure. Sure. A lot of that was his joking though. I did use the catchphrase of the summer. I'd push your shit in. I'll push your shit in if you fucking don't throw it over the plate. But it's like, playing baseball and shit. But it's like, I don't know. I agree with a lot of what those kids were saying though, as far as, he was kind of scary, I guess. But for me, I just found it funny. I don't know why. Maybe because he had a funny voice. I don't know. But I would like to say we were friends. But fuck. Okay, let's get to Vermont. Yeah, like you said, I've told the story with Jor and Bill already in part two. I'd say they were my friends. You know, I'd say Crystal Taylor was my friend at one point. But all three, I'd also say were, some of the worst people I've met while I was up here. Some of the worst things that have happened to me is revolving around like being around them and too trusting or something. So, yeah, short list. I was almost friends with this kid Johnny at a McDonald's I was working at too, but then like his family like turned on me. It was funny. And then you realize like how like shitty, like okay, I wouldn't be a friend. Like it's just because we're at McDonald's, we're working together. When I'm talking about friends, I'm talking about like people you generally have done friend like things with. I'm trying to think if I'm leaving any like big ones out. Because like the CJ, but that was like we were never friends, man. Like right away, CJ tries to kill me for Christian's gang, the Vato Senors. Like when I meet CJ in 7th grade, he stayed back too, just like Christian. Me and Christian can't hang at his house, but he wants to hang there with Christian and Jay and stuff. And Christian doesn't want to be around Jay. He just wants to go for a walk with me. And we're just going to go walk around the camp loop by ourselves and, talk because we can't hang out at his house. But so CJ's like walking behind us, following us, like, come on, man. Like, why you gotta hang out with, and somehow he like tries to kill me with like bug insect shit, dude. And like, we have like fire extinguisher fights, but it's like he takes off, and I think I like collapse, and like Christian just disappears, and like yeah, I'm not sure what happened. We were never really friends after that, me and CJ, and he's there's many different things I could mention about CJ, but it's like a lot of it's just because I live down the street from him. So getting to Christians, I have to walk by his house, or going anywhere, I'd have to walk by his house, and a lot of times he'd be outside working on his bike or something. So it's like it wasn't after that. It wasn't a fucking. I wasn't purposely trying to like be around CJ for a lot of that. My point. And obviously his stepsister later becomes a big part of the story, as does he. With the destruction, murder of my brother, and no more family thing. Um, yeah, those first guys that I'm friends with in 5th grade, like Markham and Martin and Kelly and fucking Randall, we end up not friends for sure. By ninth grade, you know, by ninth grade, they're very, Eddie was holding us down. Or, Eddie doesn't fit into our high school circles. So we weren't friends. Like, I'm never friends with them after 8th grade. I've been friendly, like I've said hi online and stuff, but never friendly. The last time I seen like Markham, he had a shotgun to my head. As far as I know, the last time I seen you, he had a shotgun with my head, and following me down the Pinkham. Martin, the last time I seen Martin was he was with Silva. It was that same autumn in 02, right? Yeah, autumn 02. I'd seen him and Silva at Wallace's. And, like, he just wanted to ask me too if we were friends. He didn't want me to hang out with them. He didn't want to like see what was going on. Didn't want to tell me anything. He just wanted to ask me if we were friends. Like both of them. Like both of them ran across the street from Wallace's because I'm heading to Davenport's. Like hey, like oh man, hey, are three of us friends? I'm like sure, dude. Whatever. I haven't seen you guys for years, so I'm busy. I took off. And it's like, but they didn't want me to come with them. It was just strange. And that's the last time I see Martin, I think. But Kelly, I don't know. Last time I see Kelly might have just been high school, as far as I know. When I gave him that, good thing she used to hoe, and he hit me with the I mean in class. That might have been the last time I seen him. But then, Randall, I might have talked to online, but I don't think I haven't seen him since 8th grade either. And like, yeah, wasn't bad. Wasn't bad until I started talking shit to Markham like last year. Like, really, man, you really have a shotgun on me that fucking morning? Like, wow. Like, why couldn't you just be like, Eddie, come in my house and like be a friend? Why you gotta be such a fucking like asshole, Markham? Like, wow, dude. I don't know. That's all I was saying. Like when I remembered that, I was like, wow, dude, did you really like escort me off the fucking Pinkham Road with a fucking shotty to my head? Like the night after Devin's wake, dude. I just had a fucking gun to my back. CJ's got one, like dual guns. It's like, this is insane, dude. That's all I was saying. Like, you could have just, like, I don't see, like, I don't know. I don't see how, like, like it deteriorated that bad. But some things I remember now, I see why. Like, he wouldn't react as a friend, of years prior to that. I mean, there's been a lot of twists and turns by people over the years like that, like Major, Major's, being that crazy psychopath, killing house cats and all that and shit. It's like, and then later on, like, just being a real shitbag. It's like, man. But for a little time in high school, we were friends. Yeah. Yep. The same with Bill. A lot of these stories and people, it's like, I just sound stupid. And for saying that I was friends with like Feltman. I meet him after the Blackledge stuff in 9th grade. And, he starts driving me home because like the bus is fucking, like I'm kicked off the bus basically. And like, I'm just being bullied on the bus and set up on the bus and all this shit, but I can't ride the bus no more. So Feltman's driving me home. And, but Feltman's like obsessed with these kids in his class or older than me. These people don't like me. Feltman's like obsessed with. He wants to be best friends with Coughlin and Pablo. And he wants to be in on the big screw Eddie over playing at the end. He's a real creepy guy. And he's very special needs. And, yeah, I don't know what to say. Did I take advantage of it as much as I could? Like, what are you saying I took advantage of? Like, that he had a car, he had no other friends for the most part besides Inkark and Pablo, and like, even though he had like, people in it, people pretending to be to fuck me over, but I felt like I was his only friend. Like, like, well, you're an idiot, and I know that, and like, you still have a car and you still have music to play. There's a little bit in between time here, yeah. But never was like boys though. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh yeah, my real guy. I got he's a retard with special needs. He's a special needs guy. Pees the bed, has a stutter. Can't really say much bad either, but I can tell you the truth. Well, I can say a lot bad actually. He's a real big piece of shit too. Like for sure. Like the day, like he hands me Coughlin's fucking Gatorade bottle full of fucking rape juice basically, and I think it's Gatorade. I chugged the whole thing. That's when I get jungle juiced and all that by like Davenport, and it's a lot of dark memories of that night. And like the day they sell the house, or if all are moved out finally from that house, like, and, Jessica wants like the money, and Ryan's like, thinks he's making some kind of moves. It's like, it's so crazy. But, I blame a lot on Feltman too for that whole incident, as far as tricking me to drink all that. In the first place, if I was sober, it would have been a lot easier to maneuver around the situation and get back to Quincy safely and on time. But, I'm trying to think, because I was only supposed to be there to say hi to Jessica on the last day of school and say hi to my family because they're moving now to Vermont. So I'm saying hi as they leave the house finally. But Jessica's planning a party and, thinks I want to stay and party, but it's like, I really don't. I actually my plan is to go back home. Like, I have a job, not home, but I have like jobs and shit in Quincy at this point. I'm only 16. I'm not in school. I'm just being as normal as can, but they're not normal down there in Quincy. So, or wherever it was, like in that area with my mother's family for a little bit. But yeah, Feltman, all I'm going to say is like, same idea. Thinks he's like one McBride's CIs or someone's CI, and he's done a lot of bad things. And like when I was hanging out with him in 2015, it just seemed like he was, I don't know, not in front of me, but like, like I didn't see any girls that were there, but it's like he's drugging like waitresses and shit, man, and like raping them. Like, he's doing the same thing. Like he's mollying, like he works at a fucking restaurant, but with like ties to can't be fired shit. Like you're friends with the owners, or parents are the owners type shit. And you're like, tricking the younger waitress staff, like into having to hang out with you for hours, and you're drugging them. So I get what you're saying, dude. And like, I can see the shit around your apartment. I can tell just by like, take a sip of whiskey out cold, take a fucking bite of PC out cold. It's like, wow, dude, like is this what you do to people? And try, it's very obvious too when I was around him for those couple of days, very freaked out by the situation, staying with him for a couple of days, like in 2015, because he kind of tricked me online for like 3 years, thinking like he'd been normal and, I'm normal. Like, yeah, we should, it was our Kevin Owens pay-per-view debut. And he had been calling me like randomly. One of the times was Mayweather. He wants me to come over. He wants to drive all the way up there, pick me up, and bring me to his place to watch the Mayweather fights. Like, I don't even like boxing, dude. But a big part of it was KO was debuting on pay-per-view. And I was like, we can do something like that. Like, base some kind of trip. I got some other shit to do around, like, me and you, like, like I'm staying there, but we're doing it to, like, watch KO debut on pay-per-view. Sounds okay to me. But, again, he wants to get attention from other people who don't like me and using me as a way to get their attention, is what it seemed like, to be honest with you. And, yeah. So I never spoke to him after that. What can you do? Say I felt like I just got tricked for 3 years online, that you were like a normal fucking guy finally, or something. I don't know. So, trying to think other people have mentioned, man, huh? Like actual real life friends and shit. And like knowing that this is like the end of the fucking shoot series. Like, you want to end it solid, right? Because I feel like I've already connected all the dots already and all these other ones, even if missing little tiny bits of information, like not really. Like all these things are tied up now. You guys all get it. A lot of these dots are connected. So like, right now I'm just, ending it on like a strange note of people who at one point were almost friends of mine. And yeah, I don't know how to. I only got 10 minutes left here. We're almost at 46 minutes. So I was never friends with Derek Campbell. And I just worked around him. Yeah. I don't think I'm missing nobody. Excuse me. I don't think like I'm missing any friends though. Pretty much shimmies it up. As far as like Tony and Eric, right? I can't say much because like right from the jump, all they want to do is like rat on you and blame you for things they did. You know, as far as Tony Encarnacion and Eric Coughlin, that's all they want. They just want to blame you for shit that they just did, or say that you were there too and get all the heat off them. Something. Just really bad guys. Like I wouldn't be their friends, and I wouldn't suggest anybody be friends with Eric Coughlin or Tony Encarnacion. I think Devin was right. One of the big problems between me and Devin towards the end was Eric Coughlin, and he didn't want to be friends with Coughlin. No matter what, he did not want to be friends with Coughlin, and you know, I was still in a situation where I still had to present it as I was friends with Coughlin. So, yeah, I don't really like Coughlin either, but he's getting in the same car as me, like at the moment, to get driven somewhere. But he definitely didn't like Coughlin. That was like one of the main things. Trying to think, But yeah, and Pablo, he just wanted to fuck my sisters, like Melinda and stuff. And the last time I seen Pablo too, he's all junked out, like junking Melinda out with oxys and stuff. It was like post rehab. It was really creepy. Tony's a real creepy kid because, like, okay, so I see Tony after all that, like bullshit as kids, right? That he did and stuff, and like, so I see him in 09 at McDonald's, and of course I'm with Jessica. Of course she points him out, like, hey, look, it's Tony. And I'm like, oh yeah, wow. So I haven't seen this guy in years, and we were generally friends. I remember. I gave him a hug, and he sat down and started talking to me. And like right away, like I'll say, I did not remember him coming up in '05 to get the yearbook when I was tranked. He had come up with several other people, like when Sean was doing the webcam thing with killing me, like on live webcam or whatever. That kid Mark or whatever the situation was. Tony came up there to get the yearbook that the class had given me and all signed and shit. And that was never given to me, but Sean had, the fake Sean, because he wanted to like eventually stalk these kids, and like he had their original yearbook, so he had a copy of their yearbook with all the messages to me, and he wanted to like one by one like try to be friends with these people. But a lot of these people I had been friends with in years are just signing like their yearbook. They're just signing like a yearbook that's being passed around. Some remember me, some don't. But Tony brings it up. He's like, man, I wanted to be friends with all these people. And it's like, yeah, man, well, if you hadn't been doing all that stuff to me, maybe at the end, like, you would have met some of those people and had some kind of relationship with them. But it's like, offering me back the yearbook. And I'm like, I don't want it, dude. Like, it's like, reminding me though, like now it's like, wow. And it's like, man, you just took that yearbook and left. Like, man, you're a real scumbag, dude. And he's another one of those people who over exaggerate his time in the army. You know what I'm saying? Like you're just packing lunches, that are getting shipped away, but you're like telling people how all you can hear is the screams. All you can hear is the screams of the children. It's like, sure, Tony, sure. You're just a fucking heroin addict. Fucking, I don't know, creepy, like, criminal who snitches, and I don't know what to say. Horrible person. You keep that yearbook, though, and you could read it over and over and pretend that the messages were all written to you or whatever creepy shit people do. But, it's like, whatever, man. That is creepy as shit. Oh, like just remembering that. I'm not sure how that conversation ends. Like, on my way to rehab, it's like, it's like, I didn't even want to like really talk to him. I just gave him a hug, like in a highway. Like I didn't want to talk to you. I don't really like you. Was it at that point? Like no respect for you. Plus, like somehow he's involved with Sean's death. He was there when he was shot. You know what I'm saying? For one reason, somehow or another. Like, do I think he shot him? No, but I think, like I said, when I met the fake Sean the first time in summer '02, I was brought there by Encarnacion and Feltman, who I think both were there the night that Sean was shot, obviously, and only within that loop to bring me there out of guilt and worry, to see how it would go with this new guy pretending to be Sean. But yeah, definitely not friends with any of those people today, and I have nothing good to say about any of those people, And a lot of them do, you have interference from your sisters in one shape or form, obviously. So there's a lot of bad stories I could tell, but I'm just rattling out the top to bottom here, giving a little bit on each one. Yeah. And here we're at the end of the 8 minutes. I mean, we got 8 minutes towards 60 minutes. So, like, today I'm sitting here alone, in an old bus. Like, I don't have any family to call really and talk emotionally with, or any friends to call, or anyone to talk to online. Like, God honest truth, I have no friends or close family or anything. It makes no sense, So, yeah, that is my life, huh? In conclusion, oh, not my life, but that is my comfy deposition or shoot interview, top to bottom, highlighted, re-explained. You know, I think this is this will answer a lot of questions of people. This will, help people heal, or, let people know what other people really did. I don't know. You know, I have no idea. It's helped me a lot making these videos. You know, and yeah. So all the viewers out there, if anyone ever watches this, like an old friend or family or just a random viewer, thank you for listening to my whole spiel and my whole explanations on everything. And yeah, yeah.